in the next half hour. The first item that we're going to look at, you see that beautiful floral piece. It's item 11A, Who Rules the Garden by Michelle Verschaw. It's an oil on canvas. It measures 29.5 inches by 35.5 inches. The artist framed the piece, and it carries a retail value of $350. Then we'll move on to item 11B. No cafe lattes here, says artist Judy Knott. This is an oil on canvas. It measures 20 inches by 16 inches with a retail value of $450 and even earned a Curator Award. Then comes item 11C, simply titled White Crane by Sandy Ridley. This watercolor measures 18 inches by 24 inches, framed by the artist, and with a retail value of $800. Then onward we will march to item 11D. It's called I'll Have the Red One by Esther Cheng. This watercolor measures 17 inches by 21 inches, framed by the artist, and with a retail value of $350. Item 11E is Sun Song by Dee Tashida. This is an acrylic on canvas. It measures 20 inches by 16 inches with a retail value of $320. And we'll wrap up the half hour with item 11F, Hangover by Ron Ridley. This watercolor, which you'll be seeing in just a short moment, measures 30 inches by 40 inches. It is framed by the artist and carries a retail value of $800. There's the image on the screen of Ron Ridley's piece, Hangover. So that's what we're going to be doing right now. I want to invite into this half hour Margaret Munson. She is an artist living in Galt, California, and a member of the Elk Grove Fine Arts Center, plus the Elk Grove Artists and the Northern California Artists. She's here today representing, in this break, the Elk Grove Artists. Margaret, welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
All right, so let's introduce the folks at home to the art. We're standing next to Who Rules the Garden. It's this lush, colorful floral piece. When you look at it, what jumps out at you?
Oh, it's the color. This beautiful, magnificent brilliance to it. As you look at each of the flowers each could be a picture in itself. And then you see the birds up here. They're also the extreme color with their brilliance. And in talking with Michelle, she calls this that they're having a little bit of a challenge about their territory.
Oh, there they are.
So,
they're having a little turf war.
Turf war.
So there's a $350 artist's retail value. We're looking right now just for an opening bid at the $150 level. That would make you the leading bidder on this lovely piece. And when you become the winning bidder, you get this colorful burst of vibrant life. And you talked about how much there is going on, that almost there are sub-paintings. Each flower is almost its own painting. How did she manage that?
Well, Michelle likes to put whimsy into her paintings. So she actually started this painting in acrylics, and she wasn't getting the right amount of blending quality that her subjects were demanding, so she started it over with oil. And as you look as the color blends to the edges, it's softer on the edges with more brilliance on the inside.
So the center really is where the vibrancy is. It's great to hear those phones ringing, and I hear them over there on the phone bank, and I'm waiting to see what that bid is going to be. I'm hoping one of them is an opening bid at that $150 level. You know, the art auction is a partnership, Margaret. You're here generously donating your time and representing all the artists who have donated their pieces. We have this great volunteer phone bank over there. Now we need the folks at home to get engaged as well. Every dollar to support the mission of public television. Speaking of the phone bank, why don't we send it on over there and see what the news is?
Okay.
This is, I love this part of the auction when we get to bring you the actual artist who painted the piece that Kevin's over there talking about. This is Who Rules the Garden by Michelle Verschaw. This is Michelle. How are you?
I'm great. This is so much fun.
You were so funny when you were watching the price. You were like, oh gosh, where's the number? And now we have two people at least on the phone because it went from 100 to 150. So who rules the garden?
Well, it just depends. It changes every day.
And I notice in your piece there's two birds that are a little
Feisty
cantankerous.
looking.
Yeah.
I like some humor in my artwork.
Why did you want to take part in the auction?
Well, I just thought it was a good cause, and it was a chance to be part of the Elk Grove Artists Group and have ourselves out there. And I just love to paint, and it seemed like it'd be fun to participate. So.
Okay, well, we're glad that you are here. And guess what? You're up to 175. That means we have more than 2 people. So we do have an auction. Back there is Dee Toshida. Hi, Dee. I don't know if you can see her. And her son, Spencer, is a good buddy of mine. Let's go back across the studio.
All right, thank you, Rob. Michelle, thank you for being so generous and donating your talents to the KVIE art auction. Margaret, when you look at this piece, and we're at $200 right now, so we're looking for a $250 bid to top that $200 bid and get on our way up to that retail value. Margaret, I wanted to ask you, when you look at it, what does it make you feel?
Oh, it makes me feel delighted. I can look at it. I think this is a painting that you can put most anywhere in your home. Your guest will enjoy it. There isn't a color in there that someone won't like. I mean, it gives me a warm feeling about the center. I think the center of this painting is where you get your feeling.
There is just
and it's going to calm you.
Something fundamentally happy
Right.
about this painting. And it makes me happy that we're at $250. We're now looking for a $300 bid on our way. We are going to move on so that we stay on time. Margaret and I are going to stroll on down as bidding continues on Who Rules the Garden. We are going to turn our attention to item 11B. No cafe lattes here. This is Judy Knott's piece, oil on canvas, 20 by 16 with a retail value of $450. And it earned a Curator's Award from the curator of the KVIE Art Auction, Dee Neath. So here we are standing next to it. And Margaret, what makes it award-worthy in your eyes?
Oh, it's the ability of the artist to show something like a chrome pot. I mean, how do you paint that? Judy is just fundamental in putting in the undertones that she's used. She's used like purples and blues, even put in some magentas and gold. I mean, you would think that when you start out with a gray pot, you're going to use gray paint. Well, you really don't. It's all those undertones that are coming through. And then she emphasizes the tone of it by using the turquoise in the shadow, the soft gold in the background. And then she even goes into this antique-ish kind of green and orange over here that we had back in the 60s that everybody loved. And she does a beautiful composition on it.
Great. Well, right now, thank you, Margaret. We're looking for a starting bid of $135. We know, of course, the region is filled with coffee lovers, and this speaks, of course, to the love of coffee that is close to ubiquitous, but it's kind of a throwback feel to it. And she says no cafe lattes, right? This is just good old-fashioned Joe we're looking at right here on this piece.
Yeah. She got her inspiration, she tells me, from a tour her husband took of the San Francisco Bay Area where there was a World War II ship. And he went through it taking photos, ended up in the mess hall, and the sailors were telling him the Navy really does run on coffee, on caffeine. And this is where the sailors would come to get all their cafe lattes.
All right, you know what else runs on caffeine? The phone bank.
Yes.
So let's see what's going on over there.
I am standing here with this beautiful Gerald Barnes collage. I wanted to talk a little bit about this. This is item number 10F. It has a starting bid of $150 and a retail value of $800. On the television screen, sometimes things look a little flat. So this is actually all collaged on. These are all individual pieces. It's a one-of-a-kind piece. William Ishmael, who is one of our jurors, year before last, recommended this artist. He's usually from the LA area, so it was very kind of him to donate this piece. All I need is $150 for a starting bid. It's an $800 value, so call us now. It's number 10F, and you can call us at 1-844-KVIE Art, which is 584-3278. Let's send it back to Kevin.
Caffeine for D. Stat. We need 100 CC Double Joe for D. Thank you, D. You know, this could be a still life, Margaret, because it's an item that is motionless, but it's not. There's actually quite a lot of dynamism in the image. Talk about how she accomplishes that.
Well, I think maybe in the technical world it would be labeled as a still life, but the way she takes the shadowing and the colors, the deep colors of the magenta in here, I'm a fond lover of magenta, and your eye just moves from one end to the other. If you look at the highlights that she's placed on the bottom one, and then up here, and right on up to the top, it just moves you right through that.
Well, we're moving right along on bidding, too. We've got 200. We're looking for a $250 bid to be the next bid that you can become the leading bidder, perhaps the next owner of this cool piece. No cafe lattes here. Coffee lovers, we want to hear from you. Arts lovers, we want to hear from you. KVIE Public Television lovers, get on the phone, show your support by calling into the art auction right now. In the meantime, you and I have to get ready to move on to the next piece. Bidding will remain open. We've got that $250. We're now looking for a $300 bid. The retail value is $450 for the piece. And as that bidding continues, Margaret and I will advance ourselves forward to item 11C. It's called White Crane by the artist Sandy Ridley. It's a watercolor, 18 by 24, and Sandy was kind enough to frame it when she donated it to KVIE. It's got a retail value of $800. Margaret, what's the first thing that you notice when your eye turns to the white crane?
Well, of course, the white crane, but also the water. The water, I hope you can see this up close because it is just sparkling in there. And Sandy tells me she's a nut about birds. She's known to stop along the road anywhere she sees a bird and watch that bird move. And she was telling me about this one. She says, you can hear the music when this bird moves. He moves his head, and then he moves his neck, and then his body, all while he's taking just one simple step. So that's what she tries to capture in there. And she has a series of birds in her collection that she paints from.
Well, thank you for that overview. We're looking for an opening bid of $240 on this piece. Please call up, get involved, support your local public television station, and perhaps become the owner of this lovely, kind of delicate piece. It's unusual the way that she worked the trees, huh?
Oh, yes. And of course, this is watercolor, so the white, it's difficult to get that in there, and the marbling of the water is done. Sandy does this what she calls wet on wet, which is essentially you wet the paper, then add your color, and then watch that color move to the areas that you hope it'll go. And she's done a beautiful job with the reflections of the trees into the water.
One of the
and
things
the color up here.
That is striking about it, Margaret, is that many watercolors are very muted,
Yes.
but there are quite bold colors in this. And
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about what it does for the composition of the piece?
Oh, it just draws center attention. You know, you've got the center of the water here, but you also got the brightness of the oranges over here, then the orange reflection in here, which is probably the fall leaves falling through there. But your center of your attention would go right into the middle there. And I think that's what she's trying to achieve, is to bring this whole area into where this bird is. She
White
loves those
crane,
birds.
it's an $800 retail value. We're looking for an opening bid of $240. So please call up right now. You see the number on your screen, 844 KVIE Art. Auctions only work when people bid. And so let's go on over to the phone bank and see if there's any bidding to be had.
Well, we have a lot of business to attend to coming up. At first, we want to bring you and introduce you. Many of you know her, Cindy Shelton, a longtime volunteer here at KVIE, here for the art auction as well as when we have our pledge programming. Thanks for being here.
You bet. I love it.
Michelle, come here. We have good news for you. Our artist, Michelle, who is here with the Elk Grove artists. Guess what? Your piece is a bell ringer. So you get to ring the bell.
You get to ring
All right.
your own bell.
Ring it loud.
It's way
They're still fighting for it, though. So there's multiple people on the phone. There's 3 people on the phone. See, you just got the little thing on there. Isn't that cute? $475. So there's multiple people. 11A is on fire, and so is 11B. Oh, ring it for 11B. Yeah. Sweet. Let's go back over to Kevin.
Celebrating is fun. Every dollar to support the mission of KVIE Public Television, arts, ideas, and adventures. We're right here next to White Crane. And Margaret, one of the things that's interesting about White Crane is that it's titled White Crane, and of course the crane is here in the foreground, but it's really the motion in the background that gives the piece its dynamism.
Right. It's the water, the movement of the water to the back here where you see a bronze, goldish color that's probably the shoreline of this body of water. Then she brings it up into the shadowing of the trees to tie it all together. I think it's just a beautifully well composed picture.
All right, so let's hear from you. You see the number on your screen. We're still looking for a $240 bid. Opening bid on this piece is an $800 artist retail value, and we mention it from time to time during the auction. This piece and every single piece in the auction is donated free and clear by the artists. They do that because they want to support public television, and they do so counting on you to call in and make your donation. So please, become part of the art auction. The bidding remains open on White Crane, even as Margaret and I stroll forward to item 11D. I'll Have the Red One, it's called, by Esther Cheng. It's a watercolor, 17 inches by 21 inches, and framed by the artist Esther, with a retail value of $350. We already have a $150 bid on the piece, so we're looking for a $200 bid now. That would make you the leading bidder on I'll Have the Red One. And Margaret, what is the red one?
The red one is right here. And this is a painting from Esther's watercolor marble series of paintings. She tells me that as a child, her family pastime game of the family was marbles, and she always ended up with a red one. So in all of her paintings, you will see a red marble in there somewhere. Here she tries to capture by blending in the oranges, the other tones of the red in there, all out through the whole painting, so they all merge together.
Terrific.
It's beautifully done. Excuse me.
Indeed it is. Thank you, Margaret. I just wanted to update folks. We're at $250. We're now looking for a $300 bid on I'll Have the Red One. Aside from being a beautiful piece of art, beautifully done, so many of us have shooting marbles as a happy memory of our childhood. And so it's the emotion of our own memories, isn't it, that connects with this piece?
Yeah, and that's exactly what she says. She says her whole family used to trade these things back and forth. She always bargained for the red, so that's why she's always, every time she says she sees one, paints one, it brings back those fond memories. And this is such a joy to look at. I mean, everyone does play with the marbles at one time in their life.
Yeah, we're closing in on a bell ringer for this one. We're just $100 away. We've got that $250 leading bid. We're looking for a $300 counter bid. You could be that person. You could become the leading bidder and perhaps the next owner of I'll Have the Red One. I look at it, Margaret, it just makes me smile.
Yeah.
How does an artist take a white sheet and then make someone like me happy by looking at it?
Well, I know Esther, she does start with the white paper. A lot of times she will transfer the images on, and then she wets it only portionately as she's going along. And of course she layers the colors. It's one thing that this really shows the true color coming through because it's so brilliant. She'll have a light color and she keeps at it. She lets it dry, then goes on, does it again till she gets that desired effect.
That's just a beautiful close-up on screen there. You can see the motion, the beauty of the orbs, you know, they're marbles obviously, the background, the negative space that's blue. There's a lot of wonderful things about it. $250 is a great bid, but we're still looking for a $300 bid to top that and become the leading bidder. We would love, of course, to get to $350 and beyond. $350 is the artist's retail value. When she donated it, it was what she intended for KVIE to get. We want to see that happen. Right now, I'm going to bounce it over to the phone bank. I think I see Cindy.
Thanks, Kevin. You know, we are so excited that you joined us this year. And again, as always, we come on once a year for the KVIE Art Auction. This is day 2. We've got the rest of today and tomorrow, and then that's it. You can't decide on Monday that you should have placed a bid. So what do you need to do right now? Pick up the phone, get your credit card. We have a great phone bank. It only takes a minute or so for them to walk you through the process, and you will be possibly hanging one of these pieces of one-of-a-kind art on your wall tonight, because after you get the bid, you can come get it. So now let's go back to Kevin. Kevin?
Thank you so much, Cindy. Margaret and I have arrived at item 11E. It's called Sun Song by D. Tashita. It's an acrylic on canvas. It measures 20 inches by 16 inches with a retail value of $320. We already have a $100 bid, so we're going to be asking next for a $150 high bid on this lovely piece by D. Tashita. Margaret, your thoughts on Sun Song?
Well, one thing I want to mention right off is that this does not need a frame because the artist has done a magnificent job on the edges, finishing it off. You don't need to put it in a frame. I think putting a frame on it might even take away from it. But she talks about the sun as you just go right from the center. It's turquoise, I know, but as it goes out around the perimeters, it gradually builds to the pinks and the orange, just really getting brilliant. Then she uses some stamps, some ink stamps as she goes through the painting, and tries to bring in some of the ancient designs. And talking with Dee, she tries to cover this in a way that she's hoping that the ancient designs will come forth and mix with the designs of today. So she's very thoughtful when she puts this process together.
And it certainly does have kind of a timeless feel to the beauty, the southwestern color palette that you see. I mentioned we've got a $100 bid. We're looking for a $150 bid on the road to the artist's stated retail value. Talk a little bit about the color choices and the palette.
Well, I think she's doing the center right here where that's the first place your eye is going to go. So I know when in doing this kind of thing, you'll have to start with that background. And then you mix in here and then bring in the color to the center where you want the main point of interest. She also carries it down here. She talks about this as being a rug that is the entrance to the ancient tones that she's put in here. She really gives a lot of thought to her paintings when she puts them together.
Well, we're so grateful to her and all the artists. I want to bounce it over to the phone bank because I know that there's always something interesting going on over there.
I'm going to take you all over here and show you Sandy Ridley's White Crane. This is an amazingly delicate, beautiful piece. It's watercolor. The crane has always been a symbol of good luck. If you know somebody that's getting married, maybe somebody that's having a baby, what a great gift this would make. It's item number 11C. I need a starting bid of $240. It has an $800 value. Again, just a beautiful piece. It's delicate. It's got that beautiful little crane right here. It would make a great gift for anybody. I need an opening bid of $240, 11C. Let's send it back so we can look at 11D. I'll have the red one.
Let me talk about her awards.
Thanks, Dee. Actually, we're on 11E right now, but who's counting? This is Dee Tashita's piece, Sun Song. And Margaret, one of the many interesting things about it, and actually before we get to the piece, I want to do some auctioneering. We're stuck on 100. We need somebody who likes this piece to pick up the phone right now. You see the number on your screen. Be generous to the cause of public television and make that $150 bid. You could become the next owner of this great piece while supporting the arts mission of KVIE. And hold that thought, because we're going to send it back to the phone bank where we come to find out Dee Tashita's over there.
I know, this is so cool, and this is what I love about the auction. I turn around and I recognize this lovely lady, and it's Dee Tashita, and I recognize her because she's my friend Spencer's mom.
Yeah.
And an amazing artist.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for donating. Why did you want to do this?
I love KVIE. I watch it all the time. I travel around the world with Steve. And
Rick Steves?
Rick Steves.
Okay.
And no, that didn't sound right, did it? And got to go to Paris earlier this year. But in this particular piece of art, I like the Southwest a lot.
Okay.
And so that was part of my inspiration.
And tell me about this piece of art. You said that you found your inspiration in that, and I'm looking at it on the screen here. We have a $100 bid. The retail's at $320. What moved you to do this specific piece?
I started it specifically for KVIE. This is
You did?
it's part of a series, and I kind of had to laugh because I called it Sun Song. You know how this horrible drought, and of course the sun and all the bright oranges, and then I had to put in a little water and a few drips, hoping that we were going to get some rain.
All right. Well, from your mouth to the skies.
Yes, I know.
All right. Thank you so much, Dee. Let's go back across the studio to Kevin Smith-Bagan.
Thank you, Rob. Thank you, Dee. Margaret, you and I were, whispering over here during that conversation. You found some human figures subtly, they're not hidden, but they're subtly included in the image.
Yeah, I hope you can see that in there. She's talking to me about the images from the past and the ancients' colors of the sun. Here you see a sun in there. You see some shields here, possibly that are like a warrior shield that has design in it. And there's like a dancer here, right? And there's another one. Here's another one. Dee just does beautiful work. Dee is one of our most noted artists in Elk Grove because she actually has one of her paintings that is actually hanging in City Hall, which is a very rarity for that to happen. Dee also was Citizen of the Year a couple years ago in Elk Grove, so she's well known. Her artwork is to be collected.
Well, her generosity and her extreme talent are on full display right here. We're still looking for that $150 bid. Calling on all those Elk Grove arts lovers to pick up the phone, get in the game here at the KVIE Art Auction right now. The bidding will remain open on Sun Song, even as Margaret and I move on to item 11F. It's called Hangover by the artist Ron Ridley. It's a big watercolor. It measures 30 inches by 40 inches, framed by the artist, and it's got a retail value of $800. Margaret, wow.
Wow. Ron explained to me that this rooster is possibly having a hangover. That's where he gets the name. The rooster is saying, like, it's morning, maybe. Is it really? And do I give out a crow or not? And where is everybody else? He just had a lot of fun with this. You see the reds and then all the feathers, all the changing of colors in the feathers. And you can see up close, you can see his little bloodshot eye. So we're banking on the fact that this guy was out all night. Maybe having a fun time with the boys.
I mean,
the other boys.
Being a rooster, he does have to get up early. So after a long night, they're going to feel it, obviously.
Yeah.
We've got a $200 bid right now. We're looking for a $300 bid. That could make you the next high bidder. It is a fun, bold, brash, vibrant piece with all kinds of life to it. And if you like it, then you ought to call in right now, show your support of public television, and get yourself a great piece of art. It is at $800 retail value. We're looking for a $300 bid right now as the camera slowly pans up to that slightly, well, more than slightly, hungover, troubled face of the rooster.
Ron just loves to paint, and he does a lot of roosters, birds of a feather, he calls it. But on this particular one, he really had the fun with making this face look like he'd been out with the boys. Or maybe he's looking for a bug or something, but the main sense is this guy's been around.
Hey, the screen tells me we've got that $300. We're now looking for a $400 bid on the Hangover Rooster. I'm not sure who's bidding. I don't know if it's some people who know the feeling of being badly hungover and needing to show up for work the next morning. But whoever they are, we're very grateful for their generosity of spirit in supporting the arts mission of KVIE Public Television. The camera is back, panning down, and there's all that motion and color in the way that he worked those vertical lines.
Yeah. Can you just imagine having this in your home? Our office, our business, what a conversation piece it is. You have all the colors. The color scheme is such that would probably go with any arrangement, any guitar.
Yeah.
I think it's just a perfect piece.
If you like it, don't wait.
Yeah, don't wait on this one.
Always somebody who waits and the next day regrets that they didn't bid. So please Get involved. Stay tuned. There is so much more great art coming up in the next half hour of the KVIE art auction. And I'm going to pass along right now. Here's some information on how to pick up your purchased art.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. Or if you need your art shipped, be sure to tell our accounting staff when they call to confirm payment on your item. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/artauction. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/artauction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE art auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Paul Kitagaki Jr., this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings.
Well, hello again. I'm Kevin Smith-Fagan. We are back for another great half hour featuring photography in the 2015 KVIE Art Auction. Now, let's do it. Let's take a look at the art that is up for bid in this next half hour. The first piece that we are going to consider is called Canyon Grandeur Number 2. That's item 12A. Douglas Parks is the photographer. Its big photo measures 22 inches by 30 inches. It was framed by archival framing with a retail value of $450. Then we're going to move on to item 12B, which you see there on the screen, Rue de Rivoli, 6 a.m. by Clyde Bowman. This photograph measures 21 inches by 17 inches, framed by the artist with a retail value of $280. Item 12C comes next, Ricefield Gothic by Michael Fitzwater. This is photography measuring 16 inches by 20 inches with framing by Midtown Framing, and we thank them for that generosity. The retail value is $400 on item 12C. On we go to item 12D, Sensuous Corn Lily by Tom Johnson. This photograph measures 20 inches by 24 inches, framed by the artist with a retail value of $350, and it even earned a juror award in the photography category. Item 12E is Hydrangea Close-Up by David Seals. This is photography measuring 24 inches by 30 inches, framed by the artist and with a retail value of $600. And then we are going to finish up the half hour with item 12F, Fort Bragg Cypress Number 1 by Kurt Fishback. This is photography measuring 20 inches by 16 inches with framing by Midtown Framing, a retail value of $1,050. So during this break, I want to welcome in to join me Martin Christian, a professional photographer and award-winning videographer, longtime contributing artist, award winner, and past art auction juror, and my colleague here at KVIE Public Television. Welcome, Martin.
Thank you, Kevin.
We're going to have fun.
And good friends as well.
Indeed we are. All right, so let's make some new good friends with the bidders.
Sure.
This is item 12A. It's Canyon Grandeur Number 2. You turn, you look at it, first thing that pops out at you.
Well, you know, the Grand Canyon is one of the most visited national parks, the second most in the United States. And I like to call this a memory piece, you know. For all of us that have visited the Grand Canyon, how many of us come back with a photograph where we say, gosh, I just wasn't able to capture the grandness? Well, Doug, he did that here. And the first thing that comes out to me is you see the distance here is in focus. You see the middle distance in the foreground. Landscape photography is really all about bringing in the foreground. That's the challenge technically. And so he's done that here beautifully. So you can really get a sense of scale with this photograph.
Thanks, Martin. We're looking right now for an opening bid of $135 on this piece. You mentioned some, you know, anybody who's been to the Grand Canyon knows that you can't describe it to someone. The vastness is so big that to capture it with your camera is almost impossible, and yet somehow he has done a great job of doing that and making it beautiful.
Doug, in his notations, said that he wept when he arrived at this spot. And I've been here twice, and a lot of people question whether they should go to the South Rim or the North Rim. And I always say, go to the South Rim. The sun is always perfect in the morning. And I wanted to point out one thing for our close-up camera. If you go up here to the upper right, you can see a little bit of lightning there.
Yeah, the camera's going to zoom in and catch there is a lightning strike up in the cloud.
So this is done with a wide-angle lens and maximum depth of field, and you know that because everything in the foreground is sharp, everything in the middle distance is sharp, everything in the background is sharp. So this photographer undoubtedly was on a tripod for a long exposure. It's a great commitment the photographer takes to gain a photograph like this.
All right, let's hear from you. Make that call right now. You see the 800 number on your screen. We want to see the phones ringing in the phone bank, and let's go on over to the phone bank.
So I have to say this about Martin Christian, who is so humble, so he won't say it himself. But not only is he the best videographer in the business, but he is a professional still photographer as well. He has a donation in the art auction coming up tonight. What time, Martin? 9 o'clock hour. It's in a big hour, and it is the rotunda of the interior of the Palace of Fine Arts. You're also a photographer.
Yes.
What are you seeing in some of the pieces we're looking at right now?
Great detail. Immense detail. And also what I'm loving is how much people are appreciating black and white, going down to the basics. And that's where detail really shines. In fact, in this series right now, we've got a few pieces, and in Martin's as well. It's so highly detailed. You've got to tune in at 9 o'clock because it's mind-blowing.
Yeah.
Now let's go back to Kevin.
Back to us. Hey, here we are. You know, Martin and I both have visited the Grand Canyon. It's breathtaking. It is a memory that imprints on you for the rest of your life. If you've had that experience and would like a gorgeous piece to commemorate your time at the Grand Canyon, it does send you back, right? As soon as you look into the photo, you're right back there.
It sure does. I think one of the reasons why Yosemite photographs do so well is so many of us have been there and we want to capture that memory. Well, the Grand Canyon, you know, it's the second most visited national park in America. So if you've been to the Grand Canyon, maybe you went there as a child or you've been there as an adult, but your photographs, you know, are kind of average. You tried as hard as you could. Here's a great memory for you to hang on your wall and maybe take you back to the time you stayed in the lodge in the South Canyon or the South Rim, or the time that you hiked down to Bright Angel Lodge like they did in the Brady Bunch, if you remember that episode. So there's a great memory here for anyone that's been to the Grand Canyon.
It is, and we're looking to hear from you. We're looking for that $135 bid. You know, it's also just pretty. It's just a great piece of art. It's fun to look at.
It's a cloudy day, so you have kind of the moodiness of the blue skies, which is unique. And there's a double matte here, like we see a lot in this gallery, so there's been great care with this photograph. I just love the different colors as you go from green to the salmon color and then to the blue in the background, and then you have the sand colors in the foreground. So there's some great colors going on here.
Terrific piece. We want to hear from you. The bidding remains open as we move on to item 12B. As I mentioned, you can still call in and bid on Canyon Grandeur number 2. But we turn our attention to item 12B as in boy, Rue de Rivoli, 6 a.m. by Clyde Bowman. This is photography measuring 21 inches by 17 inches, framed by the artist. It's got that $280 retail value, so we're looking for an $80 opening bid. And of course, Rue de Rivoli, one of the iconic streets in one of the great cities of the world, the City of Light, Paris, France.
The street, it slices through the center of Paris, and I was on YouTube this morning trying to pronounce it. I think it's Rue de Rivoli. I think the L is silent. Rivoli.
Okay, anybody who knows the perfect pronunciation, call in, bid the $80. We'll give you a shout out for knowing French very well.
It's an area that features many commercial areas. It's very historic, and so a lot of photographers and artists end up in this area. This photograph utilizes what we call one-point perspective, so the viewer is going to go down that pathway. And you know, urban photography where you see large architectural elements like this, as photographers, sometimes it's good to include a human form to show scale, and sometimes it's not. Sometimes we want to keep it nice and cold, and in this situation, the photographer waited for a human to walk by, and with the placement of that human, you can really see the size of the pillars and the columns here.
All right, we're waiting to hear from you. It's an $80 bid. You could become the next owner. I know there are hundreds of thousands of people in our region who who love Paris, who have made that trip and, memories of a lifetime. I have myself very warm memories of spending time with my wife walking the Rue de Rivoli. I got my hair cut actually in a shop there too,
nice.
so I got that going for me. When you look at it, what emotion is triggered?
Well, it's taking a journey. You're going somewhere. It's perfectly framed by the columns, and you have this offset of, you have a nice sort of warmer gray and then a darker up here on the top. So they contrast each other, and all of this contributes to going down that path. So, I'm sure the photographer had a great time setting up his camera here and waiting for someone to come along. And it's a great photograph.
It is a great photograph. Right now, I want to bounce it over to the phone bank and see what they've got going.
Yeah, we wanted to bring back this beautiful piece. First of all, we want to put out a call to action because this is the KVIE live auction, and 1 or 2 people calling in gets an auction going. The bidding starts, the phone bank gets active, and it is a lot of fun to get involved in. And you can come right away and pick up the piece. Cindy, this piece stuck out to you. Here's Dee being all cutting up again like she likes to do with Kermit.
That's to get people's attention.
Tell us about, she's trying to get people's attention. Tell us about what you saw in this piece.
Most people have seen Grand Canyon. You've seen different pictures. You haven't seen this angle before. This is absolutely exquisite and stunning, the detail. But look over here, right here. This photographer kept his shutter open at the exact moment to get this lightning coming down. Now, when his or her finger was on the button, that lightning wasn't there yet. All photographers know it's when you push it down and the shutter opens, that's when the lightning happened. This is magic.
Douglas
this piece,
Parks.
Douglas, this is a magical piece.
It's absolutely beautiful.
It is.
If I'm looking at it right now, we have a bid. Good. We have a bid for $135. So that's fantastic. Let's keep it going and go back over to Kevin and Martin.
All right, thank you, Cindy. Thank you, Rob. We're still looking for an $80 bid on this beautiful moment in Paris, France. And Martin, the framing and the mat contribute to the power of the image. Talk about that.
The frame has a nice wood finish to it, a nice grain. It kind of, it gives it more of an environmental feel. So maybe it offsets the coldness of the stone and the pillars. And there's a double mat here that he's done, which we see all throughout this gallery today. It's good to see so many double mats. So a lot of care, a lot of attention went into the matting and the framing of this photograph. It's a great piece, and you don't have to go to Paris for something like this to mean something to you. How many times do we go somewhere and have pillars and columns right here in Sacramento, certainly in San Francisco and New York City? So this type of image could maybe remind you of several places.
Talk a little bit about the power as we continue to wait for that $80 bid to come in. Talk a little bit about the power of it. It's almost monochromatic. It's not a black and white, but there's obviously a deliberate choice not to be colorful.
I would say sepia. I doubt it's really sepia, but almost a greenish, brownish tone in the columns. And I love when color is removed from photographs because it accentuates the form, accentuates the textures, and that's why you see so many urban photographs in black and white and sepia, because it really accentuates the form and the texture and that sort of thing.
It's a great piece. They do not have KVIE Public Television in Paris, but we do have it here in Northern California.
Well, they certainly could stream in Paris.
Well, that's a very good point. Thank you, Martin. If you are a local resident who derives value by watching KVIE Public Television, I encourage you to get involved. Every dollar of the auction, when you call in and bid for that piece or any piece, every dollar goes to support the public television mission, arts, ideas, and adventures. Okay, Martin, we are on to item 12C, Ricefield Gothic by Michael Fitzwater. This photography measures 16 inches by 20 inches. Midtown Framing, we thank them for their generosity in putting a frame on this piece. It's got a retail value of $400. We are looking for a starting bid of $80 on Ricefield Gothic. And we were just talking about monochromatics.
Sure. Michael, this was a popular photograph at the gala. My wife and I stood over this one for quite a while. Michael works primarily in black and white. This was taken right outside of his house, and I can tell you that technically what's so challenging, especially with black and white, when you have gloomy days like this, it's really difficult to get detail in gloomy skies when it's black and white. Sometimes when it's color, you get that bluish tint, you can reveal more things, but with black and white, it's really difficult. So it's very unique that he included that. For anyone that lives in Sacramento or outside Sacramento, this is a scene that we've seen many, many times. It's uniquely captured here, maybe by a service road as he walked these fields of this drainage ditch here. It's a great photograph of a scene that we see so often here in Sacramento as we drive by, but he's captured it in a very beautiful and unique way. It's a beautiful, vibrant white mat with a solid black frame. It's very, very, it's a very powerful image.
It is, and it speaks to us. I think you spoke to the fact that it is representative of our part of California.
Mm-hmm. We've had several images in the show this year that have fog, and I almost became sort of longing, like we haven't seen fog for quite a while, and so this is an area that reminds me of that, where the fog comes and the fog goes, and same thing with the water. This is obviously a storage area for water, and so agricultural areas like this are tough to capture, and I think he did a really good job with this one.
Well, we thank him for his generosity in donating the piece. We're looking right now for some bidders at home to call in $80, all it's going to take to become the opening bidder and perhaps the next owner of this wonderful piece that not only is beautiful and technically expert, but it does speak to our region. Mm-hmm. It's part of our soul. It's part of our identity in the Sacramento and Central Valley. The
one-point perspective again takes you on a journey down the center, and I find myself wondering, like, what's there on the horizon to speak about what you just mentioned. Is there a rice farmer down there? Is there a small town? Is there a levee road? So it's that one-point perspective the photographer's using here that kind of takes me on a journey of mystery there off into the horizon.
Hey, you know what? We're going to move in just a moment, but before we go, I want you to just talk briefly, if you can, about the geometry, the horizon line, and its contrast with the vertical orientation of the image.
Well, it's this cloudy sky that sort of dominates. Normally we would maybe not include a cloudy sky in black and white, but he's included that. So it's balanced top and bottom. You have kind of a 50-50 here that's going on, and so the horizon is dead center. So the horizon in a way becomes the dominant theme in the photograph. As you go on this journey down this little levee ditch, you end up in the horizon there, and it's a great mysterious photograph.
Thank you, Martin, for sharing your thoughts on Ricefield Gothic. We'll continue to hold the phones open looking for that $80 opening bid. But so that you and I can stay on time, my friend, we got to get on to item 12D. This is Sensuous Corn Lily by Tom Johnson. This artist-framed piece measures 20 by 24 inches with a retail value of $350, and it earned a Juror's Award in the photography category. What made it, in your opinion, Martin, award-worthy?
Well, deservedly so. Photographers, we go inside of flowers and plants to find these shapes, and I like to say that you can find all sorts of human forms in there. You remember the Walt Disney Fantasia, where Mickey is sort of sliding off of shoots and flowers and storms. This is what this reminds me of. It reminds me of, maybe a mother and child embracing here, or maybe it reminds you of, being wrapped up in a blanket. And photographers know that flowers have these images inside, and so you go inside of a flower or a corn lily like this, and you find these great human forms and natural forms.
We've got a $105 bid. Thank you to that leading bidder. We're looking for a $150 bid. Why don't you pick up the phone, call in right now. The number's there on the screen, 844 KVIE Art. You could become the next owner of Sensuous Corn Lily. As I mentioned, $150 is the next bid level that we're looking for. Martin, obviously the sensuality, which is right there in the title, is sort of extraordinary. I mean, how do you get that emotion out of a two-dimensional picture.
Photographers have spent lots of time in their yards leaning down over flowers with a tripod and slow shutter speeds, and no doubt that's what he's done here. A lot of attention to detail. You can't have any wind. The light needs to be perfectly even. You can't have any sun coming through. So there's a big commitment by the photographer here, technically. And the secrets are that we can find these shapes inside of plants and flowers. And boy, he's done a great job with this one. This was a very popular photograph at the preview gala.
And as you mentioned, well-deserved as an award winner in the jurors piece. The matting and framing is also a significant part of the presentation. So I'm going to ask you to talk about that after I remind people, again, pick up the phone, make that $150 bid. It's a fundraiser for KVIE Public Television. It's an auction, and that means we have to have viewers involved by picking up the phone. Time for you to do your part. I'm going to send that on over right now to the phone bank to see what is happening over there.
Thanks so much, Kevin. You know what? I just can't believe that we only have a bid of $125 on this piece. Remember I was telling you how fabulous the photography is this year? This is one of my favorites. This sensuous corn lily should be just off the charts. The donor value is $350. The $125 bid right now covers the framing pretty much. And remember, this is a gallery piece. These pieces in this art auction should be hanging in an art gallery, and instead they could be hanging in your home, and all the money goes to Channel 6. All of it. Everybody donated their time. I did. The phone bank, the artist, the framer too, and matting and all that was all donated. So please pick up the phone. I know it's a nice day outside today, but we really need you to call. I need to be hearing the phones ringing because this is an auction. Now let's go back to Kevin.
All right. Thanks, Cindy. You know, Martin, one of the great things about the art auction is there's an incredible variety of talent. We just went from a black and white, the sensuous corn lily, which had no color at all, to this, which is just powerful. Pow. Exactly. It's hydrangea close-up. We already have a bid of $180, I believe. So right now we're looking for a $250 bid. It's got a $600 retail value. So tell folks when they call in and bid what they're going to be bidding on.
This is a beautiful aluminum print, which really rewards contrast. The viewer doesn't have a piece of glass in front of it, so you can kind of get closer to it and almost touch it in a way when you're looking at it. Hydrangeas, David mentioned they're widely grown in California, and he wanted to note that in China, the hydrangea is associated with enlightenment. And he is considered a master flower photographer in West Sacramento. And so his website is a beautiful assortment of flowers. So this piece would look great in any room in your home. It would, be certainly a conversation piece. And once again, we have another photographer who's going in close on flowers, and you can find all kinds of things on the insides of flowers.
It's interesting that it appears almost to have like a glass front on it.
It's actually printed on metal, and so it gives it this high sheen. It rewards contrast, so a lot of photographers like this with, where you have strong images like this. It gives you a little bit more black, a little bit more white. It's a beautiful photograph.
It's, aside from just being pretty, right, great art has emotion. When you look at it, what does it make you feel?
Well, I love anything with nature and flowers. So for me, it's a very warm photograph. It would brighten up a room if I had a room where I wanted people to feel comfortable or happy. This is a photograph that I would choose. And once again, David is a master flower photographer. He was a lawyer for 30 years, and now he's a photographer, and so he's committed his life to sharing what he sees through his lens. And so it's inspirational when you see someone who finds a subject matter that they love so much, like flowers, that he's given that to the KVIE art auction.
All right, let's hear from you. $250 is the bid we're looking for. We're at $180 right now, on the way to the retail value, we hope, of a $600 retail value. Right now, I want to bounce it over to the phone bank because Jill is holding some great art.
Great art. I've got Sensuous Corn Lily. This was one of the award winners in the photography category. The photography category, our largest category, and there's only 4 award winners. So that makes this little gem even more special. It's framed under museum glass. It's ready to go home. You need to call, though, 1-844-KVIE-ART. If you don't call, you won't win it. So let's go back and look at those hydrangeas one more time.
Martin, I scribbled you a note while Dee was chatting about how there's a vulnerability
Sure.
to this image. Talk a little bit about that.
The flowers are very fragile, especially hydrangeas, and I think you've brought up a good point. You know, you could reach in and just remove one of the petals so easily. So yeah, it has a very fragile, very delicate nature to it. And, you know, I think that's one of the things we love so much about nature. Nature is very delicate, and it's something that we need to protect. So, you know, this is a master flower photographer.
Yeah, right. If we feel that looking at the still image, obviously it's really bringing the nature right front and center in our minds. We've got that $180 bid, but you know, this is a piece that with a retail value of $600, we're looking for $250. Why don't we go $225? Call in right now. $225, become the high bidder. You be perhaps the next owner on this piece, and it's substantial. I mean, it's a big piece with big subjects.
Definitely, there's no mat, no frame, so it's all image. So you know, you can really get up close to it. So it works in places maybe that you can step farther away, like behind a desk or something, where you're going to be an extra couple of feet away. That's a good use for a piece like this. And the metal print, you know, it's very shiny, high contrast, great color. It's a very popular printing method.
Yeah, it's so alive, right? And that vibrance, anybody and everybody can use some more of that in their day. So maybe that's another reason that you ought to be calling in and supporting KVIE right now by bidding on the art auction in that particular piece, Hydrangea Close-Up. We're going to move right now to item 12F. Folks at home can see it there on the screen. Fort Bragg Cypress #1 by the photographer Kurt Fishback. It's 20 inches by 16 inches, framed by Midtown Framing. They donated that, so thank you so much, with a retail value of $1,050. And Martin, it's just awesome.
Kurt is a master black and white photographer. He mentions that he's been photographing this cypress tree for 50 years. And as a black and white photographer, you know, to get that light, to capture that light, is very, very difficult. So he, you know, is a gentleman who knows what he's doing. Kurt and I had a show together at Archival Framing, and I was so excited to finally get to meet him. So this is a master black and white photographer in Northern California.
So we're looking for an opening bid, I believe, of $285 on this piece. Martin, of course, we got to know Kurt's work very well because there is a KVIE art gallery right here on site in our studios, and he is the first ever artist to show in that space. So Kurt will always hold a special place in the art's heart, our home here at KVIE.
Kurt taught at Sierra College, I believe, for many, many years. He is a link back to the Ansel Adams. I believe his dad, his dad was taught by Ansel Adams, and so that was passed down to him as a young boy, and he speaks about that often. He's a master black and white photographer, and we're very fortunate to have this in the KVIE art auction.
As I mentioned, we're looking for that $285 bid. That would be the opening bid on this piece, which has got a retail value of over $1,000. $1,050 is that retail value. Martin, everybody's got a camera on their phone and could look at these trees and snap an image, but they would not get the power of the light. How is that accomplished?
They say with glass, referring to a lens, with glass you get what you pay for. And so for him to be able to process the detail in the tree along with the darks, you know, in the distance and the light, you know, that's someone who was on a tripod, took some time, had to manipulate himself back and forth to get that light just right. So, you know, this is a tremendous photograph, highly technical photograph. And I also think it's interesting that Kurt has gone back to these same trees for 50 years to sort of see how they've changed over time.
That is really, really neat. Okay, we're going to send it over to the phone bank. There's always something groovy happening. I just heard a phone ring, actually.
My name's Alex. Are you calling to place a bid on art?
Can you hear that? People are calling in literally as we speak. I feel like I should whisper because it's just so alive over here in the phone bank. This is the exciting hub of what's going on the other side of the studio here. All of our phone bank here. By the way, big round of applause for all of you guys who are here making it happen. Call 1-844-KVIE Art to get involved. And we have that beautiful piece right now by Kurt Fishback that is up for auction. Let's go back.
All right. Thanks, Rob. We are here with this gorgeous,
Beautiful.
Absolutely stunning, amazing piece. And looking for that opening bid at $285. Kurt Fishback, a great friend to KVIE and a tremendous photography professional, has donated this piece. He donated that piece with the understanding that people were going to call in and donate with their dollars to public television. So please do that, and stay tuned because there is more art coming up in the next half hour of this, the KVIE Art Auction. Martin, thank you.
You're welcome.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Downton Abbey to Poldark and Bob Ross to art in the 21st century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the Lodi Community Arts Center coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. What started as a small art club in the 1930s has grown into both a gallery and a non-profit organization educating talented artists in the Lodi and Sacramento areas. You can view all of the galleries featured in this year's auction at kvie.org/art auction.
Well, hello. I am so excited to be with you here today. I'm Amy Henry, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art. They're graciously donated by Northern California artists, with all of the proceeds benefiting the arts missions of your local PBS station right here, KVIE. Now, this half hour features work from the Lodi Community Arts Center. This is so exciting because it's right here in our backyard. So now let's take a look at the art that is going to be up for bid in this next half hour. So what we've got going on first is item 13A is Early Morning, Garrapatta Beach, Carmel by Daryl O'Sullivan. This is photography measuring 20 by 28. It's artist framed and the retail value is $300. Next item, 13B, is First Snow by Doug Drindell. This is oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24, artist framed, and the value is $400. Item 13C is Purple Pansies by Patty Wallace. This is watercolor measuring 22 by 30, artist framed, and the value $475. Next, item 13D, The Gathering by Jean Jansen. This is also watercolor measuring 11 by 14, Midtown framing, and the value is $300. Next, item 13E is Persimmons and Pears by Gladys O'Keefe. This is pastels measuring 24 by 30. It's artist framed as well, and the value is $250. Item 13F is Upcycle by J.C. Strout. This is sculpture measuring 12 by 12. Retail value is $350. Oh, this is going to be exciting. Now, during this break, we are so pleased to be joined by Doug Drindell himself, a contributing auction artist from Lodi, California, past vice president of Lodi Community Arts Center, and here representing the featured artists from Lodi during this half hour. Doug, welcome.
Thank you very much, Amy.
Thanks for being here.
It's great to be here again. We support KVIE Art Auction, obviously, have been for many years, doing such great things for our communities. We really appreciate it. It's just exciting to be a part of it.
It really is. And you are also a contributing artist in this set, so we get a chance to take a look at one of Doug's pieces coming up. But let's go ahead and get the bidding started. So the first item that we have is item 13A. You see there is called Early Morning, Garrapatta Beach, Carmel by Daryl O'Sullivan. Tell us a little bit about this.
Daryl is involved almost solely in photography, but he is a master at what he does. He knows very well known in Central and Northern California for his photographs. He's involved with nature and a lot of sea landscapes as well. He knows exactly what he's doing with the camera, and it is amazing to me that he has got the ability to click that shutter just at the right time. He has taken this, as a matter of fact, Garapata Beach is about 30 minutes south of Carmel. This photograph was actually taken about within an hour of sunrise.
Oh,
so
wow.
the tide is out. When the tide comes back in, all of these rocks are going to be underwater, probably everything except the top part of this big boulder here.
Really?
He has been able to catch Mother Nature's complement of colors, and it's kind of hard to top Mother Nature, but he has a way of taking complete advantage of the colors that are provided to him, because he's captured the firm detail of these huge boulders here, plus the other boulders coming out here, but then there's this fine sand tan color here that complements those, and then with the wispy clouds and the bright blue sky played against that, that just really blend very, very well.
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, when I'm standing here looking at this, and I'm sure you all too, when you see it, you can just feel like you're standing right there. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what's happening over in the phone bank.
I'm over here in the phone bank with Kurt Fishback's Fort Bragg Cypress #1. It's item number 12F. It is $1,000 value. I am looking for a $250 bid. Kurt Fishback was one of our jurors. He is one of our California masters. He is up there with Weston and Ansel Adams and all of those guys. If you collect photography, this is a piece that you definitely need in your collection. If you want to start photography, starting off with a big name is the way to go. Again, that's piece number 12F. So let's go back out and see more about Lodi.
Well, let's do this. Let's get those phones ringing with a starting bid of $90. We know you can do it. Boy, I tell you, Doug, like I was saying, when I'm standing here, oh man, I feel like I'm right there on the beach.
Daryl has got the unique ability not just to catch the color, but her composition is flawless. If you look at this photograph, this rock is leading you right that way, the eyes, with these clouds leading you right that way.
Gorgeous.
This large boulder is leading the eye this way, along with this bank of clouds here, and it's taking you right to that surf right there. That's exactly what the photographer wanted you to do, because who hasn't been standing at that place on a surf at one point in their life? This is the type of photograph that brings back memories.
Right, it
really
does.
Memories.
And it makes you just feel so at peace, and the framing is just absolutely gorgeous. As you see it, as you're seeing it there, we're seeing it here, and it's just absolutely beautiful. So let's make those phones ring. I tell you, KVIE has brought wonderful pieces of art. Folks have donated their pieces just out of the generosity of their heart. We've got a starting bid of $90. Let's see what you all can do, because truly KVIE, like bringing wonderful programming into your life, now can bring wonderful, wonderful art into your life as well. So we're going to keep it going with the next piece. And this one, boy, what can we say? This is created by our very own art expert here standing with us, Doug. Doug, we could stand and talk about this, right? The whole time. Thank you, first of all. What an honor to be able to just stand here and talk about your piece. Give the viewer, if you will, what was your passion behind creating this?
Actually, this was taken up in Calaveras big trees after, obviously, the first snow. And everybody is seen in a meadow or just before a meadow. There'll just be this little clump of trees that are there with the last few leaves of fall on them. You know they're not going to be there that much longer. And that's exactly what I was trying to capture, the end of fall with the first snow. And bringing in the grays and the browns and actually working some blue in here was to bring out those trees that are starting to go a little bit dormant. But if you go across the field here, the snowpack, you'll see the other forests, the trees in through here, and the undergrowth. But what happens with this hill, this mountain, it goes almost straight up, and it brings a myriad of different colored greens along with it. It just really tricks the eye, and it just keeps going sunlight is here, dark colors here, et cetera, with the cold blue sky that bounces out the trees, and that was the whole idea. You get that cool feeling of...
You do.
The end of fall.
You do. And I tell you, as you all are looking at this with us, this is outstanding. And how many times do you get a chance to actually talk to the artist that made it? What a joy. So when you took this, was this just captured in your mind's eye? Did you have to take, you know, a photo of this first and then go and try to duplicate it?
Actually, a little of both.
Okay.
There were photographs involved, but then the mind comes into play too. I don't like that tree there. I'm going to move this one over here, et cetera, but to capture the basic idea, and it all works pretty much together.
Wow, this is fantastic. And talk a little bit about oil on canvas. For those of us that are new to art, is that difficult to do?
Yeah, it can be. It depends on what your subject matter is and what your technique and what you're trying to get across. It depends on the artist. For me, I'm not one that just walks through a painting very quickly. Not that there's anything wrong with doing that, but that's not my style necessarily. I put a lot of play into the painting.
The painting itself.
Yeah.
Well, we have got a high bid of $120. So folks, thank you so much for bidding. And one of the things you've probably picked up if you've been with us for a while is the bidding goes very quickly. So if you see something that grabs your attention, call and we've got folks that will help you. So let's talk a little bit about what is going on over in the phone bank. Dee, talk to us a little bit more.
I wanted to say something about Lodi and the Art Center. I was a juror for a competition they had last year, and me and Eric Dolan drove down there, and I was like, oh, we're going to Lodi, and I haven't been there in a long time. And they have beautiful wineries and great little shops. Eric and I spent the whole day looking at art in Lodi. But I want to talk about this piece right here. This is Daryl Sullivan's piece. This is a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful photograph. I wanted to point out that it's got a really nice distressed wood frame and an 8-ply mat on it. It's ready to go home. It's ready to hang. This would look amazing in your beach house. But you can only put it in your beach house if you call 1-844-584-3278. Let's go see some more Lodi arts.
Well, we've got another wonderful piece here. This is entitled Purple Pansies. It's item number 13C. It was created by Patty Wallace. Yeah, let's talk a little bit about Patty, her background. I'm so excited about this piece also.
This is a beautiful piece too, and this is typical Patty Wallace actually. Patty is a very well-known artist. Actually, all the artists we're talking about from Lodi are pretty well-known in Central and Northern California and show in different galleries, et cetera, et cetera. But Patty has gotten involved with all sorts of different mediums. She doesn't limit herself just to watercolor and large watercolors, but all sorts of different mediums, which is one of her things. Patty is the type of person that throws herself into her art. If you knew Patty, you'd say, yeah, this looks like something Patty did, and that's a compliment, it really is, because she's a neat person to be around. She says that there is nothing better than the challenge of taking a full piece of watercolor paper and conquering it. And that's what she's done here. She's put the pansies in, and actually how she's achieved these dark colors and watercolor on watercolor paper, which can be somewhat difficult to do. She's used violets and purples and blues over and over and over again. So she'll put a layer on, let it dry, come back with another wash or a layer, and keep doing that until she gets these really beautiful bright colors that she has been trying to achieve. She also gets involved with all sorts of other things. Just because she's using watercolor paint doesn't mean that's all she's using. These browns up here were actually created with brown RIT dye crystals. And if you look closely, this is a gold spray paint that she's put in through here to help bring out the colors.
Gorgeous.
And she has just done a masterful job of framing too.
Wow, well, we are looking for $130 to get the bidding started. This is a one-of-a-kind from Patty, and I tell you, the colors, as you can see, as Doug and I can see, just jump out at you. The size of this is absolutely beautiful, perfect.
It is.
You could put it almost anywhere.
Anywhere.
And I just love that. And the gold, as you all see there, the gold just pops right out. And so we do have a starting bid of $130. Let's make the phones ring because, again, you're going to get a valuable piece. Again, it values at $475. Doug, that is tremendous value.
$475 actually is a pretty good deal.
Yes.
For a Wallace piece.
For a Wallace piece, folks, you can get it right here on KVIE. The number's right there on your screen, 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's check in with the phone bank now.
Here I am in the KVIE phone bank. These are all volunteers. They're here until late in the evening to take your phone calls so you can bid on artwork. And the way to bid on artwork is to call 1-844-KVIE Art. We'd also like to thank all the frame shops that donated some of the beautiful framing that you're seeing here today. Everything is framed and ready to hang when you take it home. So call now, bid on it, and you can come pick it up and hang it in the living room tonight. So let's go back out and look at those big, beautiful pansies.
I love pansies. Matter of fact, I have a girlfriend who just loves pansies. Pansies all the time, everywhere. And Patty, it sounds to me, is just a brilliant type of a person. So it seems like it just jumps out at you. So tell us again, in regards to watercolors, because this is a joy because we have someone who actually is an artist. How difficult is it to work with watercolors when you're doing that layering process?
Actually, the layering process can be difficult because you're trying to achieve a very dark color, and sometimes that can work and sometimes it cannot. Here again, she's used violets and purples, and if I'm not mistaken, I'll bet ultramarine blue went in here too to achieve this, and she's achieved her goal perfectly. Watercolor in itself can be a difficult medium to deal with and explore with, simply because you've got to have a lot of control, and quite often once you put something down, it's there. It's there. You either work around it or start in all over.
Well, again, this is your opportunity to get a wonderful one-of-a-kind piece. Let's take a look at what's happening over in our wonderful phone bank.
And every single one of the pieces here is a one-of-a-kind piece. We are not selling giclées or reproductions. This is a painting. You'll be the only one who owns it. This is item number 13B, First Snow. It's a beautiful piece. I've got a bid right now of $120. It has a retail of $400. Again, it's ready to go home. It celebrates sort of that first snow of the season. It's got beautiful greens in it. I love the contemporary framing, and you can pick it up and take it home today. But you can't do that if you don't call. So let's go back out and see what else is on the floor.
Well, thanks so much, Dee. We are really moving here, and the next piece that we're going to take a look at is just stunning. This is item 13D, and this is entitled The Gathering by Jean Jansen. And again, this is watercolor. Now, it measures 11 by 14, but I can't wait for you folks to hear about the uniqueness of this that Doug is going to tell us about. So tell us a little bit about just the uniqueness of the paper that it's on.
Absolutely. Again, pardon me, a Jansen original, watercolor. She has taken actually a relatively limited palette to achieve these beautiful colors.
Yeah.
But what does make this unique is the paper she's using. With other watercolor, other watercolor paintings, you'll see a regular watercolor paper. This is a paper called Yupo. And Yupo paper is really a challenge to work on because unlike regular watercolor paper, where the color and the water fuses into the paper, this has a very hard, slick surface. So you've really got to know what you're doing to get the desired results, and obviously Jean knows exactly what she's doing. What happens is that color dries on the surface, and you get these big, beautiful, brilliant colors that you set down first, with not having to worry about having to go over and touch anything up or add more color to make it bounce.
Wow.
She usually paints 5 koi fish when she's doing a koi painting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And the movement in this thing is phenomenal. She's done an excellent job.
Awesome, awesome. Well, let's take a look at the movement in the phone bank. What's going on over there?
This is how the auction works. It goes really fast. What you want to do is you want to get on kvie.org/art auction and preview all the pieces that are coming up today and tomorrow. Write down the times they're on because they go fast, fast, fast. So when your piece is going to come up, you got to call the number on the screen and get ready to bid. So let's go back out and see those koi.
Well, these are actually just outstanding. And let's talk a little bit about the framing, because the framing was done by Midtown Framing, and I just love how it just draws your eye, in my opinion, right into the colors.
Absolutely. The matting itself is perfect. It's white, but what the matting or the border, if you will, is designed to do is to lock your eye into this.
Yes.
And that's exactly what it does. Any type of, what am I going to say, really bold type of a frame wouldn't work with this painting. That's why this simple black frame is just spot on for it. It just works perfect because your eye is here, the black complements a lot of the dark colors here, and you're ready to go.
Wow, this is fantastic. Well, we know that you are seeing something that is just one of a kind, unique. This is your time to call. Don't wait, because I tell you, if you wait, it's going to be gone. If you've got an interest in this, give our phone bank a call. It's 1-844-KVIE Arts. The number's right there on your screen. Ask some questions, but bid now, because once it's gone, it's gone. It's one of a kind. And, you know, I tell you, Doug, these artists have really given the best of the best. I mean, it just blows me away because it's valued here at $300.
Right.
I mean, and the way you were explaining how the watercolors are done on this Yopo paper,
right.
It seems to me like the paint would just slide right off, but you've got to have that technique.
Absolutely.
Wow.
And like I said, Jean has it. She's with the koi here. You can see the movement in the picture. Anybody that's looked into a koi pond or a pool, they've seen this picture. It's that great. It's that great.
That is awesome. This is really worth the buying. So we are going to really keep pushing along here to our next item. And as you can see there, this is just an outstanding piece. This is item 13E. It's entitled Persimmons and Pears by Gladys O'Keeffe. And I'm really excited that we get a chance to have a piece of Gladys's work here, because she indeed is a legacy artist.
That's right.
So just for you all to know, this is valued at $250. It's pastels. It's measuring 24 by 30. Take a listen to what Doug has to say about this, because this is really outstanding.
This is an outstanding pastel by Gladys, obviously, again, an O'Keeffe original. Gladys was a very prolific artist, and she experimented with all sorts of different mediums. Her favorite was oil and pastel, like we see here, but she also did photography, and she did that very well too. She was a very energetic person, and she was always learning, always taking a class, always asking people, et cetera, how to do things better. One thing I do need to interject in here, though, is if you are not able to get this piece here today as the ability to walk out of here with this piece, which is a great thing, the O'Keeffe family has donated her collection to the Lodi Community Arts Center, and with the idea that we can sell those paintings and all of the proceeds go directly to the Arts Center itself. Thank you, O'Keeffe family, for doing that. Very much appreciated. So you can come by the Lodi Community Arts Center, give us a call, or come by and look at the other pieces if you're not able or lucky enough to get this one, because this is a beauty, and I would love to have this myself. But we will have others available for you as well. Now to the actual piece.
Yes.
The persimmons and the pears, they're very subtle. They're very softly done. Yes, the colors are just great, and she's done something a lot of artists don't do. The shadowing is just very, very subtle, that goes right along with the pears and the persimmons. She's taken the background and almost totally done something different with that, and the colors, although they do work themselves through here, but with these colors coming down into the foreground as well, which pulls it all together. The one thing that is really, really fantastic about this painting too, that really pulls it all together, is the way she's framed it. She has taken a simple gold mat or border here to arrest the eye and bring it right here, because this is your focal point right here. But then she's taken this great color that complements all these colors in here and in through there, and brings it all together and makes it just look like one. And on top of that, she's not done. She takes a simple gold, classic looking frame and puts that around it, making the whole thing work. So you're looking at this, the peripheral vision is going to be this and this. It doesn't get any better than this. This thing sings, it dances, it does it all.
Yeah.
It just couldn't be any better.
It is clearly a statement. Let's go to the phone bank and see what we've got going on there.
We've got a bell ringer here. The Gathering 13D is at $375. We haven't closed out yet. And there's my little friend Cowbell Kenny and my friend Megan. We are working hard here at the auction, so give us a call. We've got some great pieces coming up, but if you don't call, you can't win. So let's go back out and see those persimmons again.
Well, I tell you, this is just stunning work, and I believe when you and I talked about this before, correct me if I'm wrong, but Gladys lived up until the age of 92 years old?
She was 92. She passed this last February.
Oh,
and like
wow.
I said, she was always learning. She was always involved in a class. She is an ex-president of Lodi Community Arts Center, as a matter of fact. And she was involved in all sorts of artistic organizations and groups. She was just one of these energetic people that just kept going, and everybody loved her. She had a great personality, great sense of humor. Just, I don't know.
Oh, fantastic. Well, I tell you what, you've got to jump on the phone now. Our talent bank is waiting for your call. You can get this again. It's valued at $250, and the bids are open, so we want you to call. And remember, when you're making that call, you are not only getting a wonderful piece of one-of-a-kind art, but you're also supporting KVIE, and we just want to thank you for that, because what you're doing is stating the fact that what we do here at KVIE is important to you, but we love the fact that we can bring to you wonderful one-of-a-kind art where artists are just giving of themselves. So what a joy that is. Now, the last item that we've got is item 13F. This is entitled Upcycle. What a beauty. And this is by J.C. Strout, and I can't wait for you to talk about this, Doug. This is a sculpture measuring 12 by 12. It's valued, folks, at $350. And I'm telling you, pick up the phone now, even before Doug starts talking, because you're going to want to be in this cycle with people bidding on this. So let's talk. Let's get right into this piece here.
This is a beautiful piece.
It is.
JC works almost solely in glass. And to make sure that we're politically correct, she uses a lot of recycled glass. As a matter of fact, mainly recycled glass, so that works out well too. What she does in this particular situation is she has fused the glass onto a piece of recycled glass, and she uses alcohol-based dyes to fuse in, and this is how she creates all these colors in through here. She's also taken and put gold leaf all the way around this and this center here, which kind of locks your eye in too, but it works very well with everything she's trying to do. The thing about using recycled glass, it can really be an issue for people that are just doing something and not, really experienced with it.
Yeah.
It is very difficult, or it can be very difficult, for the scheduling of the piece in the kiln, which is the time it's going to be in the kiln, because recycled glass, and actually any glass, but especially recycled glass, can blow up. And if it does,
like blow up,
blow up, and that means you start in all over
Oh
again.
my.
So, but she obviously knows what she's doing very well. The colors in this thing are spectacular.
They are.
This would be fantastic in front of a window or with a light maybe behind it. And the stand she's created with this is excellent. It works with the piece fantastically. The wrought iron, she made this by herself, by the way.
Really?
The wrought iron picks up some of the darker colors you see through the glass, and just doesn't work any better than this.
Wow. And now we've got a high bid of $75, folks. Let's see if we can get that up to $150. I know that you would love to have this in your home or in your office or buying it for a gift. Really, it's stunning. Do you see that? Look at how it just glistens. And what you're seeing and how you're seeing it is exactly how we're seeing it. And it's just phenomenal. So let's go ahead and get those phones ringing, because we have got a wonderful, one-of-a-kind piece here. Let's go to the phone bank and see what's going on over there. Hey, guys.
Listen to these phones ringing. That's why when you see a piece and you want it, you need to call in like a minute or two before it comes up, so you can make sure that you have an operator to take your bid. And we're taking bids at 1-844-KVIE Art. Get online, find your favorite pieces, and get on the phone, or you're just not going to get them. Let's look at J.C. Strudd's glass piece one more time. I love her stuff.
Well, you know, if we can, I know you can, Doug, let's talk just a little bit about J.C. because she is indeed with Lodi, and
JC is the president of Lodi Community Arts Center. I'm the vice president. We both sit on the board there, so we know each other pretty well.
Great.
This, to me, and I've said this to her, looks like a jewel.
It does.
It looks like it should be in a jewelry box
Yeah.
someplace, but this thing is just a jewel, and if you could see light coming in behind it, it would really be great. Actually, JC has been a long-time contributor to KVIE, and she also shows at many galleries. One of those is our Arkaville gallery, and I believe that's up in Roseville, but that's a very well-known gallery, and she's been there for a long time too. Most of all the artists we've been talking about are exhibiting in other galleries, in other shows, et cetera, et cetera. So
that's excellent. Excellent. Well, I'm so glad you're here with us, and we're also glad that you're here with us. Please stay tuned because there is so much more art coming up in the next half hour. This is the KVIE Art Auction. So glad you're with us. We'll be right back. See you in a few minutes.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for photography coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Paul Kitagaki Jr., this category features a selection of photographs, limited editions, and etchings.
Well, hello again. I'm Amy Henry, and we're back for another half hour of auction excitement featuring photography, prints, and limited editions. This is so exciting. I'm so glad you guys are here with us. Let's go over some of the art that's going to be during this next break. Boy, hold on to your seats because here we go. All right, item 14A is Tool Blue by Camille DeGannon. This is photography measuring 24 by 32, and it's got a retail value of $350. The next item is 14B, is entitled Placer County Courthouse by Dennis Latona. This is photography measuring 16 by 20, and it's artist framed, and its retail value is $350. Next, item 14C is Passing Storm, Mono County, California by Mark Cohen. And this is also photography measuring 16 by 20, artist frame, and the value is $400, and this is a Juror Award. And item 14D is Entangled Thoughts by Gabrielle Mikani. This photography measuring 20 by 30 is valued at $350. Item 14E is entitled Coming Soon by Macaulay Brown. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 36, and the retail value, $400. Now this is also an award, Juror Award Contemporary Classics. And last, number 14F is Dutch Tulip Farm by Anna Barber. This is photography measuring 24 by 34. It's University Art Center, and the retail value is $550. Wow, we've got an exciting break coming up. This is really going to be a lot of fun. During this break, we are so pleased. I'm excited because we get to be joined by Martin Christian and award-winning video
videographer,
and a contributing artist and previous art auction juror. Welcome back, Martin.
Thanks, Amy. Great to be here with you.
Good to be here with you.
Very exciting.
It is exciting. This is going to be great. We're going to jump right into the bidding because I know you guys saw some wonderful pieces and we get to see them with you. So let's start off with the first item, 14A. This is Tulle Blue by Camille DeGannon. This is Mark, it's stunning.
This is what was my wife's favorite piece from the gala, so I have a feeling she's on the phone back there.
Uh-oh, you guys better call in because she's on the phone.
I spoke to Camille at the preview gala, and she lives in Chico, and these are old walnut trees. You can just kind of see from the size of them maybe that their producing days are behind them. And she woke up at 5 o'clock in the morning and she wanted to convey the light that she was experiencing from the Tulle fog in Chico, California. And it's almost kind of a sentimental feeling now because we haven't seen a lot of fog the last few years with the drought. So it was really exciting to see the Tulle fog, and a lot of people were around it. So if you know, agriculture areas and foggy areas are close to your heart, this would be a great choice for you to take home.
It would be. And, you know, right now we've got a high bid of $155. And I tell you, you got to get on the phone right now and start calling because this is going to go like a snap. Again, it values at $350. And, folks, this is a one-of-a-kind. I mean, the colors are just fantastic. They jump right out. And what's stunning to me, you know what I love is the fact that it's wrapped.
It's a canvas print with a gallery wrap. It's a which are black sides. That's my preferred method of canvas printing. And as I like to say about canvas print, you know, it removes the glass, so the viewer, you can almost get a little closer to it. You can kind of feel like there's no barrier in front of it, so you can kind of walk right into the scenery.
Yeah, it does. It kind of reminds me of, you know, Sleepy Hollow in a sense. I mean, it just gives you that. I don't know, you just kind of want to take a deep breath and go, ah. You know, when you see it, it's beautiful.
And you know what's funny, as photographers, we're always adding oranges to get beautiful sunsets and sunrises, so I love the fact that this blue spoke to her. This was something that she saw often in her home in Chico.
Okay.
And she got up that morning to convey that for all of us. She said, I like my photographs to give a feeling of looking at a hidden world we don't normally see.
Oh, wow.
So I think you'd have to live, you know, among these walnut trees to get a scene like this.
Well, let's take a look at what's going on over in the phone bank. Hey guys, what's going on over there?
Martin and I got up really early one morning and drove up to Vina, California and did a story on the sacred stones that are there, these 800-year-old stones, and that's what it looked like when we got there. That fog that you could just see through the trees. It was so beautiful.
Wow.
What does it say to you?
Well, it says serenity to me, and it reminds me of the Sherwood Forest, which is when I grew up, I was next to a forest that was called Sherwood for some reason. But yeah, I'm expecting Robin Hood to come peeking out around the trees.
And we're expecting you to get on those phones and let's get these numbers up. In fact, Tulle Blue is at $200. 13F, by the way, I'll back up. Upcycle is $25 away from a bell ringer.
Oh, wow.
That's good news. Tulle Blue is at $200 and the phones are lighting up. That's fantastic news. 1-844-KVIE Art. Back to you.
Well, you know, at $200, this thing is really going. And let's see if we can get $250. Somebody give us a call, get $250, because really, you're getting just a gem of a piece of art here that really is one of a kind. I love the fact that the blues are so unique and they just come right at you. It draws you in.
Camille mentioned several times that she did not doctor or alter this photograph in Photoshop, that she really wanted the blue colors to come through. So that's a pretty unique choice for landscape photography, you know, to bring out that dominant blue.
And do you know at all, I mean, once you put it on canvas, it doesn't affect.
It's a very durable printing method. Canvas, usually these are cotton material, and it sort of lasts forever. There are some people that believe that the canvas might actually last longer than photographic paper, like a standard print. So it's a great choice. It's a great protective finish on canvas. It's a great choice for people where you want to get a little bit closer to the image because there's no glass in front.
Right, and the lighting is just fantastic on this piece. It's just amazing how she captured the light because it really just gives you that serenity. of peace, and you can just relax when you're there. So if you need a relaxing photo or something that's going to work with you, this is the piece to get. So go ahead and call. We've got that high bid at $200. Let's get it on up to $250. And boy, I tell you, we've just got some wonderful art, and we're going to move on to the next piece of art here. This is item 14B. This is just fantastic. You all see that just as we do. Look at the bright colors there. It's just fantastic. This is entitled Placer County Courthouse by Dennis Latona. Mark, tell us a little bit about this one.
Dennis said in particular that he wanted to photograph this at night to bring out that gold color. So this courthouse was built, I made a note, in 1898. So it's a real popular subject matter for visitors in Auburn. So, if the gold country is something that speaks to you, if you would like to have a memory of Auburn and the gold country, this would be a great choice.
That's right. And the framing, it just really sets it off. It's understated. It's not too much. It really allows the color to just pop.
It's almost like he made a choice with the black frame and the black mat and the white bevel to sort of emphasize the night. He sort of surrounded the image in night. So it's an interesting choice, and I believe it's one that works for this gold courthouse.
Yeah, it really does. This is really worth getting, folks, because I tell you, again, it's one of a kind, and wherever you put it, it seems like it would just be striking when you walk in and you see that photo. Is just absolutely gorgeous. We have a starting bid of $100. Let's give the phone bank a call. They're there to help you out, answer any questions for you, and let's see what's going on over in the phone bank. Hey guys, what's going on over there?
Saying we were surprised there's not any, in fact, there we go, that's how it happens.
Okay.
People start to look and they go, wow, isn't that pretty? And it just got a $100 bid. Now we're looking for $150. You said that's a very familiar area with you.
My parents are up in that area too, and it's iconic. They have pictures of the courthouse everywhere in their house. So I know that it's a subject matter that's very popular with people up there. And you can see for a nighttime photo, it's stunning.
And anybody who goes back and forth to Tahoe on 80 or drives, through Auburn sees that beautiful courthouse.
Yep.
It is a stunner. I want to back up. Upcycle is a bell ringer. Congratulations,
Yay.
13F. Thule Blue is at $225, and the Placer Courthouse now at $100. We're calling for a second bid of $125.
And that's a donor value of $350. So at $150, half of the value. And remember, this is gallery quality art. These photography pieces should be hanging in a gallery. They could be hanging in your home tonight.
Call 1-844-KVIE Art. That's how you get involved. Let's get these phones going, folks. Back over to you.
Well, again, that is the number to call, because like they're saying, this is gallery art, and it can be yours. Just make those phones ring, call, support KVIE, because KVIE over so many years is bringing you programming that supports you, and this is just another way for them to give back to you and you to give back to KVIE. Mark, when they submit their photos to us, they're giving some of the best, and I love the fact that they were able to capture the light, put it on this black matting and the simple framing as we talked about, and it just really captures your eye. I mean, with what you do, is this something that's simple to do?
Oh no, you notice the tree in the foreground, and you have the
Yes.
trees hanging down, so there's a lot of different light intensities going on, and anytime you take a photograph like this at night, it's highly technical. So the photographer likely scouted this location many times, and it's a very challenging photograph. And I see in our notations that the photographer's a big Huell Hauser fan, and so Huell did a show on this courthouse. So I thought, maybe he was inspired by a PBS program to go and shoot the courthouse in Auburn. Who knows?
Wow.
Who knows?
Yeah, right. I know, because sometimes when you look at things, you think, oh, that was probably pretty simple, but with your background, that this is not something that you can just do right away.
I've been photographing our region for 15 years, and I've never taken a photograph of that courthouse, so maybe it's time for me to get out
Change,
there.
right? Well, let's keep the bidding going, because this is what it's all about. Seeing what's available, seeing the fact that we've got wonderful art that you can only get here, one of a kind, and we want to make it happen for you. And you can make that call right now and bid on things that capture your eye, but you got to do it quick because it might be gone. So let's look at the next item, item 14 City, Passing Storm, Mono County, California, by Mark Cohen. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. It again is artist framed, and the retail value on this is $400, and this is a Drawer Award photography. So let's jump into this. It's just stunning.
You know, our producer Heath, who I know can hear me, will probably scold me for saying so. But this is probably my favorite piece, Heath. They're all our favorites, right? My wife and I vacation to the Eastern Sierra, and I love it over there. This is a work of a master, obviously on a tripod, and the way that you get this this sunny tree line is there's a hole in the sky. So the sun is coming through a hole in the sky, and it's illuminating just that one area. So everything lined up perfectly, as they say, but chances are he was probably in that area for a long time.
Wow.
So I like to call these memory pieces for myself. I like to have photographs that remind me of a vacation or a road trip, and I encourage everyone out there to plan their next vacation to the Eastern Sierra. It's my favorite part of the state. So if you've been over there, if you've been to Bodie, if you've gone over to that side to Yosemite, this would be a great memory piece for you to remember driving through 395 and smelling the sagebrush. I love this part of the state. I couldn't wait for this photograph.
Well, again, this is an award-winning piece, and Martin, you know, we can have our favorite pieces, and if this becomes one of yours, or if it's a memory piece, call the number on your screen right now. We've got a high bid of $200. We want to see that go up to $250. Who's that person that will call and say, yeah, I'll put in $250? And again, let me just put a little side note here, and that is that everything that's donated goes directly back to KVIE. The artists have generously given these over to KVIE so that you can have this fantastic art. This is just wonderful. I'm so glad you pointed out the fact that the sun had to come through and just light that up, and it just makes it look stunning.
And makes it stand out. You know, you could go into a computer and try and bring out the light on these trees, but it would never look like that. That has to be done naturally. I would also mention the photographer has double matted this with a brilliant white mat and a simple black frame, and those are excellent choices with such a high quality landscape image like this. You see framing and matting like this very often in you know, expert landscape photography. It's a great choice and would go anywhere in your house, any room. It's a large piece, so it would be definitely a conversation piece.
Right. Well, let's check in with the phone bank and see what's happening over there.
Okay, so we are going to come over here live to the phone bank where there was just a lot of scurry and action going on over here. And I love looking at all the different area codes. There are area codes from all over the place, not just Northern California, but I've seen several from throughout the country, which means people are watching us streaming online at kvie.org/art auction. And can I interrupt you, Jessica?
Sure.
So how's it going?
Good.
Jessica's running the show over here right now. Just give me an update. How are you feeling about things? Are you excited? Are you encouraged? What's up?
Really good. Lots of calls. Like you said, different area codes. We just had someone call from Texas that must be watching us online and wants their piece shipped. So it's great. Really good energy, and the phones are ringing off the hook. So we like that.
What are you hearing from the volunteers?
That people want to bid on multiple pieces. So, and they're looking forward to calling in the next break or breaks coming up this evening. So.
Yeah, it is. It's like people are catching on to seeing what's coming up.
Exactly.
They're already trying to bid on those. They can't do that yet, though, right? It has to be live.
Yep.
Okay, great. Let's go back across the studio. Take it away, guys.
Well, again, this is an award-winning piece, folks, and so we have it right here for you, and it values at $400, and right now we've got it up to a high bid of $200. This is fantastic. We want the phones to ring if this is catching your eye, and I'm sure it is, because the colors, as we mentioned, how they captured the clouds and the lighting. I just don't know how you all do it. It's just fantastic.
There's a lot of skill behind this one. If there was ever a piece in the art auction that needed a bidding war, this is the one. I love this photograph. And also, you can see if the camera is in there on close-ups, you can kind of see the warm light of some barns, some rural buildings. Maybe that's a small farm or something. So, whenever we see barns and farms, it's a very comforting,
It is.
It's just a very comforting, natural scene. So, kudos to the photographer for taking the time and effort to grab this photograph.
Right. And, sometimes they sit there for hours waiting for just the right light.
This is really a moment in time.
Wow, this is fantastic. Well, listen, you've got to make that call. The number's right there on your screen, KVIE Arts, 1-844-KVIE Arts. And so we want you to give us a call so that we can get that piece to you right away. This is one of a kind, and we've got another one of a kind coming up. This is item 14D. This is Gabrielle Emikini, and it's entitled Entangle Thoughts. Wow, this is striking. Folks, do you see that? I mean, literally, I can't stress this enough. What you are seeing is exactly how we're seeing it, and this is, it's just stunning. Tell us more about this, Martin.
Gabby is, she's contributed to the art auction in years past, and she's a well-known fashion photographer in Sacramento. She flies all over the country, a very in-demand photographer, and a great friend. We had shows next to each other once on Second Saturday, and we went out to dinner afterward, had a great time. So she loves photographing fashion photography, women and men in, posed in very classy ways in the Gold Country, and she's very in demand. And she's chosen to print this on canvas, and it has kind of a bronze feel to it, and I'm just really impressed by her work. And honestly, I don't know how she does what she does, because she's just so creative. This is really interesting.
This is really interesting, and I tell you, we have a starting bid of $100. We want to see you pick up the phone and call the number on your screen and get something that's very unique. And honestly, if you have a piece like this in your home, it's going to be a conversation starter and ender. I mean, you're going to be talking about this, and the eyes really do grab you as they do us when we're standing here. I'm sure you can say, look at that. I mean, just stunning.
I follow Gabby, and we admire each other's work, and she does a lot with body paint. She has artists that come in and paint her models, and I'm guessing that's what's going on here. And then she's given it some sort of finish in the printing process. A very creative individual. This is a really neat photograph. It has, kind of a metal or bronze or copperish look to it. And I love the fact that there's no glass. It's on canvas, so you can kind of get right into it. I'm noticing as I move around the photograph, the eyes continue to look at me no matter where I go. So it's probably the kind of thing that'll be in your home or in your office. It'll kind of draw you right in.
Right, and even, you've got the pointer there, so I'm not even going to try. But the nose ring right in the corner there, and how the lips glisten. I mean, she just captured everything. So let's start the bidding at $100. Let's make the phone ring. Pick up the phone, $100. Again, this is retailing for $350, folks, and you can get this unique, one-of-a-kind piece of art for just a fraction.
Gabby is a well-known, accomplished photographer that we actually did a profile on her for KVIE Art Showcase. So we spent several days with her. So she's very in demand, and I follow her travels to Africa, and she went to Antarctica to shoot polar bears, and then she's in New York City doing a fashion shoot. So she's a really energetic, lively, spirited photographer. She's been fun to follow.
Oh, wow. Well, let's go to the phone bank and see what's going on over there. Hey, guys.
What's going on over here is it's a little quiet, and we have a new number this year. It's 1-844-KVIE Art. It's very simple. Walk over to your phone, get the credit card. This is the only time of year that we do this, and you know that. take this opportunity to start your own individual art collection, your gallery in your home, a little wall that you wanted your special work, and all the money goes to KVIE, and you get something this size.
This piece
Look at
is
this.
really close to being a bell ringer, and we wanted to bring it back up to your attention because this is 14C if you're following along online. Passing Storm, this is at $350 right now. We're trying to get $400 for this. This is a stunning photograph. You're a photographer. You were talking about the ray of light.
I was, and any photographer would know this is a completely cloudy day, but at this moment, the ray of light came in this sliver only, alone, and it just happened to light up that beautiful area. So now let's go back to the art.
Well, this is fantastic. We're at item 14E, and this is entitled Coming Soon. And this is by Macaulay Brown. And this is a bell ringer, folks. This is a bell ringer. And if you just joined us, what that means is this is valued at $400, and we have reached $400 already with a high bid, but the bidding doesn't stop. It doesn't stop. So just because we reach $400, call because, okay, Martin is with us. He's going to tell us about this unique piece, and this truly is unique.
Macaulay mentions in his descriptions that he gathers found objects. So in this case, they're found photographs, and he arranges them in a way to have contrasting ideals to elicit a response. So you have, say, a beautiful red barn along with the coming soon suburban photograph. So those two ideals, those two things sort of oppose each other.
Yeah, they do.
Then you have the asphalt down below. As the camera pans down, you can kind of see the street. And then as we widen out, you can see the Golden Hills. So I'll read you what he wrote. He creates a narrative that is derived from a composition of different and familiar fragments, and these opposing fragments create responses. So it's a very creative individual that's going for a very specific statement. So you could say this is a statement piece, and it's also printed on canvas, so you can get right into it.
Wow. Well, what draws me in is the difference. I mean, here you've got a barn, and then you've got this is coming soon. So what does that cause you to think about?
Sure.
And then you've got, this background here, and then the street. So, things to come. And so it's appropriately titled
Sure.
Coming Soon. And it is a Durer Award winner. This is really a unique piece, folks. And it is a bell ringer. That means you could even still get it. We've got a high bid of $400. It retails for $400, but call because this is something that is going to be unique and something you're going to be able to talk about. Whether you put it in your home or office, it really doesn't matter. This is very, very unique. And I like the framing also.
At the preview gala, it had a crowd around it from start to finish, including myself. I stared at this one for a long time, and I love the suburban photograph there. I don't know if anyone remembers the movie Edward Scissorhands, where all the homes were the same color like that. And I like to think that he's brought that memory out in me because that's kind of what he's going for. That movie was also talking about the similarity of our lives, and that's the statement that he's making here. It had a pretty tight group around it at the preview gala. Very, very striking image.
Wow. Well, this is worth bidding for. And again, like Martin said, this is a bidding war. We want to hear those phones ring. And please remember, when you are bidding for a piece, the artists have donated their work, and all of the proceeds are going to support KVIE. KVIE has done such a tremendous job over the years bringing you educational, entertaining, enlightening, inspiring programming, and now we get to bring you art. So let's go to the phone bank and see what's going on over there. Hey guys.
I'm so glad that you're letting us talk about this one again because this is by Gabriella Maccini, and this was a piece that Miranda Johnson Gorman featured on the KVIE Art Showcase, which also went nationwide. This artist is very collectible. Gabrielle is fantastic. She told her story of how she loves to layer and to photograph, and I remember Miranda coming back from that interview and just being so inspired by how this artist was so in tune with her style. And look,
Wow.
and you noticed something as well you wanted to talk about.
Oh yeah, just the detail of the vines coming up are just really.
Entangling in her thoughts?
Yes, well, and we were trying to figure out entangled thoughts. That's exactly what it is. And really, figurative art is so popular. And we only have a $100 bid on this one. I know we can do better than that. Now
We
let's go back
certainly
to
can.
Amy.
Well, I know that we also can, and you all can do better, and we know that you are so supportive of KVIE. Thank you so much for watching. We're near the end of this break, but this is the last item we want to share with you at this moment in time. This is item number 14F. It's entitled Dutch Tulip Farm. First of all, I love tulips. They're my favorite, so I'm just about to pass out over this one. This is by Anna Barber, and it's photography measuring 24 by 34, and it retails at $550. So we've got a starting bid of $165, folks. We want you to make that phone ring. The number's on your screen, KVIE Arts, 1-844-KVIE Arts. Simple number to remember. Martin, let's talk about this. I'm just loving this whole thing, from the frame to the... Tell our viewers how this is put together.
It's very vibrant. Anna calls herself a photo fusion artist. And so when I first saw this one, I thought maybe it was with some sort of fisheye lens or a special lens, but that's actually not the case. She paints electronically using a pad, using printmaking techniques, watercolor techniques, and so it's hand done in Photoshop. So she's created this warping electronically to you know, it's almost like you have a drop of water on your glasses, or it's a fisheye lens or something. And she said that it was done to create a windy day, and boy, she really nailed it. The first time I saw this, I thought, there's a windy day on a tulip farm with a fisheye lens. And so it's a very creative individual who describes herself as a photo fusion artist.
Oh, wow. And she did exactly that. She created this feeling of just the wind going over the tulips, and it's just outstanding, because honestly, I feel like I'm standing in the middle of this tulip farm, and the colors are so vibrant.
You can kind of smell the grass because it's the same height as the photographer. So it kind of puts me right in there with my tripod, you know, trying not to trample too many flowers as you're in there with your photograph. That's a great observation by your part. It's really like we're right there in the middle of those tulips.
Right, and the framing is just gorgeous. Now, we have a starting bid of $165. We would like someone to give us a call with a starting bid of $165. It's so worth it, because when you support KVIE by purchasing art here, it is just fantastic where your dollars go and how we're able to bring you continuing programming that is supportive to our community. So let's go to the phone bank and take a look at what's happening.
Gotta make it quick. Look what we have. We have a bell ringer for coming soon. That's fantastic. Listen, this is our youngest artist in the entire auction. 21 or 22 years old, I believe.
Still in
college. And I love this piece. I didn't get it. First-time contributor, by the way. And we have a lot of first-time callers who've never called and taken part in the auction.
And this is an award-winning photograph, and with great humor. Now let's go back to Amy.
Well, again, here we are in front of Dutch Tulip Farm, and it's just a beautiful piece. The colors are wonderful. We are so thankful that we get a chance to be here and bring this wonderful art to you. Please stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour. Thank you for joining us. Don't move. This is the KVIE art auction. Now take a look at the information of how to pick up your art that you've purchased in the auction. Thanks for joining with us.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. Or if you need your art shipped, be sure to tell our accounting staff when they call to confirm payment on your item. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/artauction. Welcome to the 34th Annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of local and regional visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. 100% of the auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your local PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for Animals in Nature, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction, featuring representations of animals and nature scenes in all mediums.
And we're back with another wonderful, exciting half hour of art, and wait till you see what is in this collection. Hello and welcome to the 2015 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Rob Stewart, and over the next half hour, you'll have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art graciously donated by Northern California artists, with all of the proceeds benefiting the arts and the mission here at your local PBS station, KVIE. This half hour features works representing Yosemite. Check it out. So here's what's up for bid in the next half hour. I'm going to run through them. 15A, it is absolutely beautiful. It's Sunset at Half Dome. These are ones you got to just soak it in, by Michael Johnson. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. Artist framed, retails at $175. Item 15B, you got to see this. Yosemite Valley by Kurt Hossman. This is acrylic on board measuring 24 by 36. It's a big one. Artist framed, retail value is $1,500. By the way, that's a Juror Award. Item 15C is Half Dome from Glacier Ridge by Marlene Betts. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 10 by 30. Retail value $400. Item 15D is Tuolumne Skies by Sandy Fillet. This is photography measuring 20 by 27.5. Archival Framing did this piece. The retail value is $375. Item 15E, look at there, it's Yosemite Falls Moonbow by our friend Nelcha Cross. This is photography measuring 16 by 20. Thank you, Nelcha, for being such a good person on social media for us. Retail value is $300. And item 15F is Merced River Reflection, Yosemite by Judy Yema. This is photography measuring 30 by 20, Midtown framing, retail value $525, and it's a Juror Award for photography. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Jessica Lasky. She is the daughter of well-known painter Jane Goldman and is the writer of a popular art review column for Inside Sacramento Publications. Welcome, Jessica. It's so good to see you.
Thank you very much. I'm glad to be here.
Welcome back to the States, by the way.
Thank you.
After your jaunt overseas.
Yes,
okay,
very exciting.
So we're here to talk about the art.
Yes, we are.
Take it away.
Sure. So this one, I mean, immediately is very, very striking, obviously, with the contrast between the very bright blue. It is Half Dome, in case you've never actually gotten the chance to go to Yosemite. By the way, for this entire section, if you ever get the chance to go and see Yosemite National Park, please do, because it is just stunning. As you can see in this piece, the light that the artist has captured, Michael actually talks about catching the clouds reflecting on Half Dome, which is actually, yes, it's so beautiful. And it's one of the, you actually see that when you go to Yosemite. Obviously, this is a photograph, so he did see this.
And it's so crazy that that is right here in our own area.
Yep.
I actually have a friend that got up this morning, drove all the way down to Yosemite from Sacramento, and is coming back tonight.
Yeah,
I mean,
why not?
This is accessible. And this painting, or this photograph, is accessible in your home as of today.
Very much. And you can look at it every day, because if you don't get the chance to take a jaunt to Yosemite as often as you might like, just being able to wake up and see the natural beauty of this every single day. Especially, I want to point out too, the framing, which is artist framed. So Michael's actually done this himself, but it's very special because I was actually talking to Dee, I got the inside knowledge. The part of the frame that is sort of set inside is actually called a fillet. And it means that it's actually a second frame underneath the glass. It's a very traditional and also very expensive way of framing. And you're getting it all together with this piece, and it sets off the stunning with the very dark trees in the foreground. It's just a beautiful piece.
It's beautiful. Speaking of stunning and beautiful, let's go over to Dee Neath, who's in the phone bank. Looks like she's done a little wardrobe change.
I want to say we've got people here that make us look good, and these are some of the stylists that are here. Rob's wardrobe is by S. Benson and Company in East Sacramento. These are my stylists.
Hi, I'm Jeannie Frygard, owner and stylist at Rain Salon in the historic Rivertown district of Antioch.
And our makeup?
Hi, I'm Tamika Miller, and I am a freelance hairstylist and makeup artist.
These ladies have been here all day making us look good. We have all volunteers here today, and I just want to say thank you to the volunteers that make us look good, and thank you to the volunteers that answer your calls. And let's go back out to Jessica and hear some more about Yosemite.
Yes, and let's get those phones ringing. 1-844-KVIE Art. We are looking for an opening bid on this. $40. That's it.
That's insane. That's insane.
I'm sorry, that is, and it retail values at $175, which I
Right.
still feel like is incredibly reasonable.
Very much, especially considering, again, I will point out the framing. This is something that if you got this piece and then wanted to take it to a frame shop, like Archival Framing, for example, and wanted to get it framed, it would be very costly to be able to do something like this that, again, would set off the composition of the piece so well. The fact that it has the dark fillet, as we've learned is a fun word.
I thought it was called an inlay, but I was wrong. It's a fillet.
I think there's probably an inlay in framing as well. But yeah, the fact that this is actually a second frame that ends up picking up some of the colors from within the piece. So you've got these very dark trees that then lead the way into this beautiful sort of sunscape almost, the way that the sun is clearly breaking through the clouds.
Well, and that's why it's called Sunset at Half Dome.
Yep.
I hear the phones ringing now.
I do
and
too.
it's just like when you go shopping and you're flipping through the racks or something and it takes a while to find something that you like. Once you start to settle in on a piece of art, you better act quickly, because what happens is the auction explodes and then it closes. And it's like 5 minutes and boom, it's gone, and then you regret it because you didn't get it.
Right.
So.
And then you have to think about it, lying in bed at night going, why? Why
That's
didn't I do
right.
that?
All right, let's move over here to this next one. I don't even know what to say. I am rarely speechless, but this thing right here, I wish I could afford it. I want it so badly.
It's
it is
so beautiful.
Pretty. We already have an opening bid of $450.
Smart.
Valued at $1,500. This is an award winner for the Still Life and Landscape by Kurt Hausman. Look at this.
It's just incredible.
Framed by Archival Framing, and the retail is at $1,500. This is one of those pieces that you just stop and stare at.
Yep. When I walked in and first saw it, I went, I have to just take a second and just stare at it. And immediately, the color scheme is stunning, because it is something, obviously, colors that you would find in nature, but seeing them all put together in this way, and especially, I want to point out too, Kurt used a very interesting technique for this painting. So if you get up close, you can actually notice.
Where?
So right around here, you can kind of see a little bit of gold peeking out.
Okay, so you're up at the top.
Up at the top, and then also down at the bottom. You can actually see a very interesting sort of shimmering texture right around here. And it goes all the way across the sky.
Oh, yeah.
And the reason it's shimmering is there's actually gold leaf under there. Yes.
How'd you know that?
Yes, because I have the hookups.
Because you're
I
the
have
art
knowledge.
expert this hour.
Exactly. So because Kurt actually put the gold leaf underneath there and then painted on top of it, you can get just this peak of the shimmer where it actually looks like, if you have seen sunset or vaguely cloudy but still sunny days, especially in Yosemite, and especially now, unfortunately, with fire season upon us, that sort of very subtle orangey quality sort of mixed with the stunning, very bright blue is something that you would actually see. And the fact that he managed to capture this, but also with interesting materials. And it's also, I want to point out, painted not on canvas, which is a very common thing to paint on. It's actually acrylic on birch wood. So it's actually got a flatter surface to paint on, because often wood is almost slipperier to paint on, if that makes sense.
That's interesting.
But the fact that he's ended up layering both the gold leaf, so on the underneath portion, he's layered the gold leaf.
It's there too.
Yep, also in the water,
Okay.
and also in the sky. So he's gotten an amazing texture out of it that again is also picked up by this frame.
We'll come back to this piece in just a second because there's so
Sure.
much to talk about. But first, we're going to check in with Dee over at the phone bank.
Sure.
We have a bell ringer on 15A. It's a 175 value. We are currently at 225. We are still taking bids on that piece. I've got two people on the phone. There's Kenny. This piece that they are looking at right now is stunning. It was an award winner. This is the piece that needs to be the central focus in your beautiful cabin in Tahoe, or maybe my beautiful cabin in Dunsmuir if you'd like to buy me a nice Christmas present. We've only got a bid of $450 on Yosemite Valley, and it's got a $1,500 value. So let's go back and take another look at that luscious landscape.
All right, so look at this. This is very condo-esque, column-esque,
yes,
if you will.
Yes, with the layered colors.
And
very
the
much.
bold, big, beautiful brush-stroked colors in the blues,
Yes.
and the gold inlay as well that you say there.
I love the outline too. He's actually taken a bright blue outline up along the ridge of the mountains, which actually makes it stand out visually quite a bit, because otherwise you would sort of have it fading into the back of the sky, but instead with this bright blue line, which when you look at illustrations a lot of times outlines are in black. But by having the bright blue, it brings out both the color of the sky, the gold leaf underneath, also picks up the greens in some of the foreground, because there's green here in the foreground in the water, in the trees. It's just a beautifully composed piece from somebody who clearly knows color.
Clearly knows color and clearly knows that they want their money to go to help public broadcasting. Call 1-844-KVIE Art, which is the number on the screen right now. Right now, that award-winning piece is at $450, but that's not even a third of the retail value. I'm sure that debate on that one and the auction will continue. This is a lovely piece over here. This is 15C Half Dome from Glacier Ridge. There you see it on your television screen. This is by Marlene Betts. It's acrylic on canvas. It's a nice size. It's 10 by 30. A different size. I could see this maybe in a kitchen or above a door.
Yes, it's actually this size. The fact that it's panoramic, so meaning lengthwise instead of vertical, is a very unusual painting size, but it actually means it's incredibly versatile, because like you were saying, you could picture it in a kitchen. So you could actually place it above a door. I actually have a couple pieces in my own home that's actually above a door, which is an odd space for fitting things,
I
but
love
with something like
stuff
this,
above a door.
it's beautiful because then your eye immediately goes to it. You could also put it below a window because it has that narrow quality, but also what's really neat about this piece, in addition to just being gorgeous and well layered, it's painted all the way around the edge. So that means that you could frame it if that was something you wanted to do, but otherwise the artist is actually, Marlene has painted all the way around every single edge of the canvas and continued the painting so that wherever you put it, if you see it from underneath, if you see it from the side, the painting continues on each edge of the canvas.
I really have to go back to the above the door thing. I've started doing that, and it makes the room so much bigger.
It does.
It also sets a tone when you leave the room.
Yep.
And if you had this like going out of your side door, leaving your house, I mean, what better way to visualize going out into nature than to looking at Yosemite?
Definitely. And it's so peaceful. I mean, with the fog and everything, the artist actually talked about wanting to create a contrast of this stone face, so this very rugged stone face, and then the beautiful fog that's settling in. You can kind of see it along the tree line and then into the clouds. And it's the kind of bird's eye view that as a human, I would love to be able to have.
Well, you know what? At least two other people want to have it too.
Good.
Because we just went from 2 to 225 to 230. We're calling now for 250 on this. We have a live auction. And let's check in with the phone bank, Dee, because it sounds like there's a lot of action moving on this piece. Dee?
Yeah, oh, sorry about that. I'm watching all these guys working so hard in the phone bank to take your phone calls. I want to look again at this beautiful Yosemite Valley piece. This is one of those masterpieces that you hand down to your children. Art is a gift. It's something we enjoy in our generation, and it goes on into the next generation. This is a $1,500 piece. I only have a bid of $450 on it right now. Create your art legacy for your children. Call me up at 1-844-KVIE Art and bring this beautiful piece home tomorrow. Let's go back and see some more Yosemite works.
All right, thank you so much. And we're just talking about earlier, just talking about this beautiful piece here. What else strikes you? I love all of the use of green.
I do too, and green is my favorite color, so I have a bias toward loving this piece. But also, if you look really carefully, all of these little treetops, which are very difficult to do as well as they are here, they require a very fine hand with a paintbrush because it means that you've actually layered colors. Because if you look at trees, you don't necessarily just see a bunch of green. You see tons of different colors. So if you look in here, there are many, many different variations of green. There's a little bit of brown peeking through because of the different trunks. And so it actually looks like you're staring at a real forest, but it also means that Marlene has taken a small enough brush, especially for these wee trees back here in the background.
You have a good eye.
I love when people can paint trees this well.
Yeah,
It gets me excited.
This is like multiple paintings in one.
Yes.
All right, well, we are at, let's see, where are we on this one? We're at, oh good, 2:45, so the auction continues. We're gonna move on to this next beautiful piece by Sandy Fillet. This is Tuolumne Skies, bid at $275 already, which is great.
Yay.
Valued at $375. Archival Framing did this one, and it is a nice size. It's a 20 by 27.5. This is one of those pieces that can go anywhere. Is this a photograph?
It is a photograph.
Okay.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Sure. And actually, this is another one that when I got to sort of take a sneak peek of all the artwork, just stopped me in my tracks.
Why?
It's the colors, first of all. Capturing this kind of coloring on a sunset, let me double check that it's a sunset. Yes, a sunset, is very difficult in photography because your camera is going to want to pick up different things, sometimes things that you don't want it to pick up, especially if the lighting is difficult. So if it's lower lighting, if the sun is going down or coming up, it can be very challenging to capture. But not only has Sandy, who by the way has actually been a very active member of the photography community here in Sacramento for many years. Yeah, and she's donated to the auction for years as well. Wonderful. So we're very glad to have another piece. Yeah. But just the coloration of everything, capturing the pink of the clouds. She also talked about the fact that this was taken before the fire in Yosemite, unfortunately. Yeah. So, but it's a great way to capture the green that was still there,
Look at
the
that.
water that was still there.
Look at the sun. I mean, I
just-
love the color in the clouds.
Yep.
This actually, I've been to Yosemite many times. This one really makes me feel like I'm there.
Yes, standing in the middle of a field, because that's the experience that you have when you go to Yosemite, when you're just standing and awestruck by the beauty around you. This is actually Lembert Dome, the dome that you see, the prominent rock face. But the fact that she's also caught the reflection of the sunset perfectly in the water. So it almost looks like two pictures.
It really does.
Because you get the first part, the top half, and then at the horizon line, you get almost a second photograph. That's
a double whammy there. We need to get the phones ringing on this one as people are studying it and taking in the beauty of it. Call 1-844-KVIE-ART and get involved in the auction, because when you do, 100% of all of the proceeds go toward KVIE, and then you can come right now, and pick up this artwork. And then we'll run in there and say hey to you and how you doing, and we're glad you're part of our family, okay? So get involved, 1-844-KVIE-ART. We're at $275. Are you surprised at the price on this one?
Very much, especially because it's such crisp, amazing quality that you can see. You can see every teeny tiny detail of the grass where the water is rippling. That combined with the color scheme that is just absolutely stunning. It looks like something that is already hanging in a museum.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. It's one of those things that is a showstopper.
Definitely.
Definitely, for sure. And I really, even though you don't see anything iconic Yosemite, it's all iconic Yosemite.
Exactly.
You know where you are when you see it.
And actually Tuolumne Meadows, where Sandy's actually volunteered for many years, which is why I think she spent a lot of time actually in this area as a volunteer for the past 6 years, actually. And spending that much time around it, it's actually a very well-known part of Yosemite for people who love, again, the beautiful contrast where if you stand there just at the right time and you get the sun coming in, peeking in with its pink, and the sort of wide open scape that you get, it just makes me feel like, taking a deep breath.
I know. This
when
is a
stare at it.
relaxing half hour.
Exactly.
But we needed to be an active half hour on the phones. So let's go back over to Dee.
If you love Yosemite, then this is the half hour for you. My family used to spend every Thanksgiving in Yosemite Valley. So what a wonderful way to remember somebody or a time you spent there. Buy them that beautiful piece that celebrates Yosemite and the time that your family spent there. The large Yosemite painting, number 15B, Yosemite Valley, I have a current bid of $550. It has a retail of $1,500. Half Dome from Glacier Ridge, number 15C, is at $300. I need $400 to make that one a bell ringer. Number 15D is at $300. It has a retail of $375, so we're getting close. If you love Yosemite, you better call soon because they're going fast. Let's go back out to Rob.
All right, thanks, Dee. Again, that number 1-844 KVIE Art. And the good news is that last piece we were just talking about has gone up to $300, so we have more people calling in for that.
Good.
This is our Nelcha Cross, who we love. She's very active on social media for us, and she really stomps and pounds the pavement for PBS and for KVIE. She's also a phenomenal photographer. And this is her piece, Yosemite Falls Moonbow. Tell me about this.
Well, first of all, I love the title. The fact that it's called Moonbow instead of Rainbow.
Yep.
Because, so if you notice up here, you have some stars, some starlight. And yet, the piece is very bright, as though it's in daytime. And then you have this beautiful rainbow just crusting over the waterfall, which, again, when you're in Yosemite, that really does happen. It looks like
it does happen. It's crazy,
it's a trick
but
of the
it does
eye.
happen.
Nope, it totally happens. If you're just at that right angle, looking at the water as it's spraying and hitting the rocks. So I just think this piece is really fun. It almost has a whimsical quality, even though it is a photo. So it is photorealism because you can actually see all the very specific little craggy parts of the rock face, the little tiny trees, but it just has a very fun, bright, happy quality. The saturation of this blue too in the night sky with the sort of smattering of stars. It's the kind of blue that you just kind of want to eat. It's just so vibrant. It's just, and it's just one of those, no matter where you put it, because it has so many different colors in it.
Well,
When
that's
you really
fantastic.
look.
It's resonating with people as well because we hear the phones ringing. And we just jumped up to $90 on this. This is a retail value of $300, and Nelcha's pieces, she's always donated it, and they've always been very successful here as well. Call 1-844-KVIE Art to get involved in the auction. And again, I love rainbows. They to me just are such a sign of hope.
Me too. Me
and
too.
I
And
think
they're powerful.
they're powerful. They are powerful, and they came from something powerful. Something had to happen to make it happen.
Yep.
And what you screaming about, Dee? Okay, I thought she was trying to get our
Phone's
attention.
ringing. There's
She's a wild one. So you talking about the rainbow? This really does happen.
It really does. If you're at the right angle, standing, it has to be water spraying. So sometimes actually if you catch your sprinkler just right to give it a little domestic touch when you're in your front yard, though you shouldn't be sprinkling very much right now.
I was going to say that.
But yeah, if you stand just at the right spot, you can actually catch the prism of light that the water is setting off by the way that the sun is coming in.
I love
and it's
this.
actually, it's so beautiful. Because I could picture this in any room of the house, but I could picture it in a kid's room, because if I had grown up getting to open my eyes and look at this every single day,
How blessed would you be for that?
I would be so happy
I
every
hear you.
single day.
All right, let's check back in with Dee, who's causing some ruckus over there.
Larry, and he's going to tell us just how fast this bidding goes.
Gee, I don't have time for all this. The bidding is so fast and so furious over here. We've got bids opening, we got bids closing, we got people calling in on 15C, 15D, 15E. I really don't have time to even do an interview because we got so much work going on back
get back
here.
to work. Look how fast it goes. That means if you want to bid on a piece, you need to call right when it first comes up, because we only hold them open for 4 or 5 minutes sometimes. So call often. We're going to go back out there and we're going to see that beautiful Nelcha Cross piece again.
I think Dee had some espresso.
Ooh, you need it. This is a long day.
Girl. All right, so Nelcha's piece is absolutely beautiful, and look at it. Oh, good. We've got multiple people on the phone for this.
Yes.
We have $100. Now we have $125.
Excellent.
Awesome on this. We're looking for $150 for Nelcha's piece. Value is at $300. And Dee knows Nelcha and has been working with her for a long time, and says that Nelcha always picks out one of her favorite pieces to give to us.
That's neat. You can tell too. I mean, when somebody has taken this much time to take a photo, to make a painting, and it's something that is really something that's close to your heart because you spend so much time.
Well, that's wonderful.
It's important,
that
yeah.
The
that's
auction
something
is
you
taking
love.
off on Neltra Cross's piece. We'll follow up with you on that coming up in a minute, but we want to move on to this last one in this half hour, which is absolutely beautiful. This is Merced River Reflection, Yosemite by Judy Yema. This is photography, measuring in at 30 by 20. Midtown Framing did this piece. Retail value is at $525, and it's a juror award for photography. I have to say something really quickly. You should see what's going on in the studio right now. All the volunteers are rolling out the next half hour, so do not touch that dial. Okay, take it away for this one.
Sure. So this one, as you mentioned, it's a juror's award, and man, you can see why. The amount of stuff going on in this painting, photograph, is absolutely eye-catching.
It's a lot.
You just have to stare at it for a second and go, what am I? Oh my gosh, I'm looking at trees. I'm looking at a reflection. There are leaves in the water down
So
here.
it's trees, reflection, and then more into the foreground.
So it's almost like
It's
three
three.
different sections.
Yeah.
So you can see the huge rock face with the beautiful cloud formations up above it. I can hear the phones ringing. That's good.
And Neltra's back up to 200 right now.
Excellent. And this one actually, Judy, the artist, talked about the fact that she originally took this in color, as you can imagine, because Yosemite is in color, but she decided to print it in black and white because she thought it was more striking. And you can really see the play of the depth in this photo by doing it black and white, because it actually picks up the gradation of color even better than sometimes color does. Because if you look down here in the reflection, you can see the sort of faded whites of the trees being reflected, but
It's
then
like
it
a
goes into
canyon.
grays. It is. It's absolutely beautiful. And then you come up here to the sort of spidery white trees, which are very, very crisp. That's something too that putting it in black and white, that like Judy chose to do, you end up seeing these details so much more clearly. And then you go into this sort of harder rock face, but you can actually see stripes of white running through the rocks. It's really a very clever way to have printed this piece. And she actually got this picture by putting her tripod legs of her camera in the water.
Really?
Yes.
Very cool. I love all, you've done your homework. I love all the
I tried.
information you have on this. We have a bid at $150. The retail value is at $525. The dimensions are spectacular. They're 30 by 20, so it's a nice tall piece.
Yep.
And also, I think that a black and white is a good, I'm wanting to do like an all black and white wall in my house. This would be a good way to start that.
Yes.
You have one?
Yes, because there's something about having black and white photographs all grouped together with this beautiful black frame, very simple, very streamlined. It gives you so much play that you can do, because you can put things in different geometric patterns, if you put things almost like quilting with photographs in a way. But it means that you can put this on a wall and have it be the focal point and put other things around it. It can be a standalone piece that is just, I think even just having it by itself on a single wall, especially if your wall has a little bit of color on it, like maybe a red dining room wall or something like that, and just the stark black and white quality is going to immediately draw your eye.
Yeah,
because
black
it's
and
gonna
white
stand
is
out.
really clean and pretty.
Yep.
I absolutely love
Yep.
it. Okay, call 1-844-KVIE Art. That's a new number this year, and it certainly is working. Stay tuned, because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction. Good job.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Downton Abbey to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for figurative art coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Marcy Freeman, this category features a celebration of the human form and representations of animals.
Yeah, but other places too. All right, and hello again. I'm Rob Stewart, and we are back for another half hour of auction excitement. And now let's take a look at the art that is up for bid in this next half hour, and we want you to see it right now because it is beautiful. 16A, that's the first piece we're standing next to. Wait till you see this in person. It's a showstopper from across the room. It's called Puppeteer by Marbo Bernard. This is pastels measuring at 24 by 40. Retail value is $1,100. Item 16B is How To by Inger Price. This is mixed media measuring at 12.5 by 9 by 3. We'll explain that when we get over there. Retails at $300. Item 16C is After the Wedding by Tamra Spato. Oh, that's cool. I can see that over there. It's mixed media measuring 17 by 8 by 8. And the retail is at $225. Item 16D is Olivia Airborne by Donna Bamford. This is sculpture measuring 30 by 6 by 10. Retail value is $600. And item 16E is Ladies of the Night by Cynthia Bowes. This is clay measuring at 12.5 by 15 by 8. Retail value is $600. This is a juror award for sculpture, by the way. There's some serious activity going on in the studio now, so this is going to be some interactive art, it looks like. And then 16F is Harbin Girl. Check that out, Madonna, by Marjorie Morbitzer. This is a sculpture measuring 16 by 5 by 17 by 10. The retail value is $950. Dee, did you want to come tell us something?
No, I just wanted to walk in the shot activity.
You're a busy girl.
Well, we're putting up some sculpture.
I know, and there's a lot coming up. All right. Well, why don't you just stay with us for this one while we're talking?
This is beautiful.
What strikes you? First year art expert for this one.
The fact that it's made of pastel, and I will tell you from experience, pastel is very difficult to work with. It's basically a very soft paint crayon, if that makes sense.
A paint crayon.
It's very, very difficult to get such fine detail. How Marbo did this, I do not know.
No, once
but
it's
I
on
want to
there,
hang
you
it on
can't
my
take it
wall.
off.
Yes, it's just amazing.
Now, why did you select this piece?
Again, I have a lot of respect for pastel. It's also so delicate. You run your hand over the top of this and it would completely smear.
Yep.
So you have to work on it really delicately. When they framed it, they put this fillet underneath it and raised the glass way up. So the pastel has a little secret little thing you can't even see where it can fall.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so see, it's set way back from the glass. And I just liked it because it had that kind of Renaissance-y feel.
Yes,
Well,
I love his shoes.
The bid of $300 for Puppeteer. Are you leaving? Okay, bye-bye. Value is $1,100. The bid, $300. That's fantastic because that's a good start for this piece.
Very much so.
It's much, to me, what I feel about this piece is it's much bigger and much more of a statement than it really conveys.
Right. Well, if you look at it, we're two pretty tall people,
We
and
are.
us standing next to it.
Oh,
I mean, it's
popcorn back
pretty much taller than we. I mean, obviously it's on an easel, but
Yeah.
but it's a good sized piece. But also the fact that it has such pops of bright color.
I
So
love
you've
the
got this bright
pops of
red,
color.
the bright blue, and the fact that actually the folds of his little
Okay, I'm on
cap,
it right
his
now.
very Renaissance-y cap, are done
Sorry,
in
you can
blue,
talk. I'm getting my battery
which
too.
actually makes it a very interesting contrast to the sort of white,
the lady you were talking to.
linen-y aspect of his hat.
And his beard has
And
some
his
of that
beard
too.
has some
Yeah.
blue in it. I mean, it's really, really well done, especially, again, with pastel. When you're working on such fine
Maybe not that
details, like
one.
the
Oh, you're right.
fibers of someone's beard.
It
that
was
takes
just
a
so dark
very
and heavy,
deft
but I wasn't
hand.
going to say anything
And
about the brand.
probably, as Dee was mentioning, as soon as you touch pastel, it smears. So it never really sets entirely. So I'm assuming that the artist probably had to use some sort of piece of paper or cardboard underneath their hand, so that as you're working, you're not working and then smearing everything as you
Any
go.
questions?
I didn't know that happened.
Oh, you look
Yes.
good.
I didn't know it was
It's
such a
very labor-intensive.
delicate, medium to work with.
It is.
This is Puppeteer. It is retail valued at $1,100. We have a bid for $300. We're asking you to call 1-844-KVIE Art. That's the number. Get involved. Get involved in your local PBS station. All the money goes right back here.
Yep.
You used to work here.
I did.
So you know how well the money gets spent.
Oh, yeah, and especially with all the programming that KVIE offers, there's nothing like it. And I think people know that, where there's nowhere else that you can find such cool educational programs that you've never seen before, really great drama, but the fact that it all comes from selling beautiful pieces like this, and this is something that the artist has given up out of their own collection.
And you said drama, and this piece is very dramatic.
Very.
We haven't focused much on actually what it's called, the puppeteer, but look at the puppet. The puppet is absolutely adorable, and I love what is going on with the puppet. I just think it's so cool.
Yes.
Reminds me of my childhood and seeing puppeteers and things like that.
It has motion to it too, even though obviously it's a still piece, but you can actually picture the strings moving as he's working this sort of marionette contraption, and it's a very fun. It's also got a really neat, almost eerie, beautiful quality to it. It almost glows, which is actually for pieces that are actually from this time period, that were done in this time period, have that quality as well, where it's almost like they're lit with this glow that can't even be explained by the sun. And the artist has captured that on the tops of his shoulders, the backs of his caps, and his shoes. It's very, very well done.
Yeah, and I also want to point out, when Dee goes after somebody for art, she tries to get their best piece.
Yep.
So we're really lucky to have this piece. Again, we have a bid right now for the puppeteer at $300, and we're looking to get that up to $1,100. We're going to take that one offline and move on over here to the next one, which is How To by Inger Price. This is mixed media, measuring at 12.5 by 9 by 3. What do you think?
This one is actually, it has a lot of humor behind it, which, if you can kind of guess what it might be telling you, this piece is actually called How To because it is a sculpture about how to bid at the KVIE art auction.
Get out.
Yes. So if you look at it, you can actually see pieces of the television. So you can see the little bunny ears over here.
Can I?
Yeah.
Keith, can I touch it?
Can we touch it? Can we touch it?
Okay, all right. So keep going, Jessica, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fine. So you've got the coil coming down, like it's connected to a telephone, because you're calling in, aren't you, right now to make a bid, as you should be. But it's just really a neat use of metal. As you mentioned, it's mixed media. So it's got different metals, it's been painted. And it's funky, but that's actually, Inger talks about that they really like to have a sense of humor in the piece. And especially once you find out it's about the KVIE art auction, I just think it's hysterical. The fact that it's kind of a diagram of how you too can be involved in the KVIE art auction.
Yeah, but you got to pick up the phones first, and Dee's in the phone bank, and she's going to talk to more about that. Hey, Dee.
I'd like to do a quick recap. 15E, Nelcha Cross's Yosemite Falls Moonbow was a bell ringer. 16A, the Puppeteer. I only have a bid of $300 on that. It's an $1,100 piece. It is beautiful. We're going to bring it back here to look at it in a minute. This piece that they've got up right now, the little sculpture, that piece was done specifically for the art auction. And it's all about TV, and it's all about PBS. So, bid high, bid often, 1-844-KVIE Art. You call us up, you make the high bid, you can pick that piece up today or tomorrow and bring it home. Buy it as a gift or buy it as something to pass down to your family. So let's take another look at that sweet little sculpture that's all about PBS.
It is a sweet little sculpture, and you just noticed something else.
Yes, a very cool little detail. So the artist has actually told us that the red lips, which you can see, I'm going to use my little pointer, these teeny tiny little red lips, which, here, wait, I'm actually going to, there you can see them. This little red bit right here. It's actually hovering over Sacramento on a partial map of California. So you can actually see the shape in here, I hope you can, of California, the state of California. And if you actually follow the outline, the little red lips are right over where we are standing right now in Sacramento.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah.
I'm a little slow,
It's
but
clever.
I
That's
do
okay.
see.
You can stare at, see, if somebody buys this piece, they can stare at it all day and figure out all the different elements.
They can. I love interactive art, and we want you to interact with us by getting the bidding going and calling 1-844-584-3278, which is KVIE Art. 844-KVIE Art. We're looking for an opening bid of $90, but the value is at $300. anyone who knows someone involved in television or loves electronics, this would be the perfect gift. And holiday season, believe it or not, is almost here.
It's frightening. Also, I mean, the mixed media, the different parts that have been used, the different pieces of metal, the different paint. This is actually very beautiful, vibrant copper paint.
Oh,
that's
it's
been
paint,
applied.
okay.
Yeah, so especially if somebody, yes, loves television, loves KVIE, loves electronics, but also just, it has a very graphic modern art quality that I think is just really neat, especially if you have it either on a pedestal, if you have a pedestal in your home, more power to you, but especially because it could go with any sort of interior, if you have a lot of color in your house, if you have a monochromatic look, because this has elements of black and white, but also the bright red lips, the bright blue on the little mat piece. I think it would go well with pretty much any interior.
It's beautiful,
and
yeah.
it's fun.
I just can't
wanna
believe we
stare
don't
at
have
it.
a bid on it. All right, so we're gonna move on. I also see artist Cindy Wilson is in the house.
Woo, woo.
Look at that. Hey Cindy, we'll see you in a minute, but this first piece over here is called After the Wedding, and it is by Tamara Spado. I'm so sorry, Tamara Spado. And this is mixed media measuring 17 by 8 by 8. The retail value is $225. After the Wedding.
Aptly named, I think, actually. If you take a look at the figures that are in this piece, it is a woman and a man. They are a married couple, and this is just straight from Tamara as she has described it. They're placed in a garden that actually melds both of their bodies, which I think, as a married person, is a lovely metaphor for marriage, the fact that you're both melded together in some sort of garden that nature. And I also want to draw attention to some of, as we kind of scan up the artwork, there are these little hearts.
Yeah, because marriage is work.
Yes, it is. And like
And
a
look,
garden,
look,
you
it
have
says
to keep,
work.
It does. It says work. It says forgive. It says be kind. And these are actually little wooden pieces that the artist has added into the clay structure. And each word that you see on the wooden piece has actually been burned into it with a very delicate process that Tamara has done.
Well, don't get me preaching on this because I'll go on forever, but this is something that really is important in everyday life, not just marriage. Love, work, laugh, forgive, and be kind. And you know what's so interesting? Forgive me for being graphic. You know, it says after the wedding. Well, they're not facing each other.
Nope.
So they're having to do the hard work.
Yep.
And that hard work is the laugh, the forgive,
everyday.
the work,
Yeah.
the love, the be kind, the everyday.
I also like the sort of industrial elements that have been added as well. There are actually screws input and a metal bolt, which I think is really neat because when you think about what it takes to have a relationship with another person and have it last for as long as humanly possible, it requires you to get a little tough sometimes, to use some nails and some screws and some wood. It's a beautiful metaphorical piece, but also just visually stunning. Tamara actually used underglazes. So before she fired the piece, she actually put a glaze on first. And then once she'd done that, she put it in a bisque fire. And then once the glazes were applied, it was fired to 2,163 degrees.
Marriage can get even more intense than that, child. All right, let's go over across to the studio and talk to Dee.
I'm standing in front of two fabulous pieces. The Puppeteer with the retail of $1,100. Right now we have a high bid of $300, so we need to get that up there. Then we also have the little sculpture, How To. What a great little gift. How nice would that look on a man's desk if you know somebody that does technology for a living? This is all about how technology affects our world, and it's kind of a little homage to PBS. That's item number 16B. I only need an opening bid of $90 to open that up. Again, 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's get this auction going for both these great items, and let's go back and look at that nice sculpture.
Yeah, I have to say something really and truly about this piece, and I mean it with all of my heart. Of most of the pieces we've been talking about, I think that this is one of the best conversation pieces that you could have in your home.
Yes, especially depending on how different people see it, depending on what their background is with relationships. And it's actually a wonderful way to sort of get people talking. It's also just, every time you look at it, you spot something new. You spot the sort of flora element because there are actual flowers. There's sort of a grass element, the garden that the artist talked about. But there's also, if you keep spinning, there's actually a staircase on the back of it, right here. There's a staircase that's sort of intertwining them.
And all it takes is $60 to get an opening bid on this.
That is amazing.
Astounds me. I know it's a beautiful day and a lot of people are outside, but you can be watching us online as well at kvie.org/art auction across the country as well. This piece is beautiful. I would also like to remind that we do ship, but we do charge you for the shipping. So please get involved in the art auction, and we're clear to move to the next item. I love that piece.
I do too. I want to stare at it.
I really, really do love it. This is fun and funky. Wow. Check this out.
Look at that.
Olivia Airborne by Donna Bamford. The sculpture is measuring 30 by 6 by 10. Oh, Airborne.
So cool.
Oh, because she's
Like
got
the little propeller, yeah.
Retail value is $600. We're looking for an opening bid of $180. This is a hard category to show you. Because it is one of those categories that is so involved from all angles. So I'll let you
Sure, just the fact that
try to describe it.
This being called Olivia Airborne, as you can probably see, is because she has a little propeller up here on her head. And so then as you just look at the piece, it's another one of those where you just have to stare at it for a while. There are beads.
Oh, it's heavy.
Yeah, it's actually very sturdy, which is nice because with a piece like this, you don't want it to be able to topple. So this really beautiful, antique, sturdy metal stand. It's got these really cool beads. There are actually some little sayings. One says, "It's time to take off." So clearly a flying theme.
And take flight with me.
Yep.
Olivia Airborne.
And this little tiny, there's a little watch that's strapped to her hand, a little tiny clock. And the artist actually said it's because her clock is ticking, which I think is very cute.
Yeah, a good reminder that all of ours are.
Yes, but she's actually wearing a necklace that's really made of pearls, which is why it looks like a pearl necklace, because it really is. Her little curls and her hair are just really beautifully done, and her face is just, I think, adorable.
Yeah, this is as I said, this is a tough category to sell or to show on television because it is so involved with being up close. But these are the conversation pieces.
Yep, definitely.
But the camera, I gotta tell you, the camera shows it beautifully. I mean, these HD cameras that we have really take you right into the beauty of this artwork. As I mentioned, it's very heavy. Let's get the bids going by calling 1-844-KVIE-ART. We're only asking $180 to start the bidding on this piece. I'd like to back up. We got 65 after the wedding. That bidding has started.
Right.
How to has started. So people are calling in as they play catch up. But that scares me also because once that happens and we close it, act now. Don't sit on the fence because once an hour or in fact 10 minutes go by, you kind of lose out on your chance.
Definitely. It's also Donna's first time in the auction.
I love that.
So let's make it a really good one for her.
I love that it's her first time in the auction. Dee, let's go to you in the phone bank.
I love that after the wedding piece. If you know somebody that's getting married, if it's somebody's 50th wedding anniversary, what a beautiful gift. Think about that. You're making a gift to KVIE by buying the piece, and that money goes towards programming. Then you have a beautiful piece of art that you can pass down in your family. And the only way you can do that is to call and to bid. It's 1-844-584-3278. Get online at kvie.org/art auction and preview everything that's coming up today and tomorrow so you don't miss your next heirloom. Let's go back out and see what Rob's doing.
Okay, and here we have this beautiful piece by Cynthia Bowes. This is Ladies of the Night, 16E, and they are in a pen.
They are. They are caged.
They're caged.
They're caged ladies of the night. Two women in a cage.
Okay. And there's somebody on top.
A little cherub.
I
yes.
love, this is such a cool piece.
It's so neat.
Oh, it's heavy too. They're all the sculptures are heavy.
Yeah.
This is a juror award, by the way, which is another fantastic thing to keep pointing out when these pieces are award winners. We have a bid at $180. We're looking for retail of $600. And look at there, Olivia Airborne just jumped up to 200.
All right.
So I know I keep backtracking, but I love to do that. Tell us about this piece.
This piece, so the artist was being a little intentionally provocative, I'll say, because if you take a look at them, they are indeed ladies of the night. They are dressed a bit provocatively. They have this lovely lamp that is inside their cage with them.
Well, she's naked.
A naked lady lamp, in fact.
Well, topless.
There you go. Topless. There you go.
And now everybody's looking.
You can stare at it.
All of a sudden, everybody started walking over here and looking. Okay.
Naked lady. But yeah,
I apologize.
and Cynthia really, she felt like it was an outlandish topic, which is exactly why she wanted to sculpt it, which
Good for
I
her.
think is fantastic. I think it's also really interesting that they are in a cage. I think, again, as you were talking about conversation starters, it's an interesting, not only is it whimsical and fun to look at and beautifully done, it's also, what do your friends think of it when they see it and you show them this caged duo of women clearly, you know, waiting around for perhaps their next customer
Well,
or
there's
just
three
having
of
a
them.
chat.
Aren't there three?
I think the one in the middle is actually the lamp, unless.
Oh, the lamp is the thing that's naked.
But then there is a little cherub on top.
Got it.
Playing his lyre, I think, or his lute.
All right. Well, look, it's good. We have a $180 bid on this beautiful
All
piece.
right.
This is absolutely beautiful by Cynthia Bowes, The Ladies of the Night. Sounds like the Phantom of the Opera for some reason.
The ladies of.
It
Yes.
goes through my head. Backing up to Olivia Airborne, that's up to 220. Ladies of the Night, we have 180 now. That's fantastic,
right.
valued at $600. And look at there, this is really a beautiful piece that I could see on a pedestal or on a coffee table somewhere.
Yeah.
Or on a, if you have a big, pretty kitchen.
Yes.
Maybe on an
That
island
would be fun.
somewhere
It's
like
also the sort of sheen to it. The fact that it's vaguely shiny is actually pretty unusual for being used in clay. And the way Cynthia actually achieved that is she used a glaze in a low fire. So how we mentioned with one of the other pieces, it was fired at above 2,000 degrees.
That was the wedding piece, yeah.
Exactly.
Tamra.
Exactly, which had not quite as shiny an outside, whereas this one has almost a veneer look to it on the outside, which actually makes it again look like you want to touch it, which you probably shouldn't because it's inside a cage. But
Okay, all right. Let's check in with the phone bank for a minute. Dee, it looks like Dee has the piece that we were just talking about, After the Wedding.
Oh.
I'm over here with After the Wedding. We currently have a bid of $115. This is a beautiful piece. What a great centerpiece it would make. You know, somebody that's getting married, it would look good on the bridal table at their wedding. What a thing to remember your wedding for. That's item number 16C. It's currently at $115. Item 16B, the little kind of technical piece. How to is currently at $100, and that's got a $300 value. Number 16D, Olivia's piece is $250 with a $600 value. Ladies of the Night, which is an adorable piece, that's a piece that you need to buy for your best friend. That's 16E. It's only at $180, and that's got a $600 value. I'd really like to see that one go up. The only way it's going to go up is if you call, so please call us now. It's your chance to pick up a really nice piece of art.
That one that Dee is standing next to, it's quite a statement piece. And clearly so is this. This is by Marjorie Morbitzer, and it's called Harbin Girl. It is a sculpture measuring 16.5 by 7 by 10, okay? So we'll spin it in a minute and let you see it. It retails at $950, and she's best known for her bust work. That is a direct quote from the producer. And we're referring to sculpture. Okay? So.
Yes, and this really is an actual bust, so Rob wasn't just being dirty. But you can actually, it's a beautiful, beautiful piece of a woman's form, obviously, but Marjorie actually said she was inspired to do this piece by a woman she saw at the grocery store wearing a sundress.
Well, she went to the grocery with...
I did not go grocery shopping like this, but my goodness. body confidence. It's good. But it's actually a very versatile piece as well. If you notice, there are a lot of different materials being used. It is the coil portion is actually clay, but then there's actually mosaic tile on the front of the bust.
Oh, here, I'll show you. It
Yes.
is at the top, too.
It is.
You know what you could do is you could put a candle in here.
Yes.
And it would glow so beautifully, or you could even rig a light somehow to
Yep.
be in there. There's that tile work you're talking about.
Right here, yes, but I'm going to be all dainty with it. But this tile, so the mosaic is the way that the tile has actually been laid into the backing. So this beautiful mosaic pattern, but the tile is actually handmade by the artist.
This piece, honestly, and I know we said that she's known for her bust work, this piece is stunning.
It is.
I mean, I could see this in the corner of a formal living room on a pedestal.
Also outside. Marjorie
really?
said if you remove the beads, because she has sort of a little beaded waistband, if you actually remove these, this can sit in your garden.
I can't believe she made this. I mean, this is
yeah.
a lot of different mixed mediums.
Definitely. And being able to do that form, I'm assuming she must have used an armature. It doesn't, on my little cheat sheet, it doesn't tell me, but an armature is something that would go underneath a softer medium like clay that you'd actually build on top of to get the shape. Because otherwise it's very hard to get a softer medium like clay to keep its shape until you've actually fired it and made it hard in the oven, in the kiln. So it looks like it must have had some sort of armature underneath.
But look at that
it's
detail work.
Beautiful.
And also, I love it when you can see the thumbprint and the handprint of the artist.
Me too.
And I'm going to spin this around here, and if we can zoom up, or pan up rather, there you see at the top right here, all of the thumbprints as that was pressed in there and made in there. And I just think that is so beautiful to see the handprint of the artist. That, I don't know, for some reason that just gets to me.
Well, especially because when you think about art being handmade, which all of this is that we're looking at, this has that handmade quality. You can literally see where her hands were touching the piece. So it means that it couldn't have been made by anybody else but Marjorie. And I just think that's a really neat thing, especially to look at every single day in your house and remembering that this came out of someone's mind, someone's imagination. They took time and love to create a piece like this.
And we're looking for an opening bid of $175. It is valued at $950.
Yep.
As you soak it in and take in this beautiful piece by Marjorie Morbitzer, it is a gorgeous piece. Harbin Girl, the phone number is 844 KVIE Art. Stay tuned. We're going to keep this one open because we know it's going to go. There's much more art coming up in the next half hour. Are you staying around?
I'll be back in another hour.
We'll see you then. All right, thanks for being here with the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 34th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of local and regional visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/artauction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. 100% of the auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your local PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for a special themed collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Themed galleries allow collectors to purchase art that share a common theme regardless of medium or style.
Oh, there is excitement in the studio, and we are certainly glad you're here. Hello and welcome to the 2015 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Jim Finnerty, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art kindly donated by Northern California artists, with all of the proceeds benefiting the arts mission of your local PBS station, KVIE. Now, this half hour features work in our, and we'll say this with fun, our Farm to Fork category. Let's take a look at the art that's up for bid in this half hour. Well, first of all, we have this very, very colorful piece called Monitored Chili Peppers by Forrest Hayes. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 27 by 18. The retail value is $400. And next we have, and that's 17A, I want to point out to you. Item 17B is Young's Vineyard in the Motherlode by Bonnie Armstrong. This is oil on board, measuring 21.5 by 25.5 inches. Art is framed, and the retail value on that is $400. Item 17C, this is a piece we'll be talking about in just a moment because it's a little bit different than you think what you're seeing. What you're seeing is gorgeous and beautiful, but it's a little bit different than what you might expect in an art piece. This is Valley Overview by Robert Tonjes. This is glass measuring 30 by 42 inches. It's a big piece. And the framing is done by Archival Framing here in Sacramento. The retail value on this is $850. Item 17D, let's move on to that. This is a very interesting piece. This is Beauty and Protein by Paul Baumke. This is mixed media, measuring 20 inches by 10 by 10. The retail value on this is $550. Item 17E is a unique piece as well, and I think we'll have some fun with this one. This is called Not a Nibbler by Carrie Noto. This is a sculpture, and it's a sizable sculpture, 19 inches by 7 by 5. The retail value on this one is $250. And item 17F is Afternoon Tea by Diane Matar. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring, and we'll come up to that in a moment. There you go, beautiful piece, measuring 20 by 24 inches. The retail value is $450. So we have a little bit of Americana in this. We have a little bit of a rich agricultural history, I guess we could say. A little bit of farm to fork, and we'll talk about that in just a little bit. But during this break, we're pleased to be joined by Cindy Wilson, a sculpture artist who shows regularly at Archival Gallery and previous year auction award winner. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
On that, and contributing artist to the KVIE art auction. Welcome, Cindy. Nice to have you here.
Thank you very much.
And it's fun because we've got lots of great things to look at.
We've got some good stuff.
We will start out, but we want to just mention it's all about you picking up the phone, seeing these great pieces of art, saying, hey, I want to make an effort to help the efforts here at KVIE with the art auction to raise money. So please, pick up the phone. You know the number, 844-1-844-584-3278. Don't wait. If you see something, bid, because we don't want it to go away. We want you to have a chance to do that. Let's talk about this one, which is monitored chili peppers. And first and foremost, the colors just jump out at you.
The colors are fabulous on this one. I immediately when I saw this, I was drawn towards it. We grew, for the first time, a lot of chili peppers this year. And when I saw this, it just snapped at me. The gentleman who painted this, he originally did it on paper, and he wasn't happy with that. It was not as warm as he wanted. So he put it on canvas. He added a lot more warm tones. He put this beautiful goldenrod color in the background, and I really think it pops quite a bit.
Well, and what I like also is when you look at each individual pepper, there is something on each individual pepper. We're not just looking at reds and greens and yellows. There is some detail here which you might not expect.
Yeah, each pepper is unique, just like the ones that you grow. You know, it's amazing. Every pepper you pick is different than the other one. This is a fun piece. I think it's wonderful. He also said that it's peppers rolling on a conveyor belt. So it's as if they were just picked. They're now rolling across the conveyor belt. I can see it. I can feel it. It's a good piece.
And this would be a wonderful piece in your home if you have, I'll just want to say, sort of a country kitchen.
Yeah.
This I could see being phenomenal. If you had a restaurant where you were doing something with peppers on a regular basis, I could see this being there. 1-844-KVIE Art, and we want you to phone to the phone bank. Let's check in with them right now.
Here I am with Jill, and we've got Marjorie Morbitzer's beautiful bustier, which will boost your yays. What I love about this piece, and is that it is hollow on the inside, so it does illuminate beautifully. It makes a great centerpiece. It can go outside. It's high fire ceramic. Her work is done all the way around. This is what she's known for. So if you like Marjorie's work, this is a typical piece for her, and it's one of her larger pieces. So call up now. It's item number 16F, and let's go look at some more chili peppers with Cindy.
Amen. Lots going on here. We're looking for an opening bid of $75, so pick up the phone, make your call, supporting public television and getting some great art in the process. 844-1-844-584-3278. And we are looking at monitored chili peppers by Forrest Hayes. And you can see right there the detail as you look. And that goldenrod color that you mentioned earlier, Cindy, is it pops out at you, and it certainly is a great background to the detail that we're seeing on the peppers in front. And I'll say this again, you know, HD television just brings out what you're seeing and what you're going to see at home when you purchase this piece.
Oh, absolutely. I see this in, we've got a lot of homes, people that are putting a lot of energy and art into very modern homes. I see this in a modern home very easily. Like you said, a kitchen, a barbecue area. A lot of people have these gorgeous outdoor barbecue areas, though it would have to be in a covered area, protected from the elements. But I just think it's a fun piece. I think it's a piece that you could put up during the season,
sure,
bring it down, put something else up, a seasonal piece. It's the perfect size. It's not too big, it's not too small. Makes a statement.
And I think what I also, as we were looking at this just a moment ago, it's a surprise piece. If you walked into a room and you saw this and you had a little light on it, you would go, whoa.
Oh, absolutely. I think that even with a nice light, you're going to pick up all these subtle details of, you know, each and every pepper. I think it's a fun piece.
And I think that it can be yours if you give us a call. We're looking for an opening bid. The value on this is $400. 1-844-KVIE Art. Don't wait. Make the bid. Remember, when you bid for the art in the art auction, you're helping public television, and you're making a statement about supporting art in your community at the same time. So make sure that you want to say, hey, I not only want this beautiful piece of art and it works well in my home, but it's an opportunity for you to say, I want to make it work for public television as well. All right. We are going to have some other wonderful pieces to tell you about, so pick up the phones and make that call, 1-844-KVIE Art. And we are going to look for an opening bid on this. Right now, we're looking at another piece we talked about just a moment ago, Young's Vineyard in the Motherlode by Bonnie Armstrong. This is oil on board. It's measuring 21.5 by 25.5 inches, artist framed, and a retail value of $400. We're looking for an opening bid of $75 on this one. And like our last piece, I think what you're seeing here is something that really sort of comes out at you and strikes you, and the detail is incredible. Tell us a little bit about this one, Cindy.
You know, Bonnie is a plein air painter, so she goes out to the site and she's seeing what she's painting, she's smelling what she's painting, she's hearing the sounds. All of that goes into this process. It's not an easy thing to do. A lot of artists, we work inside of our studios, and it's a controlled space. We have the right temperature, the right music. Right. When you're outdoors, everything is different. I think that adds to it, and I think that, you know, we see that. This is oil, correct?
Yes.
The richness of the color is beautiful. You can feel it. All of these beautiful lavenders and reds and burgundies, the pop of orange on those umbrellas, gorgeous.
1-844-KVIE Art. We're looking for an opening bid of $75 on this Young's Vineyard in the Motherlode. There is some incredible texture on this piece as well, which, as you said, sort of draws you into the painting. As we stand next to it, it almost feels as if we're right here in the vineyards.
Yeah, it does.
And then there's that whole border of flowers behind there, and I love those umbrellas that are in the background, which says, I'd like to be here.
Yeah, I would like to be there myself. I think it draws you in. It invites you. And you see these people having a wonderful time sitting under the umbrella. you can almost imagine the afternoon that they enjoyed while they were there. And then, of course, we've got this little nice sport car. Who wouldn't want to go up to Young Vineyard in a convertible sports car?
Oh, amen to that. I'll say that. I mean, here you have this wonderful barn, so you have that sort of farm to fork Americana feeling.
Absolutely.
You're out there with Mother Nature, some folks sitting around here in the detail you can see having a glass of wine,
Yes.
because we are at the vineyard.
Absolutely.
So a glass of wine on a wonderful summer or spring or even fall afternoon, and you could be there. So this would be one of those pieces that you would have in your house and you would almost look at on a regular basis, and it would take down your blood pressure.
Yeah, it would. It's taken down mine just within 30 seconds.
I know, it's a beautiful piece. We have $150 on this, a value of $400. Let's take that up to $200, continue on the bid. As we said before, a lot of these go quite fast, and we don't want you to miss out on that. So 1-844-KVIE-ART, or pick up the phone and call us 584-3278. We want you to have the opportunity to get some wonderful art for your home or for your business or for your office or for your restaurant. This is a great way to do it. Beautiful art pieces that we are going to share with you and make sure that you have an opportunity to bid and help public television. Let's go over to the phone bank again right now, and I think we have a Dee waiting for us over there. Dee?
Okay, we're going to close 16F here really soon. It's called Harbin Girl. It's that large ceramic that we were looking at. I need a starting bid of $175. It has a retail of $950. That is a glorious piece of sculpture. We also have the Monitor chili peppers. I need a bid of $75 for that fun little piece that looked great in anybody's kitchen or a great gift for a chef. Coming up, we've got some really nice pieces out here. Cindy looks like she's having a good time, and I think we're going to go back out there.
We are all having a good time here, and we want you to have a good time as well by bidding on the art that we have for the KVIE art auction. This is a piece which Cindy's going to tell you about. This is kind of a special piece. This is called Valley Overview by Robert Tonches. This is glass, and it's a sizable piece measuring 30 by 42 inches. Archival Framing did this beautiful piece of framing around this wonderful piece. The retail value is $850. We have a bid right now of $255. Let's take that up and raise that bid, and let's get you in on this one. And Cindy, share the story of this one.
This is a technique that I just recently learned of. What Bob does is he draws his idea out on paper. He then takes the piece of paper and he mounts it onto glass. He then goes on the back side of the glass and he paints in acrylic his vision, touching up, changing up, whatnot. He shared with me that this is an ancient Roman technique and it's been around for a very long time. When I first saw it, I knew it was, the color is so vivid because it's painted right on the backside of the glass. And then Archival Gallery, of course, came in and they put another piece of glass on top of it, which is, my understanding, museum quality glass. So this piece here is remarkably done.
Well, as you can see, just by looking at home, these fields are just a bright red color. And then down below you have the detail in the water of going by, buildings, trees, whatever, but everything just pops out at you. It is an incredibly detailed piece, but also the total effect as you stand back on it is almost overwhelming.
Oh, absolutely. I love the movement of this piece too. You see it, you notice it after you think about it for a little bit, but like you just shared, we've got the movement of this water going by. You can feel the coolness of the water because of the color, of course, but then you've got the warmth of the fields, and you've got this movement of the field. And all of us being here in the Central Valley, we've seen the farmers work the fields, and you can see as they're moving this dirt and back and forth. This is a gorgeous piece. And then way in the very, very back, you can see the train coming through. And I don't know about you, but for my home, every home I've lived in, I hear that train, and I love that train.
Beautiful piece. 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's go to the phone bank where we want the phones to ring with your bids on these pieces.
I'm jealous. Okay, oh good. Hi, here I am in the phone bank with all these volunteers that are waiting to hear from you. This is a live auction, which means if you don't call, you can't bid on the piece and you can't take it home. I've been getting little texts from friends of mine that are watching and they're like, oh, I really wanted that piece and I wasn't paying attention. So write down when your piece is on, call us at 1-844-KVIE-ART and get that bid in. We almost had somebody miss a favorite piece here a few minutes ago and thank goodness they got it in. So let's see what's coming up next here at the auction.
And you raised a great point. We don't want you to miss anything, and that's why we want you to call and bid and make sure that you're getting in on the action. This is an $850 piece. We have a bid right now of $255. We can bring that up. Let's bring that up by at least $75 because I'm telling you, if you get this piece for yourself, this is going to be an addition to your home or your business or your office. I could see this in an office as just, if you had any kind of agricultural situation, this would be something which would be a special addition to your home. So this is a piece we want you to get in on. 844-584-3278. Don't wait, bid right now. And we are going to move over to another piece right now because we have something I don't think I've ever seen anything quite like this. Let me tell you a little bit about this, and you'll like the name. It's called Beauty and Protein by Paul Baumke, mixed media, measuring 20 inches high and then 10 by 10 square, a retail value of $550. And we'll tell you about the mixed media because it really is a lot. There's a lot going on here. And Cindy, this piece has a message, but it also has some incredible detail on whatever these are on top.
Yeah, so Paul, his message in this sculpture, a lot of times sculptors will try to send get their idea across, and they're telling a story with their piece. I think that's why sculpture is just so unique and fun. This particular piece, his story that he's telling is how we as people view, use, and abuse environment. And so you need to look closely. And I've been told that I can actually move this a little bit. So if you look right inside of here, we've got this delicate fused glass butterfly, which is absolutely stunning.
And we're looking at the top right now.
Oh,
tell me,
I'm sorry.
tell me, no, it's all right.
Okay.
Tell us, and we'll come down to the butterfly, but tell us a little bit about the top and just, yeah, that's a good place to see everything.
Okay,
there you go.
So at the very top, we've got bugs, and it's fused glass, and if you can look kind of closely, you can see that they all have legs and eyes and antennae, and we've then got this spatula, which is a unique, thing to add to. He did a beautiful job in doing that with the bugs on top of it, and we're frying the bugs. At the bottom, and I don't know if you can see that, but at the very bottom, we've got this beautiful, delicate butterfly. Again, that's fused glass, and he did a gorgeous job on that.
There you go. That's gorgeous. There's a butterfly inside, surrounded by this sort of glass cage.
Yes, surrounded by this very delicate glass cage, which I think really gives the message of the environment is fragile, it's delicate. He has used neon tubing to create this glass cage, which I think is gorgeous.
Well, it's a valuable, as I said this before, this could be a great addition to your home, a unique sculpture, 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's go over to the phone bank because, Dee, we want these phones to ring. We want people to have the opportunity to catch these wonderful pieces of art for themselves.
That's right, Jim. And in order to do that, you have to be registered to bid. And this is Jessica, who knows all about that.
So if you haven't bid yet in this year's auction or in the past, all you're going to do is when you see a piece you want to bid on, pick up the phone, you're going to talk to one of our friendly volunteers. They're going to take your name, your number, some basic information, and you will be all set. So if you see something, don't delay because you do not want to miss out on these pieces.
It's quick. It's easy to become a bidder here. Once you're in the system, boom, all you got to do is call. So let's go back to Jim and see that Paul Baumke piece one more time. I love fused glass.
Well, it's not only that, there's the detail on the woodworking around this entire piece is exquisite. Obviously, he's got some experience working with wood.
He does, actually. He was first a furniture maker. He was also a old boat maker, builder. He had many years in doing that. He was working on one particular project and he wanted to add glass to it. It just needed glass. He started searching out to find the right glass to add to this one piece of furniture. He said the moment he touched the glass, he brought it back to his studio, he never looked back again. And so he's been working with glass sculpture this whole time. Though you can see all of this gorgeous detail, woodworking, he's a talent.
It's called Beauty and Protein, and it's an interesting piece. It's just an exquisite and interesting piece with a message involved about the environment, and the bugs on the top, each and every one, the detail on the bugs on the top is incredible, and you could spend some time just looking one by one at the copper pieces and the ceramic and the glass. It's just incredible. 1-844-584-3278. We want you to make sure that you're bidding on this, because that is an unusual piece. I think that's the best way to put it, an unusual piece. All right, this one, and we told you we had a little farm to fork fun in this thing. So let's talk about this one. But we have a chef here, and this is called Not a Nibbler, item 17E, Not a Nibbler, and it's by Carrie Noto. It's a sculpture measuring 19 inches high by 7 inches by 5. Retail value is $250. We want to start that out with a bid, so get on the phones, make a call right now to look at Not a Nibbler. And we're looking at wood here again.
We're looking at wood, and Carrie uses all recycled wood. Every piece that she does, she takes the chunk of wood, literally, and she starts working it down. This entire piece was made out of one piece, though to get the detail and the form that she wants, she then does the arms separately and she dowels them in place. She'll do the head and neck separately so that she can get, I'm going to put this over here.
Yeah, I can hold that for you, sure.
So that she can get that really adorable little double chin that he's got. She loves working with wood.
And look at the look on his face.
Yeah.
And look at the watermelon. And his hands are holding that. He's got a little apron on, and of course he's got his chef's hat.
You know, this is cute. The hat is adorable. I think Carrie did a fabulous job with the chef's hat. But then underneath the chef's hat is his adorable little bald head, which I think it just adds so much personality and character to this little guy.
He's kind of a whimsical look about him. $250. We have a $75 bid. Let's bring that up by $75 right now and make a bid of bring that up to $150 if you would. This is item 17E, Not a Nibbler. And as we said, all carved out of wood, the arms doweled together, the watermelon, something that he's working on. And of course, as you can see, there's a little staining down the front as he dribbles because he's not a nibbler. He's taking some big bites out of this thing. This is a beautiful piece, and it's a nice sizable piece. It's 19 inches tall.
It's a good piece. Because I am a sculptor, I'm going to show the backside of him. I think that's the beauty of sculpture. You've got the promise of a story in the back end. And here we go. So
in the back and the front. All right, let's check in with the phone bank once more with Dee. Dee, over to you.
I've always been so excited about Paul's work. He is really well known for his skill with fused glass. I've got his piece right here. This is number 17D, Beauty and Protein. Got a current bid of $165. He's got all of his little glass bugs here. If you have one of those chrome, modern, huge kitchens, this needs to be sitting right in the middle of it. With the beautiful glass bugs up here, there's a gorgeous glass butterfly in here. It's a modern, striking sculpture that's going to add to your really, really classic big. People spend a fortune on their kitchens. You need art in your kitchen. So if you need art in your kitchen, it's 17D. I've got $165 on it. Call us now. And speaking of art in your kitchen, let's look at the nifty nibbler one more time.
Oh, yes, indeed. Art in your kitchen. You need art in your kitchen. You need art around your entire home. And that's what we're here for at the KVIE Art Auction, an opportunity for you to help public television and art in the greater Northern California region. We are at 844-KVIE Art. Make those phones ring. And we are looking at Not a Nibbler by Carrie Noto. This is a piece of wood sculpture. And the detail is incredible. it's fun to watch. He's chewing on this watermelon, having a good time.
He really is. And here in California, we don't get to see a lot of folk art. Back in Kentucky, of course, Virginia, Carolinas, we do get to see beautiful folk art. This is a treat to see this. There's not a lot of artists that are doing folk art, and she's done an exquisite job on it.
And you as a sculptor, as you said, what's nice about this is that you're not only looking at one-dimensional or two-dimensional, you can go around to three-dimensional.
Yes, and this piece would look brilliant on a great big kitchen island, so that at every angle, every view, your guests are coming in, you're coming in, and you get to enjoy this every which way.
This is a wonderful piece. 1-844-KVIE Art. Please make those phones ring. Not only to support art in our area, but also supporting public television on KVIE. I'm Jim Finnerty along with Cindy Wilson, and we are looking at a piece right now called Afternoon Tea by Diane Matter. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring 20 by 24 inches with a retail value of $450. And right off the bat, I just want to say, as you can see looking at that picture right now in HD, we talked about being drawn into the outside with the vineyard piece just a moment ago. This just pulls you right in. It's almost as if you could smell these flowers.
I was thinking exactly that same thing when we just walked up to it. These flowers in particular have this gorgeous, lovely, brilliant smell of spring, and this piece reminds me of that. Diane's done a lovely job just with all of the brush strokes, all of this, you know, she's got the warm colors right along with these very cool, lovely colors of the blues and the purple hues. Nicely done.
And I could say, you know, we were talking about how some of these pieces, if you had Dee mentioned just a moment ago, some of these pieces, if you had a modern home, would be great to have in this. I could see this. If you had a home which was a little more stylized, if you had a home that was, let's say, Victorian looking, this would fit right into the period and time.
Absolutely.
And also, it would just set off what might be otherwise dark woodwork, dark furniture, because this just pops out at you.
Yeah, it has a lot of light and bright qualities to it. Another part of this painting that I really like, and I didn't notice right at first, is the very small round vase with the tiny little flowers setting up against this nice big bold vase with the larger flowers. I think that's just nicely balanced, and then of course you've got that very tiny little flower that either didn't need to get into that vase or maybe fell out. I don't know, but I love that small little detail there.
There's something in transition going on here. Something's either coming in or going out of this vase or the other vase. It's a wonderful piece. Not only is it bold in color, but it is delicate in feel on some of the areas that you see in the art that we have here. So let's get the bidding going. This is a $450 value on this. We'd love a bid from you. As we said, this would be wonderful for your home. 1-844-KVIE Art, 1-844-584-3278. Make those phones ring, and we want to make sure that you have an opportunity, because we don't want them to go away. If you see a piece that you like, pick up the phone and make that call, because sometimes they disappear and we don't want them to disappear on there. This piece is just one of the other pieces that we've shown here in what we've been calling the farm to fork section, but this piece in detail, as I said earlier, would be wonderful in sort of a formal setting.
Absolutely. I think it would be very nice in a formal dining room or your formal living room, or sitting next to the telephone there in your office. Why not put a pop of color and something really enjoyable? A lot of times we forget about our offices or our little small workspaces.
Sure.
Put something wonderful, fun, makes you smile.
Indeed.
It's a little bit easier to be in that space.
Indeed so. Afternoon Tea is the name of this piece, and it's item 17F, so make that call. Stay tuned, because there's much more art coming up in the next half hour here at the KVIE Art Auction.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Downton Abbey to Poldark and Bob Ross to art in the 21st century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today. Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Animals in Nature, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction, featuring representations of animals and nature scenes in all mediums.
Oh, yes, indeed. Hello again, I'm Jim Finnerty, and we are back for another half hour of live auction excitement, this time featuring fish and wildlife and some other things that are going to surprise you. If you're just tuning in now for the PBS NewsHour weekend, you'll find it on KVIE KVIE 2. I'm just rolling along here, but that's where you'll find it. Thanks for being with us. We have the art auction here, and we're going to have some wonderful pieces to show and some unusual pieces to share with you in this half hour. Let's take a look at the art that's up for bid in this next half hour. Starting off, we'll talk about 18A, I See a Fish in Your Future, by Marcia Elam. This is ceramic measuring 10 inches by 9 inches by 12 inches. The retail value is $600, and this won a Juror Award in sculpture. So this is a special piece to share with you on this. We'll talk about this in just a moment. Then item 18B is Oh My Tiger by Lynn Rose Light. This is oil on canvas, and this is a sizable piece, 36 by 40 inches. The retail value is $850. Item 18C, take a look at this one, a very delicate and very boldly colored piece, Running from the Dragon by Autumn L. Moon. This is clay measuring 16 inches tall by 9.5 inches wide, 8.5 inches deep. The retail value is $500. Then item 18D is Rockfish by Patty Cisneros. This is ceramic measuring 10.5 by 9 by 9 and a retail value of $480. Item 18E is called Charging Elephant by Joanne Enstrom. This is clay measuring 17 inches around. The retail value here is $450. And item 18F is an interesting piece, and we'll talk about this one when we get over there. Funky Dragon by Margot Kaufman. This is clay measuring 16 inches long, 6 inches by 6 inches. The retail value is $300. And during this break, we are pleased to be joined again by award-winning sculpture artist Cindy Wilson. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We had some great fun in the last half hour, and we have more fun if you join us by joining in on the auction, making the call to 844-KVIE-ART. Bid often, bid high, because we don't want these to get away from you, and we have some things to share from the animal kingdom and otherwise. Some are whimsical,
Yes.
some are fun, some are
Yes.
textured, some are all are colorful.
Yeah.
And let's start out with this one, I See Fish in Your Future by Marcia Elam. Tell us about this one. It just makes you smile.
This is a very easy one for me to share with everyone. This is a good friend of mine. And Marcia, all of her work has fun and whimsy to it. The faces, this particular gal, she's got this fish tail on her head. Marcia works, this particular piece is a high-fired clay. So with working with high-fired clays, you've got this larger range of glazes that you can choose from. So you're taking it up to a very, very high heat, and you get the richness of the glazes. Marcia, she always knocks it out of the park. I love her work.
Well, first of all, you've got a wonderful expression on the woman who's staring at a fish on a bowl that has fish in it or on it. I'm not quite sure which it is.
Exactly.
And then you have each individual fish all around this table. And the detail on the chair.
The detail on the chair
is exquisite.
I'm going to turn this around so that everybody can see this. So we've got these gorgeous little fish. Each one of them is telling a story. Then here's the chair. The back of the chair is as detailed as the front. It's soft. It feels good. Of course, we know it's not soft. It's clay.
You could almost, I think if you felt, you could reach in there and feel the tufting.
Yes, you absolutely could. Marcia works as many hours on her glazing as she does on her sculpting. She does this beautiful, beautiful job. She has a huge library of glazes that she's worked with, and a lot of people come to her and ask her, what glaze should I use? How did you get this effect, this color? She's brilliant.
$600 value. We have a $350 bid right now. 844-584-3278. We have some bidding. We'd like to take that up to $400 and even higher. So make that call right now. Right now, we'll check in while the phones are ringing at the phone bank. And I think we've got, I can't see. Oh, it's Rob Stewart over there. Rob?
Hey, Jim, and hey, Cindy Wilson. Cindy's piece is coming up later tonight, by the way. She's a fantastic sculptor. Okay, so this piece that we're talking about right here is 17F. We wanted to back up a little bit. This is starting, we're looking for a starting bid of $135. The retail is $450, and currently we do not have a bid. This piece is stunning. It's called Afternoon Tea. It would look beautiful anywhere in your home or in your office for that matter. It's by Diane Matter, and it's absolutely beautiful. She has used so much. Do we have a starting bid? We want $135. We want $135 for a starting bid on this. It is painted all the way around so it does not have to be framed. These are those lilies that smell so good, and you can smell them throughout the house, trust me, whenever you have them in your home. So this would be a way to have it in your house all the time without getting the little brown stuff off the stamens or having to smell them if they're too strong for you, right? Okay, we'll send it back across the way.
All right, thank you, Rob. 1-844-KVIE at ART. We have a $350 bid on this $600 item. We want you to bid up higher on that. Let's go to $400 or $450. And Cindy, let's turn this around again so people can see the detail as you talked about on each and every item on this sculpture.
Yeah, Marcia really does. She takes a lot of time and care in putting her pieces together. I actually own one of her very large pieces that she does. It brings a smile to my face every time I see it. It's fun. She's got right down to, look at on the back side, oh, maybe not anymore, but on the back side of this fun piece of this fish tank, she has fish painted, glazed on that, carved into it. She does a wonderful job.
And the colors are so bold. Yeah. The colors are so bold, and then on each individual fish, especially on the spotted fish, you not only have the tail and the fins and the mouth and the eyes. There are spots, individual spots on each and every fish. And then look at the detail on the face of the woman with the fish. That's incredible.
The detail of the teeth.
Yeah.
Myself, I generally work in large sculpture. I think it's easier to work in large sculpture. I think it's a lot more difficult when you work on a small piece. You don't have a lot of room for error, and Marcia can do it every time, and it is brilliant.
This is item 18A. While we move on to the next piece, do not hesitate. Item 18A, I see a fish in your future. We had a $350 bid. Let's take that up to the $450 level and make sure that you are bidding not only to benefit you art-wise, but also to benefit KVIE on our art auction. This is a piece called 18B, Oh My Tiger, Lynn Rose Light, and this is oil on canvas. And I mentioned that this is a large piece. It's 36 by 40. The retail value is $850. Let's start out with a bid of $150 on this one. And take a look at this. We talked about bold pieces earlier. This tiger is coming right off the canvas.
It really is. It really is. She's done a really nice job with her brush strokes. I think it sends the message this tiger is moving, and he is strong. I love the fact that she's got these warm colors, but in those warm colors, she's bringing in a lot of cool colors that you just don't expect it, and you don't notice it right at first until you get right up close and see it. It's a fun piece.
And we need a bid to start on this one. $850 is the value. We need a bid to start right now. Let's start at $200 if we would. 844-584-3278. Now, does she have a tie to animals in the world, which is why she's working in this medium with these subjects?
Yes, she does. The animals are near and dear to her heart. Her family for many years has worked with animals, cared for animals, and good servients to animals. And so this is just a really endearing topic for her.
Okay, a reflection of her interest in her families. And when we talked about, I mean, look at the whiskers on this on this tiger. There is an incredible stare coming out at you. If you stood in front of this picture as we are, it's almost like he's about or she's about to leap.
Yeah.
And this would be a bold picture to have, a piece of artwork to have around your home. And I think it would be a focal piece no matter where you had it.
Absolutely. And of course, because I'm a huge fan of art, I put art everywhere. I see this even in a child's room. I would easily put this in a family room, in the office. Go ahead, put it somewhere that it's not expected, and it even makes a bigger statement.
Well, we have a bid of $180 right now. Let's take that up to $250 on an $850 value. Rob's in the phone bank, and he's going to encourage you to call as well. Rob?
I absolutely love that beautiful painting that you guys are standing next to. And I also love the fact that we have such an action-packed phone bank here tonight. This whole front row, Jessica Brown. Jessica, you brought your whole family in here. And that's the truth, okay? The family that works at KVIE together stays together, right? Pat, come on over and talk to us for a minute. How's it going? So, Pat, get the phones ringing. Tell us something to make people call.
Look at that tiger. Is that loud enough?
You can do better than that.
Oh, look at that tiger. It's just beautiful.
We didn't mean volume, we meant detail, but we'll take it.
No, it's just, the artwork is just stunning. It just leaps right out at you. It's so much more vivid than it is on TV. It's
kind of like
beautiful.
you.
Oh, well, thank you.
All right. Thanks,
so,
Pat.
bid often, bid high, and raise funds for public television. And my sister is here, too.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. All right. 1-844-KVIE Art is the phone number. Let's take it back across the studio.
It's a family affair over there, and they're answering. They're ready to take your call and take your bid, so make those phones ring. We have a $180 bid right now on Oh My Tiger by Lynn Rose Light, all to benefit KVIE and the art auction on a value of $850 on this very bold, very large painting. And that tiger's ready to go and ready to go to your house. So make the call. $180 is the bid right now. Let's take that up to $250 just by calling 1-844-KVIE Art. And as we said, as Rob said, don't wait. Make the call right now. Bid often, bid high, and make sure that it's coming your way. Right now, we are going to go to another piece. This is item 18C. This is called Running from the Dragon by Autumn L. Moon. This is clay, a clay piece, and it's a large piece, 16 by 9.5 by 8.5. The retail value is $500, and this piece has some incredible detail and color to it. Cindy, tell us about this, and we'll show all sides on this one as we talk about it.
Yeah, this is what you would call a slab relief. So the artist has built the vessel, and then after the clay has set up a little bit so that it's stronger, they've gone in and they've tooled this clay. So they've created all of this design and worked it all the way around the piece. As I said earlier, the promise of sculpture, here, this is a perfect example. We've got a story all the way around this piece.
And look at the detail on this side when you get from the dragon's tail to this wonderful tree. And then when we go back to the front of the piece, we have detail at the bottom on the house, on the structure here, and then look at the roof line, and then down below.
Right, you've got all of it, and I was really surprised and happy, a happy surprise when I first saw that. When I first saw this piece, I was viewing it from the opposite side, and then when I saw this side, you can see the light is actually shining through, as if it's the warmth of inside the building is shining out, and I love that. That was a happy surprise for me.
Well, we have a story on each side. We have this wonderful detailed tree. We have this wonderful structure here. We have a dragon on the side, and running from the dragon, which we have in front here, is just an incredible detail on this person on a horse. And of course, the horse is small, the dragon is large. There is a story going on here.
Right, absolutely. I think the artist is trying to pull us in with this story and showing us this gentleman. He has stress in his life. He has something going on. And as you then turn it around, you see exactly what his stress is, the dragon.
Well, it's a large dragon with detailed scales on all sides. We have a bid of $175 on a $500 value. Let's bring that up to $250. Let's check in at the phone bank right now where you can call to make your bid. Rob?
Yes, you can, and you can call right now to bid on Oh My Tiger, and someone else just called in because it jumped up to $265. The retail is $850. As you can see, this piece is tremendous. It roars, it has energy, and I love the amount of paint that Lynn Rose Light used in making this beautiful painting. Looking at it from the side, it's thick. The paint is literally glooped on there, and I absolutely love thick paint. This is a piece for collecting. Let's go back across the studio, but first the number one more time, 844 KVIE Art.
Yes, indeed, Rob. That is a dramatic piece and a wonderful addition to someone's home or business, or as Cindy said, even in your work area. It might be something indeed. All right, this is called Rockfish, item 18D by Patty Cisneros. This is ceramic, measuring 10.5 by 9 by 9. The retail value is $480. We currently have a bid of $140. Let's bring that up to $200 right now and go even higher, 844-584-3278. Tell us a little bit about this, and again, colorful, bold, surprising, whimsical, all of those fit.
Absolutely. Patty, as an artist, she worked in paintings, acrylics, for many years. She then turned to clay, and as some of our other artists that have been shown tonight, she's never turned back. She's never looked back. She stays with clay. She lives in the Placerville area, and she was sharing with me, she's wrapped with nature. It's all around her. So all of her pieces have a little taste of nature. Of course, this one has a lot of taste of nature. She's done a beautiful job with this. It brings you in too. It's very, very.
You're under the sea on this one.
Yeah, you're under the sea on this one.
You're under the sea on this one.
Exactly.
You have starfish.
Yeah.
You have barnacles. You have these rockfish. You have the details on the plants below, and then even as you look inside, there are little details inside when you look below the fish and between the plants. It's one of those things where you're going to discover something.
And if you look closely at each fish, it's almost as if they have a little sense of humor going on. Each fish has a really fun smile, and look about them like they're playing.
Oh, yes, indeed. Let's check in with the phone bank. We have a bid of $140. Let's take that much higher. The phones are ringing right now, and we like it when they ring because we know people are bidding, Rob.
Yeah, they are. They're really picking up, and you never know exactly when someone's saying, you know, I'm over the fence. I'm ready to buy that piece. This piece is beautiful. This is Running from the Dragon. It's by Autumn L. Moon. It can be used for many different things. It is multi-purpose. It is gorgeous. We have a starting bid for $200. It is retailed at $500. Let's get this one up there higher. Jim, back to you.
Okay, well, that's a gorgeous piece. They're Running from the Dragon. It would be a great piece, focal piece for your home. We have a $200 bid on the rockfish right now. We want you to bid higher on that one, 844-584-3278. Great detail on this particular piece. This is fun, and each fish has a different expression. Each fish has detail on each of the fins and the tail and the top, and some of these guys are surprised.
Exactly. They really are. If you look closely at some of the stones too, the glaze that she chose to use on the stones, it has a bit of sparkle to it. She wants to bring you in even to the smallest detail as the stones at the bottom of the sea. I think she's done a really good job with this.
And not only that, let's come around here and you can look at the starfish in there and the stones on there and the plants on there. We have a $300 bid. Let's take that up to $350 right now. 844-584-3278. Don't wait. As we said, we want to make sure that you get an opportunity to get the piece that you like. So don't be waiting. Don't say, I'm going to call later on. Do it right now. Otherwise, that piece may be gone. And remember, as we are here with the KVIE art auction, you're benefiting public broadcasting, so do it right now. 1-844-KVIE-ART, and rockfish could be a great addition to your home, so don't wait. Make that call right now. As Rob told you earlier, some of these pieces go fast once they go, and we want to make sure that you have an opportunity to get something that you like. This is item 18E. This is called Charging Elephant by Joanne Enstrom. This is clay. This is a large piece measuring 17 inches around. There is a retail value of $450. Let's start with a bid of $75 on this one and then go up. And again, we're in ceramics right now, and not whimsical, but certainly striking.
Yeah, it is. This particular piece was done in 2 stages. So at first, the plate was thrown on a wheel. It then has to set up a little bit, and then the artist has come back and used clay to create this relief form. So you're getting 2 for 1, really. I mean, it's a sculpture, and it's also a great, big, beautiful platter. Is it ready to mount? Nope. Though I think you could mount it.
You could easily mount this, and again, it could be a wall piece. It could be one of those things that you have, just as we have here on a stand.
Exactly.
In either an office or a dining area, and we talked about modern kitchens before, where everything is, shall we say, a little sterile sometimes by virtue of the fact that you have large, clean, straight surfaces. This would give you some immediate pop of color and immediate texture.
Yes, it absolutely would. Also, the size is nice. With a piece this big, and it's not heavy. Some of the sculptures, my sculptures, get really heavy. Once you put it in its place, it stays. This piece is nice and light. You can bring it in for a dinner party. You can bring it in during the fall. Then pull it out, put something else in, move it around the house. This is a good size to place anywhere in the house.
Well, we have a value of $450 on this one. We need a bid right now, so let's make a call for 1-844-584-3278. This is called Charging Elephant by Joanne Enstrom, and it is 17 inches round. As Cindy mentioned, it's a large piece and would be a striking piece at your home or office, and especially this might be a nice different texture if you have a very modern home. So let's take a look at that. Make that call right now. Dee's in the phone bank.
Okay, I had myself some dinner. I hope you've had your dinner and you're settled in for the evening, because we have an auction going on tonight. Get online and look at kvie.org/art auction and figure out what you want to bring home tomorrow. And the way you can do that is by calling 1-844-KVIE-ART. We have some stellar work coming up this evening. So right now I've got Running from the Dragon with a retail of $500. That's item number 18C. I've got a high bid of $300. The Charging Elephant, which is a great platter statement piece, looks good on a wall. That's number 18E. It's got a $450 value. I've got a bid of $175. And next, we're going to look at the Funky Dragon. I love this little piece.
All righty, you say Funky Dragon, we say Funky Dragon. This is 18F. It's by Margot Kaufman. We have a bid of $90 on a $300 value right now. Funky Dragon, Margot Kaufman. This is clay measuring 16 by 6 by 6. There's a retail value of $300. We talked about fun pieces earlier. And what strikes me as I look at this piece and as you look at this piece is the scales look like they're each individually placed.
They absolutely are. She takes a lot of care in the detail. It takes time to do this. It's a fun, whimsical piece, without a doubt. She noted that this is a dragon that might need a little training. It's it doesn't go by the rules. It's playful. It's a good piece to sit on top of your counter, on top of your desk, in your family room.
And if you had this, and I just want to say this because this would be a surprise somewhere. If you had this on an entrance to an office,
oh yeah,
you would go, hey, what's going on
Yes.
here? What kind of people do we have here? Let me ask some questions, and it might be fun to ask those questions.
Oh yeah, yeah. This is definitely going to strike up conversation for sure. Margot is a award winner at the Fine Arts Center. She's been working with clay for some time. She enjoys it. She says she doesn't like to follow the rules herself too much when she's working in the clay. She likes to just
hence the funkiness of this dragon.
Yes, exactly. She says she likes to let the clay, the material, talk. And I think she's letting it talk.
Well, this dragon has something to say. A $300 value. We have a $90 bid right now. 844-584-3278. This would be fun addition to your home. Whimsical, we talked about. The funky we talked about, and this guy's just sticking his tongue out.
Yeah,
and
I think that's the funnest part of this.
He's busy making sure you understand that he's got his own opinions about what's going on in the world.
Yeah.
And the detail is amazing. As I mentioned before, as you can see as we spin that around, each and every scale looks like it pops right at you. So let's do that. Hey, while we talk about animals, and we've got dragons, but Dee's going to tell us a little bit more about this elephant. Dee?
I have the charging elephant plate here. It's 18E. It's got a $450 value. I have a current bid of $175. The perfect gift for the Republican in your life. Right here, the charging elephant plate. Just call us up at 1-844-KVIE Art and you can bid on it now. Let's go back out and look at that dragon.
Well, as long as you're talking about the GOP, Dee, can we say he's trumpeting, if we might, on that one? No, sorry about the whole thing. We'll just say we have a $90 bid on this one. It's a $300 value by Margot Kaufman on the Funky Dragon, and this is a wonderful piece. I do want people to see the detail on the scales on this dragon because the light just shimmers on each and every scale that you're seeing. And not only would you be struck by the funkiness of this dragon, but you would go, wow, the reflection of the light on this thing is just amazing.
Yeah, it's a nice piece. And again, it's nice and small, so you can move it around your home. You can place it in a lot of different places. It's very versatile in size.
Well, we have a $90 bid. We have a $300 value. We'd like you to pick up the phone and make that call to support public television and the KVIE Art Auction. That's 1-844-KVIE Art. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour right here on the KVIE Art Auction.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE Art and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Animals in Nature, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction, featuring representations of animals and nature scenes in all mediums.
Well, hello there, and once again, and welcome to the 2015 KVIE Art Auction, a brand new hour. I'm Rob Stewart, and over the next hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art featuring representations of fish, owls, and nature scenes. It's really cool. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts right here on KVIE. And now let's take a look at the art that is up for bid this next half hour. Just check it out. All right, the first one is 19A. This is beautiful. It is rainbow trout. When you see it in person, it is huge. It is by our very own Mary Ellen Lane, longtime volunteer here. She's hiding somewhere right now. She's a mixed media piece measuring at 19 by 43, retails at $600. Item 19B is Ghost Koi by Judith Nicholson. This is photography, measuring 12 by 16. Retail value is $250. The item next is 19C. It's Feeding Frenzy by Mem McKim. This is mixed media, measuring 19 by 26. Retails at $475. Item 19D is Moving Waters by Dawn Star Wood. This is watercolor. It is artist framed. Retails at $500. Item 19E is Koi Commotion, and there you see why. Barbara Kemp, this is watercolor measuring at 34 by 26, and it retails at $900. And 19F, the last one in this half hour, is Aqua Fantasy number 9, Shark Fest by Douglas Gardner. This is pencil, color measuring 16 by 20. Artist framed, retail is at $1,000. During this break, we are pleased once again to be joined by Jessica Lasky. She is the daughter of well-known painter Jane Goldman, who passed away, and is also the daughter of the very popular writer and columnist who is Ed Goldman.
Yes.
And you also are a writer yourself.
Yes, I am. Runs in the blood.
It runs in the family. And being an art expert.
Yes.
So tell us about this.
Well, this, first of all, Mary Ellen is a tireless volunteer. I mean, she's been here for hours and hours, and she refuses to be pulled in front of the camera. So,
right now,
right
she
now,
refuses
yes,
to. Yeah,
exactly. But this piece is just so cool. As you can see, there are lots of different colors in it, but what is especially cool is this is a style that is called picassiette, which I just moved back from France, so I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it literally means it's a style of mosaic, and mosaic is with the different broken pieces, but it's broken pieces of different pottery, plates, etc., and then placing them into the background as you see Mary Ellen has done.
I see.
And so she's used all these different little pieces of plates, found objects, to create the scales of this rainbow trout, which, by the way, is a species that is native to cold water tributaries of the Pacific Ocean in North America.
Well, look at you.
I'm so natural.
You know, I'll tell you, Mary Ellen has shown all over the place. She is well known in Northern California for creating these memorable moments out of tiles like this. I know many pieces that she's done commissioned for people's homes.
Yep.
This one she has given, and this is a larger one, she's given to KVIE to bring in money. This is huge.
Yes.
I can tell it's
can
heavy. And it's at a bid right now of $190, value at $600.
Yes, and it actually has a base of wood. So in terms of, it looks like something that may be able to go outside, but it's actually, because it's got a base of wood, it's better using it indoors. But what that means is that no matter where you put this piece, if you have a blue kitchen, if you have a pink sofa, if you have any color pretty much in your house, this will fit in it.
It will go anywhere.
Yes, it's just perfect. And also because of the size, it's striking. No matter where you put it, we were talking earlier in another break about putting things above doorways.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah, because it's got that narrow panoramic size, which means that if you put it above a doorway, for example, immediately your eye goes toward it and you just have to study it and see all the different pieces. Like, I'm just looking at, I can see little pieces of plate, teacup,
Every
tile.
single one is different.
Yep.
And every single one is placed intentionally.
Yep.
And Mary Ellen is just, she's famous for that. We actually have an auction going now, which is great. We have more than one person on there, so we have two. We're up to 220. We're calling for 250 on this, and let's go over to the phone bank. There's a retail value at $600, folks. Phone bank.
I am so excited about Mary Ellen Lane's rainbow trout. She is a consummate professional. She's an award winner here. She's been helping us as an art expert and an art mover all weekend. Right now I have a bid of $325 on that beautiful rainbow trout, which needs to be in my house in Dunsmuir. Also, we've got fish coming up. So if you have a fisherman in your life, if you know somebody that prizes koi, we have beautiful koi coming up, but you can't win it if you don't get in it. So please give us a call. We're going to go back and look at Mary Ellen's mosaic one more time.
And here's what's going to happen, and I know it's going to happen because I'm watching it. It just went from 220 to 275 to 3 to 350, and it's going to just go right on up. Yep. There it is, 375. We're calling for 400. I love it when we have an actual live auction.
Yes.
That's why we do this. Can we get 400 for this beautiful piece? And I'm sure we will get 600, which is the retail. Yep. What else do you see here? By the way, there's a little eye.
A little eye, yeah. I just love, especially when you can actually get up close to it and you can see, you can kind of imagine where all these little pieces came from.
Yeah.
But something especially with Mary Ellen's work, she generates little to no waste when she makes art, which is really saying something, especially in an era where we're actually much more aware of generating waste and little to no waste. So when you actually see these pieces, she's made a conscious effort to make sure that whatever she's creating, she either uses fully or recycles and uses in a different way, which I think is really a neat way to make art.
Well, I'll tell you, she's one of the most positive and of light people that I know, and that is something energy-wise I would want in my home. Yep. Swimming around for sure. Okay, let's move on to 19B. This is Ghost Koi by Judith Nicholson. This is 2 pieces, as you can see here. It's, excuse me? It's called a diptych. What does that mean?
It means 2 panels.
I love it when I'm between 2 smart people. The producer in my ear who tells me the smart words, and then the smart person right here who defines them.
So you've probably heard of triptych,
Yes.
which is a common.
I
and
did
that's
know
3.
I did know that.
There you go. You just
Right.
haven't heard diptych. It sounds odd. Just means 2. It means 2 panels. And actually, something that's unusual about this, it looks kind of like it's in motion, and there's a bit of a blur, but it's actually on canvas, which is unusual for photography. So it's actually going to be, in a way, much easier to hang because canvas is much lighter, but it's also got a really neat treatment. When you look at it, Judith, actually the artist, uses very little photo manipulation. So in the sort of age of iPhones.
A koi. Oh, it's a ghost koi.
Yes,
Okay.
it's a ghost koi. So it looks kind of ghosty.
Just like the name.
Yes.
Okay.
So because you've got motion here, she actually managed to capture the motion of the fish, but instead of it just looking kind of like you're not entirely sure what it is, you can see the outline of the fish, and he looks like he's in motion under the depth of the water. So I just think it's a really neat effect, because usually with photography you're used to it being incredibly crisp or very impressionistic. And with this, it walks that fine line where it looks like a painting, but it's actually a photo that she's printed onto canvas.
We're looking for a starting bid of $75 on this. I have to update you on Rainbow Trout with Mary Ellen's. It just hit bell ringer status.
Woohoo!
$600, you go, Mary Ellen, and the bidding is still going with that one. Right now, Ghost Koi, we're trying to get a $75 on that one, and $75 is a great start for these 2 pieces. Could you stack them?
You could, but I think what's actually interesting is because it's 2 separate pieces, it allows you the flexibility to put them as far apart as you'd like.
Okay.
Because it means that you can either place it on 2 sides, sometimes of a door. That's a neat thing that I've seen done before. You can also, if you have a space on a wall that's hard to fill, you can actually tweak these, depending on how you hang them, to fill the exact space that you have, because each individual canvas is not particularly large. So depending on how you hang it, you could even hang one lower than the other, which I've seen before, which I think creates a really interesting effect, because the seam here of the piece doesn't perfectly match, which I think is actually really helpful, because it means you don't have to line it up exactly perfectly to make sure that it looks like one piece. the point that Judith is making is that it is indeed two separate pieces of art that go together.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for a fantastic deal. We're looking for a starting bid of $75. The phone number is 1-844-KVIE Art. We hear the phones ringing right now, and I certainly hope that they are calling in for this piece. We're going to turn things over to Dee and see how it's going over there.
Well, that was very exciting, having our first bell ringer of the later evening here. We've got Ghost Koi up. That is a beautiful piece. It was a lot of interest in that piece during the gala that we had at the beginning of the week. That's 19B. We need an opening bid of only $75 on a $250 piece. Again, this is all about fish this half hour. So if you know a fisherman or you love koi, this is the half hour for you. But what you need to do is call. So let's look at another great piece of koi art.
It's pretty.
Is it our turn? Okay, well then there we go. All right, let's talk about this next beautiful picture. It's called Feeding Frenzy, and it's exactly what it looks like.
Yep.
I remember that we went down to the Japanese tea garden in San Francisco, Martin Christian and I did, and we threw food into the koi pond.
Ooh,
and
cool.
sure enough, it created a feeding frenzy that looked just like this.
Yeah.
This is Feeding Frenzy by Mem McKim, and it's mixed medium, which you really can see when you look up close to it.
Yep.
It's 19 by 26, and it's a stunner. Artist framed as well.
Yeah.
They did a good job framing this.
Beautifully, especially because it looks like the artist actually managed to paint onto the frame
Yeah,
so
it
that
does.
it perfectly matches the colors that are in the painting, which is actually very useful because it means you don't have to worry about framing it, but also it means that all the colors that get picked up, because it's mixed media, so you can actually see texture in the fish, behind the fish, in the water, which I think really helps to create the feeling, like you were talking about, of the feeding frenzy, where there's just water splashing everywhere and fish flying. And I think because of the texture of the mixed media, it actually manages to create that sort of swirling, bubbling effect that you would see if this happened.
She's also a teacher. She's been painting since she was 11, lives in Grass Valley, but she's shown all across the country. And you can see why she is collected, because this is another one of those pieces. This studio's huge.
Yeah.
And we
But
can
your
see
eye
this
just-
from across the studio. It's just, you see
Yep.
right to it.
It's especially interesting because Mim usually paints very realistic watercolor. So this was an interesting combination because I think you can immediately tell this is koi, so it is realistic in that way. But she actually talked about the mixed media allowing her to get a little looser with her style, which I think you can really see because you can see the very intense watercolor training that she obviously has, especially since painting since she was 11. But also the fact that you have the sort of looser quality of, I almost want to say that it's paper behind it. It just says mixed media, so I hope it's some kind of paper.
I was getting ready to ask you, what is the mixed media?
It looks
like paper.
Because generally when you do watercolor, you have a very specific kind of paper that you do it on, and it's called watercolor paper. It's aptly named, which means it's a little bit more porous because watercolor is water-based, and so you want something that will actually absorb the color instead of just sitting on top. So this looks like it is both absorbed into the paper, but also the fact that there are some layers that almost look bunched.
That. Yeah.
Yeah, it's very tactile looking, but there's glass on it, so don't worry about, actually rubbing up against it.
Okay, let's turn things over to the phone bank and check in with Dee.
Here we are with Megan, who's holding Ghost Koi. This is a diptych, a two-piece set. It's number 19B. I have a current bid of $100. We're looking for $250. It's a gorgeous piece. I love the whole bright white flower and just the ghost koi. If you know somebody that raises koi or somebody with a big, beautiful koi pond, or if you live on the second floor and you can't have a koi pond, you can have your own right here. But you got to call us. You got to call. You got to call to get in. It's 1-844-KVIE Art. So we're going to take a look at some more koi coming up here. If you're not registered, just call the number. The registration takes 2 seconds. It's quick, it's easy, and you can pick up your work tomorrow. We've got lots of fun stuff coming up tonight, so get online at kvie.org/art auction and preview for today and tomorrow. Meanwhile, let's look at some more fish with Rob and Jessica.
Okay, this is really interesting,
cool.
especially the frame. And when you walk up to it, we both looked at each other and went, wow. This is Moving Waters by Dawn Star Wood. It's a watercolor measuring at 22 by 18, framed by the artist, retail value at $500. And look at the beauty of this,
So
especially when we
beautiful.
zoom in.
Yes, and you just want to stare at it. I mean, it's incredibly detailed, which is very hard with watercolor because it is a very liquidy medium. To be this specific
Look at
with
that.
it, I mean, it's just, you can see every individual scale, every little eyeball, it's just every fin. It's just beautifully done. You can almost see too, often with watercolor, what you do first is you put down a pencil drawing to tell you where you're going to be putting the paint because, again, watercolor is very tricky to work with. And what I love is that you can actually still see some of the pencil
Yeah,
sketching.
I like that too.
Because then you know what the artist was doing as she was working on it. And it actually adds a layer of sharpness, of crispness to it when you're looking at it, because the fish are very subtly outlined in pencil and then have this beautiful, vibrant orange and some very beautiful slate blues. I just think it's very peaceful.
I think it's exquisite. And like I said, our reaction when we walked up to it says it all. We just went, whoa. Also, I just want to thank Dawn. She's been so active on social media, promoting the auction, and she's just been fantastic. So thank you, Dawn, for that. We're looking at an opening bid of $150 for this beautiful piece. It would have retailed for $500. She gave that to KVIE so that all of that money could go to providing programming that only you can get through KVIE Public Television.
Yep.
What else does this say to you?
Well, you pointed out the frame when we first walked up to it as well. It's artist framed, so Dawn actually chose this herself. It's got a bamboo pattern to it that I think ties in perfectly with koi. But the fact that the frame actually it's painted black or a very, very dark brown. It looks black under the studio lights.
One
it
of
looks
the
black.
two.
But then it's got a rubbed quality, which you often achieve by actually applying paint and then rubbing some of it off, so that you can actually see a little bit of the texture underneath peeking through, which I think gives it a cool, both almost rustic, but also very modern because it has the two contrasting colors, and it works perfectly with the colors that are in the piece. And again, something like this, to do this as a whole would cost a lot of money, and it's done.
Yeah.
The frame is there, the mat is there, it's beautifully done.
I've always wanted a koi pond, and I don't have anywhere to put one, but I can certainly put one on my wall.
There you go.
I do have some lovely Asian furniture, and this would look great with that as well. But I can't take it home, only you can. So if you pick up the phone and call 1-844-KVIE-ART, this could be in your home as of right now. And when we're in close on this, as we're doing right now on the camera, it is just exquisite. I cannot say it enough how beautiful this piece is.
And the depth of the watercolor as well, because you have this sort of paler, she's probably added more water to the pigment to get a sort of paler orange, but then in some of these scale details, it's much more of a dark treatment because you've actually added more pigment and taken away some of the water. So it creates this really neat mottled effect that looks exactly like a koi fish. If you've ever seen them in person, which it sounds like you have, it looks exactly like it. And they're moving. I think it's a really interesting contrasting piece because it's both peaceful because it has the water element, it has the soothing colors, but it also looks like the fish are moving. It's exciting.
I have a friend whose mother feeds her koi watermelon. Isn't that interesting?
Really?
All right, let's go over to the phone bank. That's the truth.
Oh, wow.
This is an art auction, people, and I have all these great volunteers who are here, great volunteers, give a wave, who are here helping us out. We've got a bell ringer on Ghost Koi, and we love to hear that. These guys are ready to come take your calls. Here comes Kenny. There he is, our little bell ringer. We want to hear more of that this evening. These guys are here to answer questions and help you bid. So call us up at 1-844-KVIE-ART and let's get them all busy. So let's go back out and see some more koi.
Nobody believed me, but it's true. Her name is Gloria Benefel, and it's my friend Adam's mother, and she feeds watermelon to her koi.
Wow.
It is the truth. All right.
You could call her.
All right, yes, there you go. So here's our next piece. This is by Barbara Kemp, and it is just beautiful. Koi Commotion. watercolor measuring 34 by 26, artist framed. This is valued at $900 and it is a stunner.
It is.
The color.
It's just, yes, it's so saturated, which is something with watercolor, you actually have to use a lot of pigment to get it to be that saturated, which is something.
What do you mean? Thickness?
So, no, actually, what Barbara actually talks about doing, she allows the watercolor, so as you're painting, as the watercolor is moving on the paper, she actually let it just sit there in a pool.
Oh.
So that it's more saturated because there's more paint just sort of sitting, being absorbed on the paper, instead of continuing to move your brush, which actually spreads the color out.
Okay.
So she's actually, that's part of her technique, is actually letting it pool and dry. So that's how you get these really intense oranges and reds and yellows and blues. But she also, and again, going back to how difficult watercolor is, usually you use masking fluid, which is a special type of fluid to keep your colors from running into the sort of white outline that you might want to leave, say, around a fish. So because the paper is white, you would use masking fluid to leave a white line. But she's actually not done that, and she's done this all by hand, being very careful not to let them bleed into each other.
That's tough.
Incredibly tough.
It's up to $300 right now. That's fantastic. It's still only at a third of its value, though. 1-844-KVIE Art is how you can get involved in the auction, and you can take home this beautiful piece today.
And also something you were asking about how to get that saturation. Usually when you're using watercolor, you mix the color on a palette. So you'd have the pigment and you'd have water and you would mix it on a palette to the side. But actually what Barbara does is she mixes it right on the paper. So whatever color she's trying to get, she'll actually take the pigment and the water and mix it right on the paper with her brush.
Really?
Yes, which actually means that more pigment is in contact with the paper, so more of it is saturating, which is how you get such cool colors. And it's, I mean, there's purple in here and teal.
That's so cool that you know that, because that's like, this is the palette.
Yes, exactly. And that's why you have such contrasting colors, which again, for watercolor, you're sometimes used to seeing softer colors, colors that bleed into each other. But instead with this, it's so firm and so saturated that it actually has taken a very deft hand to do something that looks natural and serene, but exciting. But it takes somebody who really knows what they're doing.
Yeah.
So good job, Barbara.
Absolutely. And good, there's excitement in the phone bank over this piece. I love to see that. And Dee, let's check in on another piece that you're with that is absolutely gorgeous.
Okay, we have auctions going on. We've got a couple bidding wars going on back here. Right here, I have 19D Moving Waters. It's at $225. I need to get it up to $500. Let's make it a bell ringer. Number 19C Feeding Frenzy is at $225. That has a retail of $475. Koi Commotion, I have a couple of, speaking of commotion, I've got a couple people bidding on that. We're at $475 and it's got a retail of $900. These pieces go really fast, so if you want one, get on the phone now or you're gonna be disappointed. So let's go out and see, oh, Doug Gardner's piece. I love that guy.
What'd you say?
I love Doug Gardner.
Well, then come on over here and join us if you want to talk about it.
Yeah.
So this is Doug Gardner's piece, Aqua Fantasy number 9, Shark Fest. This is pencil, which blows my mind.
Just amazing.
Color measuring 16 by 20. You whispered as we walked up, I want this piece.
I want this. So I'm a big fan of sharks.
Oh.
So Shark Week and all that stuff. I just think they're amazing creatures, and the fact that they can destroy things, but
And
they're also
kill you.
beautiful and chew on you a little bit. It's fine. Just don't go around them, if you're bleeding or something. But this piece is just so interesting because it's very realistic. So it's got these very realistic, beautifully done little shark nose. I just think they're cute. Is that weird? I think sharks are cute. I
No,
like their
you're
little
allowed to
noses.
think whatever you want.
There you go. So I think they're cute. But all of these different fish are extremely detailed. So you can see the scales of this one, and the cross hatching that he's used here with the pencil is again a very labor intensive thing to do, because you're actually putting down layers of color in one pencil, going back the other way with another color. So the fact that this is pencil and this just absolutely
It takes him forever
color.
to do these.
I can
It must.
imagine.
It must. I'm surprised that it's pencil.
Yeah.
And as I'm looking at that shark's nose, I can't help but think if you're ever attacked by a shark, you're supposed to punch it in the nose.
Yep.
Okay,
It's very sensitive.
Just
So
to
you-
throw
yeah,
that out
just
there.
in case you're
Dee,
sleeping.
So Dee, come in here and tell us now, why were you yelling from across the studio about this piece?
I just love this guy. Doug has been an instructor at American River College for a long time. Yep. And he's one of those artists that other artists love because his color pencil work is
That's a compliment.
amazing.
That's
Oh,
a big
he's
compliment, yeah.
he's just a great guy. But these are layers and layers and layers and layers of pencil. And it takes him, he only does, I would say he does less than 8 pieces a year.
I can
So
imagine.
for us to have one is a real honor. And, yeah.
Let me just say that again. He does less than 8
Yeah, I'd say 8 to 10
pieces
max.
a year.
Yeah.
And we just got a bid. Stay with us. Okay, you got to go? All right. $225. We have a bid on this. It's worth $1,000. We now have a bid of $225. You just heard Dee say that Doug only does about 8 pieces a year.
Yep.
And he gave this one to KVIE.
He's actually in the American River College Permanent Collection.
Is
as
he?
Well, that's where he's taught. He's actually taught since 1960.
Wow.
Yes, and they now have his pieces in their permanent collection. So this is, I mean, university museum quality work that's also already framed for you. Which
It's
is
already framed
always
beautifully.
Nice. Yeah.
I still am stunned that this is pencil.
Yep.
It's so thick that
Yep.
it actually looks like it could be watercolor, but it is a
Yep.
testament to his work.
Yep.
I know the screen says that we don't have a bid, but we do have a bid, $250. Now it just jumped to $350. So there's a bidding war going on for this piece. We're calling now for $450, and we're going to take this piece up to its valued $1,000. Dee, let's check in with you in the phone bank. I believe that is Koi Commotion.
Yes.
I've got the piece by Barbara Kemp for this year. Barbara Kemp donates every year. She is an amazing professional artist. You can usually only buy her art in a gallery, but you can get the Koi Commotion here tonight, item number 19E. It's got a current bid of $750. I do have bidders on the phone. It has a retail of $900. It is framed beautifully. It is ready to go home and hang, but you can only do that. We're close to a bell ringer, and you can only bring it home if you call. That's 1-844-KVIE Art. We're going to go back and take another look at one of Doug's aqua fantasies.
Yeah, I love that he has these aqua fantasies.
Yeah.
And this is his aqua fantasy number 9, Shark Fest. $350. Koi Commotion just jumped up to $850. I know it's going to go to $9.
Yep.
What else are you thinking about this, Miss Shark Fantasy?
Miss Shark. I just, like you were saying, with the amount of layers that it would take with pencil, as Doug has obviously taken, to get the level of depth in these colors. I mean, this would take both a lot of layers, but also a lot of pressure. As you're using a pencil, a lot of colored pencil, you're kind of creating a wash of color. But to create something this blue, this vibrant, you have to have a very strong hand because you have to press hard with the pencil, but you also have to go back in for layer upon layer upon layer, which is probably why it takes him so long to do these
Time-consuming.
pieces. Yeah.
Absolutely.
And and you can tell too, you can tell that it's very detailed and that he loves what he's doing because
Koi Commotion just jumped up to $900, now $950, so that's a bell ringer. That's fantastic. Good job, Barbara. We love that. And look, there is Cowbell Kenny. Oh my gosh, that thing kills me every time I see it. All right, stay tuned because there's much more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction. Stay with us. We're just going to cross the studio for the next half hour. Come on.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven knots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Galleries, offering handmade carpets and in-office and in-home consultation in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. Or if you need your art shipped, be sure to tell our accounting staff when they call to confirm payment on your item. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction.
Stay tuned for Animals in Nature, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction, featuring representations of animals and nature scenes in all mediums.
Okay, I'm right here.
Okay, we got a lot going on in here, which is fitting when the last one was called Koi Commotion, because we got a lot of commotion as the night builds up. You're in for some fun few hours, folks. Hello again, I'm Rob Stewart. We're back for another half hour of live auction action. And now let's take a look at the art that's up for bid in this next half hour. It's an exciting one. 20A is Who by George McCamey. And clearly it's an owl giving a hoot. Photography measuring 20 by 24, skyline one framing, retail valued at $350. Item 20B is Nature's Textures by Carol Hawkins. This is mixed media measuring at 16 by 12. Item 20C is Who's There, get it? By Paula Wenzel Bellicera. I love Paula. This is charcoal measuring 13 by 5 by 10. I haven't done an auction to charcoal yet today. Archival Framing did this. Item 20D is Blooming Hummingbird. This is so pretty when you get up close to it. This is by Tana Reeve, who I met at the gala. She's just lovely. Photography measuring by 20 by 24. Artist frame, retail value at $450. Item 20E is simply called Lock by Randy Wan. This is mixed media measuring 30 by 14 by 5, and those are actually little birds. You'll see them coming up. 20F is Things Broken by Nancy Zeberg Jennings. This is a ceramic measuring 13 by 10 by 9, another exquisite piece. This and this right here, as our producer just told me, the last piece we just showed you, that was the Things Broken, that's the Curator Award. All right, so we'll explain that when we get over there. Now, let's talk about Who by George McCamey. And this piece is spectacular. Tell us what you think.
I think this is amazing. Just those piercing eyes. It's a beautiful photograph, and you can also see how he had to know what he was doing with his camera, because you see details of leaves, you see this very intense little face. I just love his eyes. They're beautiful. This is actually a great horned owl. It's the second largest owl in the US. So a little fun nature fact for you. And actually, if you look at his little face, right above he has these little tufts that look kind of like ears. They're actually not ears. They're part of his camouflage. His little ears are little holes on the side of his head, but these tufts are partially why he's called the Great Horned Owl, as you could tell. But it's actually what helps him camouflage, because if you look at all of his colors, all of the browns, all of the goldens, all of the sort of pale colors, if he's sitting very quietly staring at you from a branch,
Look at that.
you wouldn't notice that he was there.
You really wouldn't. It
No.
camouflages in.
Yep.
You know, he would just be sitting there staring at you like he really didn't give a hoot.
No, but you also, they move silently, but you have to. You have to use it.
So listen, this piece is absolutely beautiful.
Yes.
It is, the owl is such a beautiful bird.
I agree.
And I truly believe the way that George captured this owl is so unique. And I think it says so much about wildlife. And Northern California has some of the richest wildlife in the entire country, including our owls.
Yep.
Dee, come on in and tell us about what we're going to do.
Be our
here.
owl lady.
We've got a little deal going.
So what this is this is the Owl Be Watching half hour. I named it that off on myself. What I have here is a special tile that was done by Gladding McBean.
Yep.
Rob did a story there.
And
These
Martin.
tiles are available if you pledge at the $130 level. However, you get this lovely limited edition KVIE tile If you buy one of these owl pieces in the next half hour at retail or above, so bell ringer, you get $130 KVIE tile. And
Oh, and that's for any in the whole half hour?
In this whole half hour.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, well, Gladys McBean did that for us. By the way, this is the original logo of KVIE, which is where the whole owl thing comes from, taking back, I think, to 1959, if I'm not mistaken. And so it's really cool. And we did a pledge show on this. Gladys McBean fired this for us in Lincoln and designed it specifically just for KVIE. So everybody in this half hour, if you hit retail, you get one.
Wow.
Okay, Dee, anything you want to say about this piece before you?
I love this piece. This piece is printed on a metallic-based paper, so that's what gives it its great depth.
Yes.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Okay, yeah, you can see a lot of depth. Thank you, Dee. And you can also see those eyes. Look at that.
And the fact that also George doesn't use any like Photoshop or any of those
This
really
is real.
This is real.
Yeah.
This is just with the basic settings on his computer. So the fact that he was able to capture the light that's coming through, and especially being on that metallic background, it glows the way it would if you were staring up into the leaves and suddenly saw this little creature staring back at you.
Could you imagine? You could imagine seeing that in your home every day if you just called in with a starting bid of $75 at 1-844-KVIE Art. We're looking for a $75 starting bid, and the value is $350. That's an amazing deal, and this is a large piece. As I said earlier, the measurements are 20 by 24. Skyline One Framing did it.
Yep.
And we're going to turn things over to the phone bank and see what Dee's got going on right now. Dee?
Here I am with Aqua Fantasy 19F. I have a current bid of $350. This is Doug Gardner's piece. He's a professor. He's been an artist in Sacramento for a couple of decades. I won't give away his true age. But anyway, it's got a retail value of $1,000. Let's get that bid up. It's $350 right now. Again, 19F. So please give us a call and get your bid in now because they go fast. Let's go back to Rob.
Thanks, Dee, as we just approach this next beautiful piece by Carol Hawkins. It's called Nature's Textures, and you're going to understand when we start to explain it to you in a minute. I'm happy to see, by the way, the owl just had a $100 bid on it. That's fantastic. Still going up, so there's someone on the phone for that. Cool. This piece right here already has a starting bid. It's $75, valued at $250, and look at the textures, okay?
You have to just stare at it.
I know.
I mean, immediately I was going, ooh, I see sheet music. I see a map. I see a letter.
I see buttons.
Buttons, yes, burlap.
Letters, maps, feathers.
Little sticker. I mean,
patterns,
she's used everything. That's some
burlap.
Yep. And she calls
Paper.
this process painting with paper, which I think when you see it, makes a lot of sense.
There you go, painting with paper.
Yep.
This took a lot of work. That's a lot of hours that Carol Hawkins put into making this.
And planning too, because when you're doing something like this that's mixed media and essentially collage, because you're using a bunch of different pieces of unrelated material, so unrelated, sheet music and maps and things like that, you have to have a very keen eye to be able to tell where to place something that will still go with the rest of the composition, that will actually knit well together, because she's putting different, like the burlap obviously needs to meld with the paper behind it in order to stay on the piece. So it's really taken a lot of work, a lot of effort, and it's a really cool color scheme as well.
The owl is up to 200, the last owl. This one's at 75. And also this one's called, I just looked at the back, sometimes you see me sneaking around, I get caught on camera doing it. It's called Wise Owl. And I really think that, pun intended, that this is a wise piece to a collection, especially for a kid.
Oh yeah. Introducing them to art.
Yes, an owl, owls are significant for education. The E in KVIE is for education. Did you know that?
I did know.
And
I used to work for the education
I know
firm.
you did. And so this piece is at $75 right now. It can be yours by calling 1-844-KVIE Art. What else strikes you with this piece?
I just love that the more you look at it, the more you see. The fact that it is an owl, so obviously owls have feathers, but then you actually see a little piece of paper that has a feather pattern on it, which I think is really neat because it's kind of a literal little feather on his shoulder. But just the more you look at it, she's actually put paper on top of paper so you can see some of the text poking through. I just think the more you stare at it, the more you discover as you're watching, which I think that's what you want in an art piece, is to every time you look at it hanging on your wall, you want to see something new, something different, something
All right,
exciting.
well, let's get Kenny ready to fly because we're going to go to D because I think we have good news about this piece, D.
I'm just going to recap a couple of the things that are open right now. 20A, that beautiful photograph of the owl, which is called Who, is at $220. The retail is at $350. You bump that up to $350, you're going to get that beautiful little $130 KVIE plate. 20B is a bell ringer, Nature's Textures, right there. That means you're going home with one of those plates as well. So you get that piece and the plate. We've got bids coming in on all of these. So let's call right now. They're going really fast. Everybody wants one of those little KVIE plates. Let's go back to Rob.
I mean, I'm just watching the bid chart and it just went boom.
All right.
I love
That's what
that.
we like.
I know that. So this is the one that just got the bell ringer status. We absolutely love that. Nature's Textures. It's at $250, but it's still open. We don't close it at that point. We let it continue to go and to grow. What else jumps out at you? I just noticed that there's some sheet music in there.
Yeah, it makes me wonder like where she found all of these different pieces, especially because there is not just paper, but the fact that there is some burlap, some other textures. It almost looks cottony. It's one of you kind of want to pet it, which I know you're not supposed to do, but it's one of those things that you just want to keep looking back at it. There's a little bit of polka dot fabric. There's little buttons.
I love it when you look at art and you see something different every time.
Yep.
Love that.
Exactly.
All right. Well, that piece we're going to keep open. It's at right now $250. We are cleared to move on to the next piece. It's called, wait for it, Who's There? By Paula Wenzel Belisara. Paula is just a lovely human being. This is charcoal measuring 13 by 5 by 10. And based just on the excitement in the studio, there's like several people in here shooting me the evil eye saying, that's the one I want it. So I imagine this one's gonna go high and quick.
Yes.
Okay, so we have a bid now for this piece for $150.
Good.
We are looking to take it up to its value at $650. This is charcoal.
That's just amazing. She actually just finished this piece.
When?
Just very recently for the auction.
Wow.
It's part of a series of bird portraits that she's doing actually for the Morris Graves Museum. She decided to do a series. So we actually get a piece from this series that is going to be in the museum.
How that adds value.
Definitely. And speaking of husband, if you're listening, I really want this. It's both adorable because of his little facial expression. I mean, to get that much expression out of just using charcoal is really remarkable. But you've got, I mean, the little tufts, you can see every fine little fiber detail that she's created. Then the background having that beautiful sort of modeled background that almost makes him look like he sort of stepped in front of a spotlight.
I love it. It's so cute.
It's just beautiful. And the frame too, I think really complements it as well. Archival Framing did the frame because it's again got that quality of it's painted black but slightly rubbed so you can see the texture underneath it, which I think ties in beautifully and really sets off the charcoal.
Absolutely love it. It is such a beautiful piece. I cannot believe that she did that out of charcoal. I don't know why I'm just so taken back by that. Clearly others are as well too because there's multiple people on the phone right now for this piece.
Good.
It was at $200. I just watched it jump to $225. Now it's at $235. Nature's Texture is, as we said, a bell ringer, and this one is headed up there as well. Who knows?
Who knows?
Who will end up getting this?
Exactly.
It could be you.
Yeah.
If you pick up the phone and call 1-844-KVIE Art. And just Martin, just tell me if it's too much with the pun. If it's just too much. More pun. More.
More
Okay,
puns.
all right.
Always more.
We'll see what we can do for you.
It's also, I think everyone's so excited because when you look at it, it's got a really cool composition. The little owl's kind of off to the side. It's not just straight in the middle, centered. So it actually looks like he's peeking up over the frame. I just think it's adorable.
Guess what? Heath Buckmaster, our producer, just got in my ear and he said, no, I will tell you if you were doing too many puns.
I like that.
All right, so we're at we're at 300 right now for this piece, looking to take it up to 350, and this piece can be yours today. It is worth $650 by Paula Wenzel Bella Sarah. Let's check in with Dee at the phone bank.
Things are going really fast around here, especially with those really cool little plaques that you get. Right now, 20C, Who's There is at $340. It has a retail value of $650. I know that's a beautiful piece because I framed it myself. Blooming Hummingbird is coming up, and that one's $450. Wait till you see this piece. You're going to love it, but you can't own it unless you call us. So let's take a look at that hummingbird, and let's get some bids going on.
All right. Bye. Okay, I absolutely love this next piece, and I had the privilege of meeting Tana Nariv at the KVIE Art Auction Preview Gala Party Monday night. Lovely human being.
Oh, that's nice.
This is Blooming Hummingbird that she captured, and hummingbirds are just so quintessential California.
Oh, yeah.
Even when you don't see them, you can hear them.
Yes,
that's
that
for
little
sure.
high chirp.
And look what she captured. We already have a bid for $150 on this. The value is at $450, and this is a piece to me that screams perfect gift for someone.
Oh, yeah. Because you'll please anyone's taste. I mean, it's got the beautiful composition, again, the sort of unexpected, beautiful column of bright blue flowers, also capturing a hummingbird in flight like this.
She did it.
That's amazing, because you can't even see the wings moving. That's how fast her shutter was able to capture the movement of its little wings. And the fact that the background is out of focus, also a very skilled photographer in order to do that, because the fact that it's caught the very, very vivid detail of the plant so clearly. It's just beautiful.
I want to point out as I'm looking at it, this is an original. It is not one of a series. It is one of a kind. So you take this piece home and it is yours and no one else has it.
Yep.
This is Tana Nariv Aubert. It's at $150 right now. We're looking to take this up to $200 for the hummingbird lover in your family, for the gardener in your family, and we are the agriculture state.
Oh, yeah.
This would be a perfect gift.
This was actually taken in San Francisco.
Really?
At the San Francisco Zoo.
Get out.
Yeah, Tana Nariv has actually been taking photographs at zoos for the past 20 years. So this was actually captured at the San Francisco Zoo not long ago.
I love that.
It's
Okay.
just wonderful.
Let's check back in over there at the phone bank with Dee. She's got the owl.
I wanted to talk a little bit about Paula Wenzel's owl piece. I asked Paula specifically to do an owl for the art auction so we could include it in this group, and she gladly did this piece. I love the way he's offset. My lovely niece Nicole framed this piece. It comes in a beautiful museum frame. Right now I only have a bid of $400 on a $650 retail. So let's get it up there and you can go home with a little plate too. Let's go back to Rob.
All right, thank you so much. And now let's get this one moving up there because it's definitely worth the buzz that hummingbirds create. You know, they sound like little helicopters, if you
They
will,
do.
sometimes.
I think their wings beat something like 200 times a second.
Do you know, I was watering
Yeah.
something in my backyard before the drought got bad.
Yeah.
And a hummingbird flew up and literally drank right out of the water coming from my spigot. Oh my goodness. It was the craziest thing ever. All right, so this is absolutely beautiful by Tana Nariv. $150. We're looking to take it up to $200. This is a one-of-a-kind piece of artwork that you said she took at a zoo.
Yeah, at the San Francisco Zoo. And she was there. She actually visits zoos a lot in order to capture the wildlife, which
Good.
is a brilliant idea because it's going to be drawing a lot of attention, I'm sure, from various little critters. And so the fact that she was able to capture this moment, but also I wanted to draw attention to how well it's set off by the frame. Tana Nariv actually framed it
She did.
herself. Yeah, and so it's got the beautiful bright white mat, which then draws your eye even more sharply to the beautiful blue flowers. I mean, it makes me want to go out in my backyard because that little chirping sound is so familiar, especially if you're from California.
It is. I
Yeah.
know. I love it. And I love watching this because I'm watching on the screen.
Mhm.
It just took off. 175, 200, 225, 250. You go,
Good.
Tana Nariv. All right, so let's walk over to this next piece. I remember this artist from last year.
Yeah.
And this piece moved me so much. And I don't know why now.
There's probably a reason.
They're probably.
I'll tell you about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
So this artist, and let me just look down at my paper, Randy Wan, it's mixed media measuring 30 by 14 by 5, retails at $300, and we're looking for an opening bid of $90. And he had a piece in the collection last year, Randy did, okay? But this one's different.
Mm-hmm.
And then I just want to hear what you have to say.
Well, I just think it's striking, first of all, just walking up to it because it's got such a visceral, natural quality, because this is literally a branch. And Randy actually talks about the fact that the piece is actually technically still living. The lichen on the branches, so these little sort of planty bits on the branches, if you spray them with mist, they are still alive. So you're basically, you're going to be inviting a living being, essentially, into your home because all of these little pieces of lichen are still alive. But I especially love the story behind it.
Let me hear it.
It's part of Randy's new series. It's called Winter Returns. And it's titled Lock. This specific piece is titled Lock because it's celebrating the centennial of the city of Lock, the town of Lock. And the reason he did it like this is because he was trying to contemporize, to make up a word, traditional Chinese landscape painting, which is his heritage, is Chinese. And so he wanted to find a way, to take the traditions of the art of his culture and modernize them. So it's actually, traditional Chinese landscape is painted, and it's technically very flat, obviously, because it's painted, but it has all of these beautiful natural motifs of lots of branches and little wildlife, so little bits of bird. But the fact that he's taken it and made it literal and made it actually a branch and little tiny sculptures of these beautiful, graceful white birds, I think is so clever because it's so raw, but at the same time very modern.
And you know what? It doesn't have to hang. He's just told me in my ear that it can stand and sit.
I could see that.
On a surface.
Which means you could actually get behind it as well.
Well, yes, exactly.
Yeah.
You can see it from both sides. We're just looking for an opening bid of $90 for this beautiful piece. Oh, we just got one for $250.
Yes.
All right, let's get that up to $300, and then let's make that a bell ringer. Dee, are we going to check in with you and Steve? Hey, Steve, look at you.
Yeah, red eyeballs. Here we are in the phone bank, and I'm with Steve, who's kind of managing, it's sort of managed chaos.
Sure, I think you could call it that. Yeah, we've had a pretty hot auction so far. There's a lot of bidding wars happening. The family to my left here has been participating in many of them, but it's been great. There are a lot of people that are really interested, and you can get interested too and call us, 1-844-KVIE-ART. Get involved.
Remember, it takes more than one person to make an auction. So let's go back to Rob, and I love that little bird piece, and you know that stands up all on its own.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it's a great piece.
It's absolutely beautiful, and we had, we've been blessed by Randy. This is the second year, to my knowledge, that Randy has donated to us, and it's been that similar theme with the birds that are. By the way, we've talked a lot about the wood, but the birds, I'm afraid to touch them to see what they're made out of.
They look like they're clay. I know that he uses recycled materials.
They're clay.
That's actually the other pieces of it are recycled materials, especially considering it is a piece of living greenery.
And so it's up to $250 right now, and I know there are people are on the line for this right now. We're trying to get this to $300, as Tanana Reeves' piece just went up to $375. That's fantastic for Blooming Hummingbird. And we still have another big piece coming up next after this one. $250 for Randy Wan's Lock. This is a piece that can stand on its own. And talk about a conversation piece.
Oh, yeah. Especially no matter what your decor is. It's something I think that would be visually arresting, no matter if you put it against a wall. Because as you can see, being set on black, it pops a lot because the white really stands out. The raw nature of the wood really stands out. But then imagine it sitting on a table and being able to see it from all angles and actually being able to touch it, because you actually could spray it with mist to keep the lichen actually blooming in
Yeah.
a way. Which,
We can't touch it, but you
Right.
certainly can. When
Yes.
you buy it, it's yours to do whatever you want to with it. Oh, blooming hummingbird is up to 400. It's almost at a bell ringer. Oh, good. Lock. Yay. We just got a bell ringer on lock, which is fantastic. I absolutely love that. That means that they also get one of our KVIE Gliding McBean pieces. So the Kenny the bell ringer that you just see there is for the previous piece that had the beautiful birds and just lovely. Let's get to this. This is Nancy Zeberg Jennings, Things Broken.
I love this.
I do too,
Oh
and
my
there's
gosh.
so much to be said about it.
Yes.
This is ceramic, measuring 13 by 10 by 9, retail $450. We've already got action on this in the phone bank at $150, and this is winner of a Curator Award. You have at it.
Oh my gosh, from the minute I saw it across the room, I went, I have to stare at this. Because Things Broken, the title of the piece, you can actually see the woman with a very anguished expression on her face. I mean, the detail of this, the furrow of her brow, the downcast eyes, she looks anguished and in pain, but at the same time, the artist actually Nancy talked about it being about the transitory nature of life. The fact that you might have these anguished blue periods, but at the same time, she's wearing a crown. So the crown is a bird's nest with a little broken egg, which I think all in of itself is symbolic of the fact that things change, things break, you break out of an egg, you fly. I mean, there are just so many different ways you could go with looking at this piece, but this is another one that makes me want to pet it because it's got such a smooth, beautiful quality to the ceramic.
It's also one that is to me just emotional because who hasn't been broken in their lives, right? I mean, and to look at the nesting and the rebirth on top of the head, I love that. I want to know from Dee. Dee is our curator. Dee, why did you select this for a Curator Award?
Yeah.
You know what I really love about that piece is that piece has this really quiet strength. I went through some health issues this summer, and I know other people that are doing the same. And for some reason, that piece just had that like quiet resolve that you go through when you go through something, when you survive something, when you get to the other side and you say, you know what, I might be a little broken, but I'm still here. And to me, they gracefully conveyed that whole idea to me. So I love that piece.
Glad that you're still here too, Dee. Dee had a heart attack, and she survived it and beat it, and she's
vibrant as ever.
It was about a month ago.
Yep.
And she is stronger than ever, trust me.
Oh my gosh.
So backing up, Blooming Hummingbird, way to go, Tana Reeve. You're up at 525. That's way over for having a bell ringer. But this piece right here, showing the beauty of brokenness.
Yes, and especially the fact that it's not like Dee was saying, it has strength. She's not actually fully broken into pieces. She's still got a resolve about her. Her hands are beautiful. They've got the veins on them that if you look at a real hand, definitely has veins, but the knuckles are beautifully detailed, but she has a gracefulness about her, almost protecting herself, but at the same time, her facial expression seems to be saying, yes, I have been down, yes, I have been broken, but I'm going to power through. Her face is just stunning to me. And heart-wrenching at the same time.
You know, again, I cannot reiterate this enough. This is a Curator Award-winning piece. That means it is winning one of the best of the best. And I think that that's where we come from brokenness, is where we make the best of our best.
I agree.
When you have that choice and you see this beautiful bird's nest on top of this woman, the egg is broken, the new bird has flown out. And we're up at $200. So we have $200 for this. Can we call for $250 to see if we can get this up to where it needs to be at the value of $450? This is a stunning piece by Nancy Zeberg Jennings. And we're going to rotate this piece again because just look in those eyes.
I also love her hair.
Yeah.
The beautiful intricacy of her hair, the way Nancy has sculpted it. She's actually done it using coil structures of clay. which is a very interesting way to construct something. She's also done a very interesting glazing process. So the veins I was talking about before on the hands have actually been slightly glazed so that it draws more attention to like the lines of the knuckle, the veins in the hand. So it has this really beautiful, clean quality to it, but also handmade.
Awesome. Absolutely love it. I see brokenness in this, but I also see promise.
Yes.
And I love that.
Yes, and strength.
And strength.
Yeah.
You've been fantastic.
Thanks.
I've loved working with you this hour and a couple of hours ago as well. Stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour right here in the KVIE Art Auction.
Welcome to the 34th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of local and regional visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/artauction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. 100% of the auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your local PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for the Artery Gallery coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. A 65-member artist cooperative in Davis, the Artery was founded in 1974 by a small group of artists and craftspeople intent on sharing work and ideas with each other and the surrounding community.
Hello and welcome to the 2015 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Steve Wenlock, and over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art graciously donated by the Northern California artists, with all the proceeds benefiting the arts mission of the local PBS station, your station right here, KVIE. This half hour, we will show the works from the Artery Gallery. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Mansour Oriental Rug Galleries, and we would like to thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now let's take a look at the art that's next up for bid in this next half hour. Are you ready? Item 21A is Black Rockfish by Christopher DeWeese. This is a mixed media measure, 24 inches by 34 inches, choice framing, retail value at $700. Item 21B is Reclining Mountain by Linda Erful. This is a mixed media measuring 20 inches by 25 inches, artist framed, and the retail value of this is $500. Item 21C is Matella Spring by Marie Teresa Brown. This is a mixed media measuring 18 inches by 24 inches. Choice framing is the framer. Retail value is $1,000. Item 21D is Happy Rocket USA by Heidi Marie Beckebreed. This is a ceramic measuring 17 inches by 6 inches by 6 inches. This is a retail value of $250. Item 21E is Purple on Yellow by Emma Luna. This is a ceramic measuring 5 inch by 5.5 inches. The retail value is $700. Item 21F is Two Crows in Spring Tree by Kristen Olmsted. This is an acrylic on canvas measuring 18 inches by 24 inches. The retail value is $450. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Marie Teresa Brown, a native California artist, art instructor, and longtime contributing art auction artist. She's here representing artists from the Artery Gallery in Davis. Welcome, Marie.
Thank you very much, Steve.
This is great to be here with you.
Be here with you again. We've done this before. So
yes,
we're old
we
pros
have.
Here, yeah.
We have. It's nice to be here. And boy, the work from your gallery, I just can't wait to share it. You're really in for a treat as we've looked at this.
Well, thank you. Well, the first thing we have here is Christopher DeWeese, one of his famous
printed fish. He is a fisheries expert. He retired from UC Davis. He's an artist now. He fishes, he makes art out of his fish, and then he actually eats the fish also.
Wow, all encompassing. I love it, Marie.
So this is a rockfish, and it is printed in the ancient Japanese, it's goyutaku way of using the fish itself as an ink block. So he puts the water-soluble ink on the fish, rubs it all in, paints it on, and then he carefully lays the handmade Japanese rice paper on top, and with his fingers, he taps it all around until he gets the impression of the fish.
Wow.
He hand paints the eye.
Okay.
And then he signs it in the traditional Japanese way with a chop, and this chop mark is actually his name.
Yes.
Yeah, so that says Deweese.
Okay,
So he
great.
has it signed in pencil, Christopher Deweese. And Deweese actually is a Dutch name.
Great. Wow.
And it means orphan.
You know, we're looking for an opening bid of 200, and we're waiting for that to happen because we know this piece is incredible, really. I mean, the style of what he's done, the framing that's a part of this that really kind of adds, it's like a whole, you know, ensemble in a beautiful way. Framing's really added to the picture. Talk a little bit about that. What do you know?
I think it's so nice because it's very subtle.
Yes.
And yet, you know, you look at this and you get this feeling of movement even in the frame.
Yes.
We were talking about it earlier. It looks like little bubbles and kind of water, and he likes to have a lot of space around so the fish feels like it's got room to swim in there.
Wow.
Yeah, and
it's great. You know, this is a mixed media, just so we can kind of share with you. And again, the bid at 200 is truly what a collection this could be in your home to start that collection, and I'm just really impressed with in a lot of ways.
he's highly collected.
Yes.
He, I think he had a bell ringer at the auction the last time, and
Wow.
the person who bought it, he should have had a lot on sale here because
Yeah.
they came to the artery
Wow.
and wanted
So he's
more.
a collector.
They wanted a wall of these.
This is a collection. You know, let's check in with the phone bank and see where we're at.
I am so excited about Chris's work. Chris has been involved in a group show that I do every once in a while called Gone Fishing. He is one of the few Americans that flies to Japan to teach this to the Japanese. So he's very well respected for what he does, and I love the frame job on that. You can pick that piece up right now. It's a $200 bid. It's got a $700 retail. The item number is 21A. You just need to call. Let us know what number it is and let us know how much you want to put on it. We've got beautiful pieces from the Artery coming up this next half hour. The Artery is located in Davis, one of my favorite galleries. Not only do they show some great ceramicists, but they show some other great Davis area artists. So let's go back to Marie-Therese Brown and find out some more.
Yes, Marie, he's one that we should be collecting.
I think so.
Yeah.
You know, he's pretty unique in what he does, and he actually went to Kodiak, Alaska, and he caught that fish.
Wow.
And it's a unusually large rockfish, and it's called a rockfish because rockfish are found in the rocks.
Wow, what a great idea for someone that's you know, has that sport. They love fishing, those kind, to have it always the right size. Look at the size of this. And again, you know, this is at $200 is the opening bid, which to me is an incredible opportunity for us to start your own
For
collection.
a large piece like this, that's
it's
really
amazing.
amazing price.
It really is. So we're waiting for, this is your time to give a call. You want to start again with a collectible, which is really, this gentleman is a professor and painter.
Well, he was a professor.
Okay.
Yeah, he is a fish expert, and he's retired, and he's just a delightful guy.
Yeah.
If you come to the Artery, you'll see his fish prints on. He does beautiful T-shirts.
Oh, wow.
Things,
Wow.
but you know, to have a beautifully framed, really nice piece of his, unique like this.
And I want to recognize Choice Framing again.
Choice Framing did a great job on this one.
Great job on how they blended it in, the whole piece that's apart. Okay, so you know what? Let's go to the phone bank and let's see where we are with us.
Okay, these guys here are all waiting to answer your calls. You can call now. You can register really fast. Get online at kvie.org/art auction. Pick out the pieces you want to bid on. We're going through tonight. We're going all day tomorrow. So there's a lot of fine pieces that are available. You just call 1-844-KVIE-ART, and one of our friendly volunteers will help get you registered and help get you the piece that you can't wait to get home. You can pick them up here today and tomorrow. And meanwhile, we're going to go back and look at some more great work from the Artery.
That's right. You know what? This is a great piece. Again, Reclining Mountain. I love that name by Linda Erfold. Tell us about this.
Well, she went to the Norton Simon Museum and she saw this. It's a lead sculpture and it's out in the gardens there. She thought it was so beautiful and she did a watercolor painting of it.
Yeah.
So she painted a sculpture. So she used someone else's art as an inspiration to do this beautiful figure painting in watercolor. Linda is a very well-known watercolorist, lives up in the foothills. She's taught many, many classes. She's been featured in some of the top watercolor magazines. She's won awards from Watercolor West. It's a pretty unique piece for her.
It's fabulous. You know what? In the artist actually did the framing
She
too.
did her own framing.
It's her whole complete product here with her painting and her framing that's apart. You know, we're starting the bid at $150. $150 for this piece that could be in your home. Marie, talk more about the coloration. I'm not an artist in the sense about a painter, but I noticed the fall colors, the different pieces. Anything that you can share around?
It's really a harmonious piece.
Yeah.
And you said fall colors. You can tell she must have been there in the fall. It's got the just beautiful, and not a lot of like detail that the feature, everything is about this sculpture and yet you know where it is. But she didn't paint every little leaf. It's just such a well done piece.
Beautifully, beautiful.
And you can tell how it's sitting on the texture of the cement. Yet this is lead. You can see how smooth it is.
Really, and the way she's made the dimensions of it, really. And this is watercolor. It's just
watercolor.
It's fabulous. You know what? You can call in and have this piece as a part of your home. Call in 1-844-584-3278 or KVIE Art. You know that, 844. Again, our starting bid on that's $150. I am just really impressed with the whole picture and the way that she's pulled it together.
It's very serene. You can see there's another sculpture in the background so that you know this is a sculpture in a sculpture garden somewhere, and it happens to be at the Norton Simon Museum. And
beautiful.
She says she really likes to do this, so she must have done it. I haven't seen her paintings of sculptures before, so this is, to me, I love it. She has a lot of flowers and scenes. She's very prolific, also a really good oil painter.
Yeah. Do you know the way the statue is, it's like she's contemplating nature. I think the same thing would happen in your home as you have this piece. It's absolutely stunning.
It's a beautiful female figure. Very serious and serene. Countenance on her face.
You know what? Let's check in with the phone bank. Again, we've got a bid on this for $150 is where we would like to start. So let's hear from the phone bank.
I am standing here next to Christopher DeWeese's piece number 21A. We are currently at $350. I wanted to thank Choice Framing in Elk Grove. They won our Frame Design Award. They did this beautiful job on this piece. It's framed with museum glass. That means this piece is ready to go home, it's ready to go up on the wall, and it's forever preserved. I've got a bid of $350. It's a $700 piece. The only way you can get it is if you call in now. So now's the time to call, 1-844-KVIE Art. Let's go find out about the next piece from the Artery.
This is great. This is Matella.
Well, I say Mataliha. I might be saying it wrong, but that's the way it's spelled.
And you're the artist.
Yeah,
so you could call it.
Because I did it.
Yes,
and I love Mataliha
it truly is, and it's a mixed media. Talk to us about what your inspiration was for this.
Well, this is a pastel, but it's called mixed media because underneath I did some liquid acrylic, just kind of very loose painting in the background, sort of with the idea, and it's done on sanded pastel paper. So it's a very rough kind of paper. It's a really archival, sturdy paper that holds the little pastel pieces. And pastel is one of the purest mediums because it doesn't have a lot of binder in it. So the colors never fade. The colors stay true, but you have to frame it under glass because the pastel can wipe off. So Choice Framing did a great job of using a double mat to keep it away from the glass and to protect the painting and also to complement the colors that are in the painting.
So tell us again what you call it.
Mottaliha poppies. I call it Mottaliha Spring.
Mottaliha Spring, and here we've got the artist right
There's
here.
any
Not only just
botanists out there, they can call in and say I'm saying it wrong.
The expert that's here, but it's. And were you in a poppy field or where were you?
Well, you know, you see these blooming. They're a native plant. It's a native California plant. They're hard to get started, but once they get started, they can take over. I wish they'd take over in my yard, but so far they never have. But I do have a neighbor who has some growing, and there's a couple of fields. Actually, there's a beautiful place along the railroad track in Davis that has these Mottaliha poppies.
Mottaliha, don't you love this? And you know what, our bid right now, we have a high bid of 300.
Oh, that's great.
You know that again, it's really touch. You know, I can almost smell the flowers right here with it. You have done such a beautiful job. Here I'm standing right next to the artist that did it, and I could almost. It's like it's real.
I had a lot of fun.
Did you?
Okay, I'm gonna tell the truth. It's time to donate to KVIE. And go, what are you gonna donate? And I thought, there's that painting that it's going to be really hard for me to frame.
Yeah.
Maybe if I donate it to
let go of.
and let them have a professional frame it. I can never frame it like this.
No, it's stunning.
Like they did a great job.
It's kind of stressed wood that's here that really kind of amplifies. And the beauty, the nature out in I just love it.
And I just had a lot of fun.
You know what? Let's check in with the phone bank, and here we go.
All right.
This is the KVIE Art Auction, and we are taking your calls. This is a super exciting time. Every single person here is on the phones. Everyone is answering calls, taking your bids. Get involved. 844-KVIE Art. Going back to Steve.
Well, here we are, and you know, as I'm looking at this, I'm thinking about having this in your home. It would be such. It's like freshness right there. You have captured all of this right here.
Thank you.
You know, I'm so impressed with it, and it's real. And as you said, it's framed with glass behind because it's pastel over the piece. You know, this would just look at the colors that you've used. It's a really beautiful combination of how things are put together.
These are one of the largest poppies, so they are big flowers like that. And they have this really beautiful centerpiece, a big round yellow ball.
How did you bring out the colors in this? I'm just so impressed.
Well, you just take a piece of pastel and you just start doing it.
Really, it is just, you know what, again, you want to make sure, here's the artist right here, and again, from the Artist Gallery. You have other works that are also there too, because you are...
you know, I normally at the Artery have oil paintings that are landscapes, but I love to do watercolor, pastel, a lot of mediums.
Great, great. Well, let me just give you some dimensions on this, because I think that's important to look at. 18 by 24, because if you were looking at where would I place this, 18 by 24 over your mantle and the kitchen, someplace that has like sunlight that's there that comes through, it is absolutely, and you're local, you're right here.
Thank you.
Yeah, you'd probably come over and help them, kind of tell them where to hang it.
California.
There you are.
The poppy. Well, you know, the 18 by 24 is the piece, so it's really a little larger when you
know
get
what,
the
that's true with the framing, so just a little bit around that. So again, give a call. You see the phone number that's on the line right there, right in front of you, 800-844-584-3278. It's great. Let's go to our next piece. Now this one, the whimsical piece of this is just stunning in the piece of when you look at, this is called Happy Rocket USA, Heidi Marie Becca Breed, which is great. And this is a ceramic, just so you know, it's measuring 17 inches high, so as you kind of look at this, and it's 17 by 6 and 6 in depth. That's a piece of it. So it's just wonderful. Tell us about this.
Well, why do you think it's called Happy?
Well, because I'm smiling as you're looking at it. You can see the teeth and all those things that are involved in it. It's just great. I love this.
Heidi is just a famous person in Davis. She teaches at the Davis Art Center. She teaches kids classes.
Wow.
She makes these great ceramics. She sings in a couple of doo-wop groups. She's just a great treasure that we have at the Artery. She's been a member for a long time. Her work is highly collected.
Great.
She comes from that Bay Area funk kind of look. This is on a little turnstile, so I can turn it because it has a front and a back.
Look at the back
and she's
that's there.
really patriotic.
You know, this
and you
is
see that
just
flag
terrific.
there.
Do you know,
USA.
we have a bid of 250 right now. this is a bell ringer, okay?
It will be.
It will.
They
Well,
always
that's our
are.
value. Well,
Yeah.
you know what? And I know that there are a number of people that are out there that are still interested. Please give us a call. You know, it's stunning. It really is. You notice the flag that's on the back there, the smile. Can I just turn it a little bit around here?
You
Like
can
the smile.
spin it around, a little door.
All sections are just wonderful, and it's great. So she's an artist that has been involved in this for a long time. Has
yeah.
she? And she teaches
Yeah,
courses.
she's from UC Davis, studied with Arneson and all the famous clay people that clay people know who they are.
Yeah, you can tell. It's just, you know, it has a whimsical kind of look to it, and yet it has this really, you can see the very detailed kind of focus and pieces that she's done throughout.
She does everything by hand.
Does
and
she
she
really?
likes to have that funky look. She
Yeah.
wants you to know that
Yeah.
this was an artist that put it together.
Yeah.
And that it's not something that, you know, perhaps your child could go to one of her classes and make some happy rockets too. You know?
What else has she done that you've seen?
Well, all of her work has this very whimsical, comical,
Okay.
making you smile. It's called cute wear. She drives around in a big van with the words cute wear written on the side, and everyone knows her work.
Imagine.
So if you get a piece of cute wear,
You
you've
know
got a
that Heidi is this is a
piece of
collectible. And
work.
again, you know what? This is, you know, I know that she put a value of $250, and yet at the same time, when I look at this piece, it's priceless.
It is priceless.
In a lot
and
of ways.
it is one of a kind.
It's one of a kind.
She makes a lot of rockets.
So when you bid, when you call in, you might want to say, you know, I'd like to have one of Heidi's collectible and be a part of it. Let's check in the phone banks if we can.
This piece is on fire right now. It's at $675. I've got 2 bidders on the phone. That means we have an auction. It's got a retail of $1,000. It's got a beautiful frame job again from Choice Framing. We love them in Elk Grove. This was one of our jurors, Marie-Therese Brown. She was a juror last year. She's an amazing artist. This piece just makes me happy. So if you want it to make you happy, you need to call now and bring it home tomorrow. We're going to go back and we're going to see a beautiful little sculpture.
You're right, Dee. It makes me happy, too. And I'm right here with the happy artist that put that piece together. But let's talk about this piece. This is called Purple on Yellow, which I love, and Emma Luna. And this is a ceramic piece that's really stunning. You know, I got to meet the artist at the gala and talk to her about her history. But talk to us about this piece, if you would.
Well, Emma does, she does lots of functional things, but she's just amazing that she can do this. It's called trompe d'oeil, which in French means it fools the eye.
Yes.
So it looks like 2 washcloths.
You could look like you could just pick it up and wash your face.
And so, you know, it's something that
incredible.
you put on a shelf somewhere and it's decorative. But she was inspired by she's from the Dominican Republic.
Yes.
And she grew up where she was doing laundry by hand and doing things. And so for her, that was something that just made her think, you know, I want to turn that into art. That whole work I used to do.
Yes.
You know, she came here, she got her BFA in art, she's got a degree in painting, and she does this wonderful ceramics.
This is fabulous. Do you know what? We want to do an opening bid of $200. And, you know, can you imagine this being in your kitchen, in your laundry room? And when you look at the shape of it, it looks like you could wash your face with, and yet it's ceramic. She has done a terrific job as you start to look at really capsulizing that. It looks so real. It really does in the same way. And again, you know, we have a bid, opening bid of $200 as we look at this piece, and you can see how they're stacked up. Just perfectly, you know, it's absolutely stunning.
So she makes the clay, she imprints, she has this flat piece of very delicate clay that's really, it's like making a pie with a very thin pie crust or something without tearing it. And then she folds it in the way she wants to fold it, and then has it fired in the kiln.
Wow.
So, you know, you can see it is ceramics.
It is that.
Yeah, so you probably don't want to wash your face with it.
Maria, I understand that she does other pieces, and so she's also one that this is one of her pieces, but there are many of her pieces that have sold for thousands, I understand.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
She has donated something to the Crocker Museum that's a very tall stack like this. So, you know, they're really something special. And I love it because, you know, you have this little empty space, a little shelf somewhere, and you put this in your bathroom, and you know it's a piece of art. It's not what you would use. Sometimes you go and you see these little linen towels at someone's, and you know you never want to use them.
No.
You never want to use that either.
No, but it's always, it's just perfect in the way it's outlined. Again, you know, you want to call in on 1-844-584-3278. And you know what? This is a piece that you would really want to have in your home. It's just unbelievable.
Emma's in many other galleries.
Yes, is she?
Yeah.
Well, that's great. Let's hear how the phone bank is going.
I've got a little bell ringer right here. This is the Happy Rocket that Megan's holding by Heidi Breckbird. We love this piece. This needs to be on your desk because it'll make you so happy every single day. There's my friend Cowbell Kenny, but we're still got it open. It's item number 21D, so you can still bid, but you can't bid if you're not on the phone. So get on that phone and call us now, and you can bid on this one. We've also got Emma Luna's Purple on Yellow. That one I love the trompe-l'oeil little towels. Those are a fun thing to have on your kitchen counter. And they're available right now for a bid of $200. So let's go back out and see what's next.
What's next is Two Crows in Spring Tree by Christine Olmsted. And this is an acrylic on a canvas measuring 18 inches by 24. And Marie, talk to us about this. This is just stunning to me.
She calls it Two Crows, and you go, well, where are the crows?
Yeah.
But it's what she was inspired by. She was waiting in her car for her son at school, and she saw some trees. She saw the crows. The colors just came into her head. She went home and did this painting. It's done with acrylic.
Yeah.
She does a lot of beautiful abstract where she does these beautiful colors that look like three-dimensional.
Yeah, they
like
do.
This really looks like it could be a tree trunk, three-dimensional. So it's what she was inspired by is what the title is, The Two Crows in a Spring Tree.
Yes.
So she has the green, where the leaves and the trunks.
Yeah.
But then she's just done it in this very geometric, but yet very organic way.
Very much so.
It's just lines, but they have a beautiful form.
They do. You know, when it said two crows, I thought maybe that's what the crows see. She was envisioning.
Could be.
Could see what the crows are seeing. The crow's eye view as we're looking at this. And you know, we have an opening bid on this of $135. And this piece, first of all, the colors are just so dynamic as you look at that. I love the way that she's brought the blue and then this very bold black. I truly believe if I were a crow, I'd probably be seeing it in this direction and this kind of idea. It's great.
You know, if you stare at it for a while, some things come up forward and some go back. It has a lot of movement in it. You know, I'm kind of thinking, oh, you turn it this way, it looks really like a sky. Look how it has the maybe clouds in the sky and the gradations. Putting it in a vertical way rather than a horizontal way is interesting to me because this, if it was horizontal, this looks like the way the sky would look on the horizon, and as it gets bluer and bluer,
in different
as it
levels.
Goes up.
This is great. Tell us more about the artist. I mean, what do you know? She's in your...
She is actually Christine. I want to congratulate her. She is getting her teaching credentials, so she's going to be sharing her art with lots of people. And you know all about teaching, right?
I do. Congratulations.
Yeah. But she does beautiful handmade little jewelry at the artery that she uses acrylic paint to wrap around these little wires, and she makes these people and then these paintings.
Well, let's talk. Let's see where the phone bank's at.
All right.
Okay, because I know that they've got a couple of our pieces over there.
I see those towels over there.
I see the towels.
All right, thank you so much. So let me just, Megan is not holding rags, okay? This is ceramic. It's called trompe-l'oeil, which, Dee, does that mean it fools the eye? Fool the eye. Yeah, Dee's sitting down over there because she's a little tired right now. So, but this is very heavy. It is ceramic. It is so cool. We're looking for a starting bid of $200. And I can see this in someone's kitchen on a beautiful, marble top countertop. Just don't grab it and try to wipe something up with it because it'll really hurt you. But it is absolutely beautiful. And spin it around if you can and show the back. It's all nicely, neatly folded, and it's just so cool. I'm surprised we don't have a starting bid on it yet, but I'm sure one will come in. It retails for $700. Steve, back to you.
It's great. You know, when we start to look at this piece, I'm just, I'm really impressed with the colors and the feel that it does. And when I think it's a great piece, but I want to share with you, it's 18 inches as you look by 24. And it's not framed, which I think was the artist just uses the canvas, but it's fully painted
on all
sides.
It's very modern.
Yeah, very modern.
It's a beautiful, just a color piece. She calls herself a reductionist. And she's inspired by nature, but she paints completely from her imagination.
Yes.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
I was
just looking at Emma's towels, and I thought, wow, this, and then Emma's towels right in front.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
You know what? I want to stay tuned because there'll be more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE Art Auction.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven knots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Galleries, offering handmade carpets and in-office and in-home consultation in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
Bidding on items in the art auction is quick and easy to do. First, explore the collection online at kvie.org/art auction, or keep your television tuned to KVIE. When a piece of art catches your eye, call 1-844-KVIE-ART and a volunteer will assist you. KVIE accepts all major credit cards for your art purchase, and a member of our accounting team will confirm your payment within 5 minutes of item sale. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for California's Gold, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Maria Winkler, this category celebrates the beauty of California landscapes in all media.
Hello again, I'm Steve Wedlock, and we're back for another half hour of live art auction. And now, let's take a look at the art that's up for bid in this next half hour. During this break, item 22A is How We Got Here by Robin Wallace. And this is pastels measuring 17.5 by 21.5. This is artist framed. Retail value is $350. Item 22B is Pines in Moonlight by Wagner. This is a watercolor measuring 14.5 by 16.5. And this framing is done by Archibald. Retail value is $600. Item 22C is Golden One Center by Sherry DeLulo. This is an oil on canvas measuring 18 inches and 24 inches. Retail value is $300. Item 22D is a tree named Isadora, Bristol Cone Pine by Jack McBride. This is photography measuring 24 inches by 16 inches. This is artist framed. Retail value is $400. Item 22E is Bridge to Iowa Hill in North Fork, American River by James Brock. This is oil on board measuring 16 inches by 20 inches. This is artist framed. Retail value is $700. Item 22F is Thursday Morning by Claire Haig. This is acrylic on canvas measuring 20 inches by 24 inches. Retail value is $575. This is great. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by Marie-Therese Brown, art instructor and longtime contributing auction artist. Thanks for being here, Marie. Here we are for another half hour, and with art that is from your gallery. Excellent.
No, this is not, actually.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, now this is...
Everyone.
Yeah, this is part of the
We're
California Gold now.
Right here. That's great. Well, talk to us about this one. That's How We Got Here by Robin Wallace.
Well, I met Robin at the preview, and I'd met her before. So I was like, oh, okay, we've met before. I just love this piece.
Yeah.
So this is a scene of looking down the freeway from the off-ramp, so over the bridge, looking at the off-ramp that she uses to go to her home. So this is a scene that is very, familiar to her.
And I love the way it's also done in a pastel.
I was going to say, and the glass covering protects the pastel. Great.
And she framed it. This is artist frame. She put a spacer between the bottom mat so that there's no way that can touch the painting.
And it also gave it some depth.
It does give
really,
it depth.
you're on the freeway. I'm looking like almost through a window in some ways. I'm looking at this. It's a stunning piece. Again, it's 17.5 inches by 21.5 inches. And I'm assuming that includes also the framing, which is a metal frame, which is great. You know, we have a value of this as we start to look at this right now. How do we get there? Starting at $100. My goodness. Wow.
I think she priced this pretty low because it's really a beautiful painting.
It's very stunning.
You see, everything has a soft edge.
Yes.
So it looks like it's moving. It's done with a quick hand. She's used pastel. She used a piece of masonite that she painted with a purple acrylic underneath.
Really?
So she told me these things the other night.
Well,
and,
no, it's great that we had an opportunity to talk with the artist about this piece. Really. I'm, again, just attracted by the colors that are a part that she's done and the different variations of the green that you're looking at. That when I look at this piece, you know, roads, you don't ever see roads that are really lavender, but yet they are when you think about what the sun does.
True.
And she captured some of those.
She
captured a lot of things.
The pastels, you know, you do them in layers.
Yeah.
They mix like an oil paint. So she's got layers. She's got so many things going on, and then she's got that underpainting of the purple way down underneath and all these other colors. And they're the focal point, you might say, would be the truck in the front, little harder edge. You're looking at that. But I love these cars back here.
Yeah, it's
you know, you see the blur of the yellow.
Oh, you know, and she has them, they're in
purpose.
motion, which I just love this piece. Let's check in with the phone bank and see where they're at.
Yeah, it's an active phone bank over here. It's so much fun to hear the conversations that people are connecting with you and having. We love this time of year at KVIE. It's a chance where we get to bring the arts right into your living room for 24 hours. Actually, we're doing 12 hours today and 12 hours tomorrow. It's going to be fantastic. So make sure you stay with us tonight until 10 o'clock and tomorrow again from noon until 10. A lot of fun. You can pick up your art tomorrow as well and Monday, and call 1-844-KVIE-ART if you would like to get involved in the auction. A lot of pieces going through the roof right now. Let's then send things back over to Steve across the studio.
Thanks, Rob. This is a great piece also. This is Pines in Moonlight by Wagner. And as you look at this, the pines, talk to us. You had shared with me something that really makes this unique.
Well, it's a watercolor, and I kept looking at it thinking, oh my gosh. And then when I read what he wrote, he used a brush that just has a couple of little hairs. And he's a famous dry point artist.
Really?
Dry point is with a little fine pen, and this is done with watercolor, so he's done it in the same way.
Stunning.
And the thing about him that he is sharing with everyone, that he's developed Parkinson's. And so he paints wearing like weights on his wrists to keep from shaking.
Wow.
I just think it's wonderful to keep the brush steady.
Wow.
It's a really beautiful little, very stylized because of the way he has the painting here, and some of the paper is left, and he's put that on top of like another, so it's a little bit of a collage.
Wow. This is just stunning. And the framing, talk to us.
The framing is nice. He has a nice linen mat around it. And then this beautiful gold painting, which is, you know, California plein air, kind of a thing to do.
It is one of those pieces that everyone has room for.
That's true.
You know what?
You say, oh, I've got too many paintings, I don't need room.
This one you have room for. And you know what? Let me just share with you that right now we have a bid on this in Pines in Moonlight, it's called, at $100. And this is a piece that you shouldn't let get away from you because it truly is stunning in lots of ways. You know, and we want to check with the phone bank and see where they are.
Okay, I want to talk a little bit about this artist, Wagner. I have known him since I was 19. He's one of my fishing buddies. He was diagnosed with Parkinson's about the same time my husband was. So he wears these big weights on his hands when he paints, and he paints with a dry brush that has like 3 little tiny hairs on it. And even though his hands shake, he has such control when he's concentrating on his work. So he really is an amazing man, and he's a great guy to go fishing with. But this is just a beautiful little piece. So let's go back and take another look at it.
His reflection on there.
Wow. You know, the story itself just kind of gives it even more prominence in my mind.
Look at the shape of those trees. They're just perfect.
Well,
they're beautifully done, very perfect. Looks like somebody who has complete control.
Yeah.
You know,
it's moonlight.
It is.
Again, hence the name Pines and Moonlight. And again, we have a high bid right now of 150, and we know that this is a piece that should be a bell ringer.
Says he's an avid fly fisherman. Now I know who he goes fishing with. With D,
With
right?
D. It's just stunning as you kind of look at.
So he's out in the landscape all the time, and you can tell he's very sensitive and knows what he's doing.
Well, we both have said that this is a piece that can fit anywhere, and you should. In part is because of the size. It's 14.5 inches by 16.5 inches. But when you start to look at the framing, and I'm assuming that includes also the framing. So this is like that perfect piece, and to know the background behind the artist even enhances it even more about the work.
And Dee has her archival gallery where he shows his work there.
Yes, and she does. Yes, she does. Archival does fabulous framing. I've seen it. I have some in my home also. It's just great.
So archival framing framed this.
Yes, it's absolutely stunning.
Nice.
And again, this is Pines in the Moonlight. And guess what? We have a high bid. Oh, $600.
Oh my gosh.
Yes.
Yay.
Okay, so we're checking that to make sure, but don't give up. You know, the phone bank. Keep giving us a call, because that's really, I'm hearing a bell ring and I'm wondering if that's it, so that's just terrific. But still, this is a piece that has a lot of history behind it and understanding, so it also, but it's actually, technically, it's well done.
It's very well done.
Very well done.
It's very well done. And I think it's really shows, you know, when you're an artist, you have to paint.
You have to paint.
And even if you have to put weights on your hands.
That's right. And you know what? That is a bell ringer. We have confirmed that is a $600. But you know what? I bet there are others out there that are still wanting this piece. So please give us a call.
Yeah.
You know, the number's right there on your screen, 844-584-3278. And let's go to the phone bank and check it out. This is great.
He's a great fisherman.
We're just sitting here talking how excited we are that
About
piece
Wagner's
just, I know. And I met him at the gala this year.
Yeah, he's a great guy.
What a great guy. And I had no idea the struggle that he was going through.
No, and I mean, like I said, you know, Parkinson's is a difficult thing to live with. It affects his hands a little bit. He puts those weights on, and the man can paint.
I love that.
And fish.
I love that. I love that. And we love you for being involved in the auction. Call 1-844-KVIE Art. Our phones are rocking right now because the art for the rest of the evening, I see them bringing out a Mel Ramos right now. There's a lot coming back. Let's go back to Steve.
We are right here at the arena. First of all, I know it's not complete, but it is complete here in this picture. I want to share it. This is Golden One Center by Sherry DeLillo. And it's an oil on canvas measuring 18 inches by 24. And our value on this is $300 as we start to look at this. And actually, we have a high bid already of $100. What I particularly like about this piece, it has captured the arena. And actually captured it with the colors that are at sunset, that it illuminates it. I'm just very impressed with it in this piece.
Well, she did this piece from the renderings, I guess the approved renderings of the arena. And when I saw this, I see Golden One Center. Well, you know, I'm from way out in Davis. I don't know that that's what it's going to look like, but luckily you were there.
I was there, and you know, I'm
at the preview. That's why that preview is so important.
So important, and I'm so excited about
the arena.
It's the arena.
Love it.
And you know what? You actually can picture the art that's going to be placed in front.
And all the people.
The people. But you know what I like about it is that it's captured what we were trying to capture with the arena. It's a focal point. It's a beautiful piece, and she's captured that in her rendering of this.
She's got this beautiful sky going on.
It's beautiful.
It's very exciting.
You know, and actually the arena won't have these colors, but you know what? I see these as kind of a reflection, as the artist probably saw from the sky.
What's surrounding
what's
it.
around it, and it took in some of those
because she
colors.
really doesn't know what the final.
Yes.
She's looking at a rendering, the shape,
she is.
Inspired. She must be pretty excited about that.
Very excited. It's the California skies right here on our arena. But I am just really impressed with this. And again, you know, we have as you start to look at we have a bid right now of 100, and we know that many of you are wanting to capture this in your home. You know, to have the arena in your home, it's like many of us have Tower. You know, the Tower Theater in our home. It's one of those.
It's going to be another iconic.
It's an
image,
iconic
right?
piece. It's a part
by Sherry DeLulo.
DeLulo. It's wonderful. But she's captured this and given it that very artistic kind of view. But again, California skies reflected within the arena. It's absolutely stunning as you're looking at it. And again, we have we want to check in with the phone bank and see where they are. Phone bank.
How exciting to actually have one of the first paintings of the new Golden One Center that we are seeing being built right now downtown Sacramento. Can you imagine having that in your home or in your office, having one of the very first ones of this new beacon that is going to be shining for Sacramento? That to me is so exciting. Right now we have a high bid of $120, and the retail is really only for $300. I thought it would be more than that. That is such a stunning piece of artwork, and it is a beauty, I promise you, in person. Let's go back across the studio.
Do you know this piece now, we're just so that you know, this is 22D, and it's a tree named Isadora, Bristol Cone Pine by Jack McBride, and it's photography measuring 24 inches by 16. We both were just impressed with the way this talk to us about this piece.
Well, you know, you almost want to come up and put your fingers right here and touch it and go, wait, where does the frame stop and the painting begin? And it's not a painting, but it's done in a very painterly way. He took the photograph up in Bishop, way up in the high Sierras, where these bristlecone pines grow, and they're almost, you know, getting towards where you're above the tree line, so you don't have big leaves. So you have these amazing branches. He called it Isadora, after Isadora Duncan, the dancer, because it looked like this dancing movement.
Yeah, you can kind of see the stretching and the involvement.
But then the way he then enhanced it and brought out the colors and gave it some lines, so you look at it and you go, is that a drawing? It looks like a print.
It does,
almost
very
looks
much.
Like a, you know?
But in
what
the
I mean
colors,
is like a print that you've carved out of wood and printed.
Yeah. And the colors are so vibrant that it almost looks like it was added.
Yes.
But it's not.
Yeah.
It's a photography.
It's photography. He knows what he's doing. But what it's almost like it's inlaid into the wood because it just is it's so beautifully
stunning
put together.
The way that was put together.
Really put
and
together.
You know what? On this one, Marie, we have a bid right now of 120. And you know what's you want to capture some. These are the oldest trees, some of the oldest trees on Earth, right?
Yes.
Bristol, it's my understanding, can get as old as 4,000 years old.
Yeah, it's quite beautiful in its artistic
What's
sense.
the area that he's in?
This is up in the Great Basin National Park.
Okay.
And this is where they grow. So I'm not sure where this one, because he says they grow there, and also in the White Mountains east of Bishop, California.
Okay.
So it's one of those places. He looks like he's somebody who
knows,
like all artists, love to go out in nature and captures something that was so inspiring and so beautiful.
It is very
on a perfect
inspiring.
day. It's
and
really
again,
beautiful.
Jack McBride, right there. You know, and I think as an artist, again, you know, photography is one of those art mediums that you have to have an eye, you have to know how to do it, and he truly has captured that in such a beautiful way. The sky that I'm looking at, is that the basin, the lake, or?
It's hard to tell. You know,
It's
it
hard.
almost feels like that could be water there.
Yeah, it does. Like
But we don't have water in California anymore, so I don't know.
So
about
again,
that.
let me just kind of, this is a tree named Isadora, and again, it's a Bristol cone pine, and we have a bid right now of 120 that we have right now, and this has a retail value of 400, and we know, as Marie mentioned, all of the way that it's framing and it's embedded in here is quite
You know,
ingenious.
I could go up there and
Yes.
see that same tree and be just as inspired and take a picture with my camera. I would never have it look like that.
You're right.
He doesn't approach it. He says he approaches his photography as a painter.
That's
or as
right.
an artist.
He
He's
is
not
definitely.
documenting
It's
this is
definitely.
the tree. He really brings out all the detail.
Let's hear what's going on in the phone bank.
So, they're bringing out this Wonder Woman piece from Mel Ramos over there, but we found the real life Wonder Woman right here. And it's Pat in our phone booth. I could just listen to you laugh all night long. You just crack me up. All right, so give us a call to action.
All right, everybody, we need your bids. We need you to bid often and bid high for these beautiful pieces of artwork. Wonder Woman is just outstanding over there. You're going to love her.
Why do you do this, and how long have you done it?
I do it because I like to support public television, and I've been doing this, I think this is 4 or 5 years now.
Oh, good. Awesome. Well, I couldn't imagine this without you because you bring in so much fun and flavor and life, as well as all of this phone bank. We're so thankful for everybody here in the phone bank tonight. So let's make those phones ring so everyone can talk. And remember, these are volunteers. So remember, you're speaking to volunteers who are giving of their time to help raise money for KVIE. Let's head back over to Steve.
Fabulous. It's a really nice painting.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
We're both in awe on this piece. Again, this is Bridge to Iowa Hill. It's the North Fork American River by James Brooke. And this is an oil on board measuring 16 inches by 20. It's artist framed, and the retail value is $700. Marie, talk to us about this one.
Well, this really speaks to me. I love painting the scenes of the river and all the bridges, and I'm going, okay, where is that scene? I want to be right there looking at it and painting it myself.
Yes.
It's beautiful. So this is one of those Sacramento American River bridges that we're so fortunate to have.
are.
It's absolutely a beautiful painting.
Yeah.
He loves the Sierras and the Southwest. He's a representational painter, but yet he has taken this scene that, once again, if you took a picture of this with your camera, you would never capture the beautiful lavender shadows that he has in here. It's just so beautiful. It's very harmonious with the repetition of the blue and the sky. He's got this soft, you know that this is a Sacramento warm day.
You know what, and you could capture this in your home. You know, this is, right now we have a bid of this $600 with a high retail. This could be a bell ringer at $700. And so I know that you would want to capture this in your home. You know, part of what I really love about this, there's detail, and yet when you look at the bridge is absolutely stunning in the way the detail, I feel like I could walk, I probably have walked across this bridge, and then with the background, it is just beautiful in the way that and again, this is oil, right?
It's oil. There's detail, but yet with not too much information.
Yeah.
It's just enough that you know it's a bridge, but he didn't do every single little, it's just enough to know.
Yeah.
The same with the trees.
Oh.
It's a little bit of an impressionistic style.
Very
in
much
the colors.
so. Yeah, very much.
The impression of the trees, not every branch, not every leaf.
Well, even the rocks and stuff as you look at
Just
in the
so
the
serene.
One. Well, you know what, this is one, again, that, you know, I want to give you the measurements because you're probably pulling out your tape measure and see if this is one that can really fit. It's 16 inches by 20 inches. And again, this could be a bell ringer. We have a bid right now at $600.
Wow.
And what we're looking at is $700. You can give us a call. You don't want to let this piece get away from you because this is one that you'll say, I wish I had. And again, you know, when we were talking about those icons that we have pictures of. This is one right here. He's so much captured this in so many ways. I can just see it. It's just floating down the river. I'm sure there's someone coming in very soon, right along here, that's a part.
It's the beauty that we have in this area of California that you don't see anywhere else.
And he captured it so much of the. I want to also acknowledge the framing because, again, this was framed by the artist. And the way that he captured, again, the entire, it's like the right.
It's a very nice frame. A
nice
typical
frame.
plein air.
Yeah, and it
frame.
complements the picture itself and really bring it in. And again, you know, $600 we have a high bid for. This is your time to give a call in and say, you know what, I want to capture a part of the American River and do it right here. You know, KVIE does so much. And by you giving this bid, this is going to be your opportunity to kind of keep that great program that we have happening. But you get to also have the art. So let's hear from the phone bank. Dee?
What's that, Dee? Dee's coming up with information as
I
we're
was just
coming
saying,
on.
we haven't even got to the next piece, and the next piece is a bell ringer, so I'm kind of excited about that.
Oh, the one coming up. Okay.
The one coming up, and we are almost 22E needs to become a bell ringer. We're only $100 shy.
We're
on that
there
one.
almost. Bridge to Iowa Hill, North Fork, American River. $600. We need that to come to $700 to be a bell ringer.
It's a gorgeous piece.
It's a beautiful piece, and we've just been showing it. In fact, you call 1-844-KVIE Art. Get involved in the art auction. The next couple of hours tonight are our investment hours. Is that what you call them?
We've got our big international artists coming up. So if you are a serious collector and you want to add that jewel to your collection, now's the time to get online, look at them, and get ready to call them bid.
Okay, it's going to be exciting. All right, so let's keep the excitement going and the bidding going. Bid high, bid often, and call the number on your screen. We'll head back over to Steve.
Marie, this piece is called Thursday Morning by Claire Haag, or Haag. Sorry, and the German part of me was coming out. This is this is an acrylic on canvas. It's measuring 20 inches by 24 inches. And guess what? This is a bell ringer already, which is just great. Thursday morning. You know what? We have a high bid of $650, but many of you
go home, right?
Well, no, we want to talk about this because
I
again,
know her.
Do you?
She's a wonderful person. She lives in the KVIE Valley.
Oh, wow.
This is the scene she sees every day. If I want to see the scene, I have to get in my car, drive out there. She sees it. She calls it Thursday morning.
Yes.
Because it's a scene she saw on a Thursday morning.
Wow.
She paints in her studio. She does a lot of sketching outdoors, drawing outdoors. And then she comes home and she simplifies her paintings and what she sees into this very almost abstract, really modern sort of representation of what it looks like out there, where she is, out in that beautiful area in the foothills.
It grabs you.
Yeah.
You know, it really grabs you.
She simplified all those tree forms into really interesting, big shapes with arbitrary colors that, you know, it's the complementary of green. She puts the red in there so it really pops out. Simplifies the fields, simplifies the sky. It's very peaceful.
It really is, and her selection of colors are so bold and yet not overwhelming in a sense. I mean, this is kind of the plain area that's a part in the color it's striking in a lot of ways in the way that it kind of grabs you.
And she's done it on a wide canvas, so it doesn't need framing. She's continued the painting on the edges.
Yes.
So it's another one that's, you know, very, really modern, very contemporary.
And yet she captured the area that's part. You know what? We have a bell ringer at this. Yes, $650, but $700 would be great for this, and it's worth every amount.
Every little penny, every dollar.
Yes, it really truly is, and it's just terrific as you start to look at this. I just want to really compliment the artist about capture contemporary, yet very still in the sense about it really has this kind of belief that you could see the trees that are there.
She says she likes to let the viewer share in the composition.
Oh my goodness.
So you get to have a little of your imagination.
And I'm sharing this with her right now, and it's just really powerful in the way that she's done the trees and the area. It truly does capture the area. I want to. Where did you say the area was in where she?
She lives up in the KVIE Valley.
Okay.
So she's just surrounded by beautiful scenery and nature everywhere she goes. And this was a
walnut grove. So
Wow.
this is a walnut grove where you would see rows and rows of trees, and and she's really simplified it into just the big green
Wow.
that you see
It
when you
is
look out there.
absolutely stunning. And again, you know, bell ringer right now, $650, but we know that many of you would like that. So this is something that we really all believe that would be great in anyone's home, but it's
Yeah.
absolutely terrific.
Isn't this exciting? We have just bell ringer after bell ringer tonight. We are really connecting, and we love seeing that. That's right. Big round of applause for you. For the people who are taking part in the KVIE art auction, we humbly thank you because you are helping us bring the programming to you that you count on and that we thoroughly enjoy bringing to you and take pride in bringing to you. We are the art station in town. That's a fact, and we take pride in that. Call 1-844-KVIE-ART if you would like to get involved in the art auction. There is so much more to come coming up in the next half hour. Stay tuned because there's a lot coming up in the KVIE art auction. Stay with us.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Downton Abbey to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for the investment collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and up-and-coming artists whose work is included in many important public collections.
And we're back live. Hello and welcome to the 2015 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Rob Stewart, and over the next hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art that are part of our investment collection. This is huge. This portion of the art auction is sponsored by Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, and we would like to thank Mansour's for their ongoing commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now let's take a look at the art that is up for bid in the next half hour. Wait till you see this. We start off with 23A, Wonder Woman. I just have to sing it whenever I hear it, by Mel Ramos. This is a lithograph measuring 26 by 30. It's valued at $2,800. We got an international Mel Ramos. He's been so good to us. 23B is Shallow Sea by William Ishmael, who is just another phenom, and we love William. This is mixed media valued at $1,250. On to 23C, Balloon Man by Peter Max. Check this out. Mixed media valued at $1,500. Archival Framing did this one. Item 23D is Tranquility by Ning Ho. This oil on linen measuring 14 by 16. Just check that out. 23E is Beach Days by Abigail Van Cannon. I love her. She's always at Patrice's studio in Oak Park painting. She's fantastic. And this piece is $2,800, and she won a juror award. And item 23F, An Orgy of Looting and Lust by William Mall. And we will get to that one when we get to that one. Okay, that one is retail valued at $1,500. Okay, so welcome. During this break, we are pleased to be joined by Ed Goldman, a daily columnist for the Sacramento Business Journal, an artist who has exhibited at both Michael Himovitz Gallery and Archival Gallery in Sacramento, and is the current board president of Blue Line Arts in Roseville, and an all-around great guy.
Oh, thank you.
And Jessica Lasky's dad, who was with us earlier.
I know she's going to put me to shame. She raised the bar very, very high.
She raised that bar.
Yeah.
All right, so put your clipboard down and do the pose for Wonder Woman.
I don't think you'd be singing if I did, but
Okay.
I must say,
I must say, if I may, Rob, Mel Ramos has got an international reputation. You're absolutely right about that. He's this is a lithograph. It's archival, did the framing, and it's an artist-proof lithograph. Mel has to tell you how long he's been painting. He has his BA and his MA from Sacramento State College. That's what it was called back then.
Wow.
That's before it got fancy and was California State University, Sacramento, and now it's Sacramento State. So it's retro, you know. He's internationally recognized in public collections from the De Young Museum in San Francisco and the San Francisco MoMA, Museum of Modern Art, the National Gallery of Art in Washington, D.C., and the Modern Art Museums of Portugal, Austria, and beyond.
Okay, so we're looking for a starting bid on this beautiful Mel Ramos piece of Wonder Woman at $500. This is the investment hour. These are pieces, just like many other pieces you've seen throughout the day, that will continue to grow in value. You are investing your money not only in KVIE, but the art is going to grow in value. What else strikes you about Mel Ramos, and specifically why this piece?
Well, I think this piece is terrific. I collect art, as you know, and I've always wanted to get my hands on a Mel Ramos.
Now's your chance.
Yeah, well, it is.
Ish.
I'd have to sneak off camera and pretend I was calling in. I could do it. But he's also, he just had a retrospective at the Crocker Art Museum, which was, that's an amazing honor for an artist, a living artist, to have that. He's a native Sacramentan, too, which a lot of people don't realize. And all his pieces are iconographic, and I know that's an overused term these days, but he'll do beautiful women, and they'll look almost, they remind me, they're not the same as the work of Leroy Neiman, where he'll just do beautiful people, and they look like they've been silk screened and airbrushed and all that. But this is great. And Wonder Woman, actually, they're making a new movie about Wonder Woman. So.
I know they are.
Yeah, so.
I used to put on little toilet paper rolls when I was a kid on my wrist to be like those were Wonder Woman's wrists. It's the truth. I even had a lasso of truth. All right, and so we now have a high bid of $500. We're looking to take this up. It's a retail value of $2,800 for this beautiful Mel Ramos Wonder Woman. And talk to me about how, you said that this is a lithograph?
It's an artist-proof lithograph, yeah, which means...
Artist-proof lithograph.
Right. It's a lot of words.
Break it down.
It's a copy. No, it's what he's done is he's taken this and he's copied it from his original, but it's still one of its kind. It's still an amazing thing to have in a collection. And signed. And it's it might even have a number on it for like what number it is, but it's a very valuable piece. I try to collect nothing but the originals of art, but on something like this where you have a lithograph, it's just great.
Yeah, especially with the Mel Ramos. Okay, Dee, let's check in with you because you are a Mel Ramos expert. I know that.
I am. I'm a huge Mel Ramos fan. I personally own a few of his pieces. In fact, the first time I bought his piece, it was the first time I bought a piece strictly as an investment. And now I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to sell it because we love it. But anyway, this is a classic, the Wonder Woman piece. This is featured in his newest book. Mel just had his show at the Crocker. He's super popular in Germany and Spain. He's very collectible. They love the whole American imagery. This is a beautiful print. It's a nice size. And who doesn't like Wonder Woman? Right now, we've got it at $500. It's a $2,800 piece. I just sold 4 of Mel's prints to a collector in Florida. His work is hot, 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 hot. I'm waiting for one of our people online to pick this one up. So, but now's your chance to get your own Mel Ramos 23A Wonder Woman. We've got a bid of $500. I want to see it move to $600. Let's go back and see this great piece by William Ishmael.
Yes, let's do that. And we hear the phones ringing, so we know that they will continue to go up for Wonder Woman. William Ishmael is just an all-around great guy. And every time I see a piece of his, it's completely different. I mean, he has the most unique style. This is called Shallow Sea. It's mixed media, measuring 24 by 24. And this looks like you're looking at the Earth from outer space.
It really does. It's a coral reef from a plane is how William described it. I wanted to mention something about William and his work. He's not only a fine artist, but he had a corporate career before he turned himself to art full time.
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, well, stick around. I'm a journalist, you know.
I know you are.
But,
I am too.
But one of the things about William is that he's been great for the whole arts community. He's a real supporter of other artists, tells them shares their stuff, helps market them, helps promote them, and he is on the Blue Line Arts board with me. In fact, that's how I think that's how we got to know each other. I think it's a wonderful piece. It really is. It's mysterious, and it would fit anywhere in your house, your mansion, your pied-à-terre.
I love it. This is right now, we have a bid for $400. It retails at $1,250. We need you to pick up the phone and call 1-844-KVIE Art. Another call just came in for the Mel Ramos. That's up to $550. The phones are starting to ring. During this investment hour, we realize these pieces are big pieces. These are investment pieces, not only for KVIE, but they're investments for you. This is why you get involved in the auction, because you get to have these pieces in your collection, and you help programming here at KVIE staying on the air. So, you know, William, I have to say, I've been in people's homes that have one of his pieces, and they're huge.
Yeah.
I mean, big, big creations.
Yeah.
How in the world does he do this?
Well, he works in a very large studio, very tall studio, and and he works. I think he also does some of the stuff horizontally. But in any event, it has an epic scope to it. It really does. What William is really interested in is the transformation of materials, the oxidation. If you look closely at this, the form of the rust in the fire is a particular passion of his, showing how that transforms from one into the other. So you can actually see it. There's a lot going on in the painting. Just an awful lot of creation, and I think it's wonderful. I think it's a great buy for anybody.
Yeah, it's very interpretive too. We have a bid of $400 for this, valued at $1,250. This is Shallow Sea 23B, if you're just tuning in, by William Ishmael, who is well known throughout Northern California for his beautiful creations, and he does art of all different mediums, if you will. I think he covers the gamut more than many artists do as far as different types of mediums that he uses.
Not aware of it, but I certainly like his stuff. I should mention too that William was, in I think 2011, he was named the Artist of the Year by the Arts and Business Council of Sacramento, which is now part of Blue Line Arts. And it was a very significant honor, and he took up with him to the stage to accept the award a whole group, a whole table full of people, because he said nobody works alone, nobody does this stuff alone, which was a really lovely gesture, really was.
And now we have an auction going on this piece because we have two people on the line for it. It just went up to $450. We're calling for $500 as we send it over to Dee Neath, our curator.
I am in a very busy phone bank. As you can see, we have volunteers to answer your call. If you don't call, you're not going to win the piece. During this break, especially during the investment hour, the bidding is hot and heavy, and sometimes you may have to wait and call back in 3 minutes. So call now if there is a piece you're interested in coming in any of this 23 hour. Right now, I've got $550 on the amazing Wonder Woman by Mel Ramos. It has a $2,800 value. 23B, the beautiful William Ishmael piece, is $1,250. I have a $450 bid, and I have bidders. So let's get on the phone and bid high. Now let's go back to Rob.
Okay, this is a beautiful piece, and there you see it on your screen, and it just pops. This one really stands out in the studio. This is Balloon Man by Peter Max, mixed media measuring 16 by 20, archival framing, retail value $1,500, and we are looking for a starting bid. We have a starting bid at $800. That's fantastic. So now we're looking for $900. We'll take it up in $100 increments. What do you think?
Well, he is an international pop artist. He's one of the most famous artists in the world.
Say that again.
He's one of the most famous artists in the world.
Hear that?
Hear that? Oh, when do I stop saying it again? Okay. He was born in Germany in 1937, and he and his family actually fled the Nazis in 1938, and then traveled all over Europe, all over the world. So he has quite an international background, and I think even in his whimsical stuff, even in his pop stuff, there's an intelligence and an experience that informs all of his work that you simply can't get without living.
You know, it's one of those pieces that you just stare at, and every time you look at it, you see something totally different. And I see why you say he is one of the most famous artists.
Oh, he really is. He really is. And this one, I believe, is this the one that he worked on as well? This was, it's a print that he's hand painted. including the signature. And it was donated by a patron here of KVIE. So you're getting, actually, the artist didn't just churn this out. He also stepped back in and did some stuff to it to make it very special and unique.
That's fantastic. It just jumped up actually to $1,000. We're calling, so we went up from $800 to $1,000. Let's call for $1,100. We have a live auction going on right here. I got good news for you. Well, depending on how you look at it, Wonder Woman's now up to $2,000, right? Wonder Woman for Mel Ramos, but the bidding is still going because there's a lot of action in the phone bank for Mel Ramos, for William Ishmael, and for Peter Max. We said this is the investment hour, and we mean it. So $2,000 at Wonder Woman. Shallow Sea is at $550. Balloon Man is now at $1,025. We're going to start taking these increments up higher than $25 increments because of the volume of people that are going to get involved. But there is room for you. If you have never picked up the phone and called to get involved in the art auction, this is the perfect time to do so because this is the investment hour and these pieces will grow in value.
Absolutely. I would add one thing about Peter Max, that he is not just a successful artist, he's been an international environmentalist. He's fought for a lot of global causes. And so his whole background and the horrible way his life started out and how wonderful it became, he obviously uses that for his own conscience, and that's a special thing.
I love that. I love it when you see someone take tragedy and turn it into triumph.
Right.
That's the story of life, right? And now we're up to $1,200. I want this to be a bell ringer so badly, and I think we can make it happen. You just heard that beautiful story of how Peter's life transformed, and this piece of art is going to transform your home.
Right.
Whoever gets it is going to be one lucky person.
There's one other thing I was going to mention, just for, especially for.
It.
Okay.
$1,500. Congratulations. This is a bell ringer. Congratulations, Peter Max. There you see Kenny the Owl. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say he's also just completed his 4th Grammy Award poster. So he designs posters for the Grammys, which is a pretty special thing, and that shows he's still staying very current.
Do you know Peter?
No.
Okay. Well, he sounds like a remarkable
person. No, but I take amazing notes.
Yes, you do. $1,600. Can we get this up to $1,700? Mel Ramos is at $200 with Wonder Woman, and we're going to go over to Dee. Dee, we got a lot to recap.
This Peter Max piece is an exciting piece. It's one of the hot pieces in the art auction. I would like to thank the patron who donated this piece to the auction. We do have legacy donors who will donate parts of their art collection. If you're interested in that, you can get a hold of me through KVIE anytime during the year. I'm a regular staff member and I curate all year long. Right now, Balloon Man is at $1,800. It's got a $1,500 retail value and it's in a museum quality frame. Right now, we're going to go to the Ning Ho piece, a local legend. Let's hear some more about it.
Yeah, this is completely a local legend. Ning Ho, who just so good to KVIE. Tranquility Lane. Just take that in. It's so beautiful. 23D. It's oil on linen. It's 14 by 16. Look at that. Artist framed. Value is $2,100. Sorry, not $21,000. But hey,
the EMTers are standing by.
Yeah, if you want to do it. If you want to do it, knock yourself out.
Yeah.
Okay, tell us about what you think.
Well, I think it's wonderful. I think Ning has been a favorite of KVIE for many, many years for all his contributions of work.
And in the region.
And in the region, absolutely. What's interesting to me about him and his work, and also another artist we'll see soon, is that he maintains a studio here in Sacramento, but he also paints in Locke, the town of Locke, which is not far from here, and it's a legendary historic town.
Love Locke.
And it's Al the Wops, the restaurant. As long as it's the name of a restaurant, we can say that on the air, can't we?
Oh yeah.
I know Al is sometimes a politically incorrect. No, it's not the Al part. Okay. It's a handmade custom wood frame, which a lot of artists like to do. It's a beautiful, inviting roadway. And what's interesting about Ning's work is that it's usually much, much larger. So this is something. This is just a small gem that would work very, very well in your house, and again, your pied-à-terre, your loft, your office. It's just very nice. It's the kind of thing that would put anybody coming to your house in a pretty tranquil mood.
Yeah, and that's the whole point. I feel like of of what he does with his art anyway. He is, by nature, his art transpires tranquility, if you will.
Sure.
Does that make sense?
Well, I'm paid to say that. No, of course it makes sense. Of course it makes. No, I agree with you entirely. It's somebody who did not have that aspect of his personality would not be able to paint such serene.
I agree.
Beautiful things. Yeah.
I agree. We're at $700 right now on this piece. Tranquility Lane has a value at $2,100 right now. We are at a third of that. A call to action for the investment hour at 1-844-KVIE Art. This is a great time for you to get involved in the arts here with us at KVIE. And this beautiful piece by Ning, as you said, he has a Sacramento studio, also very dedicated to Locke. And Locke is such a special place. Was this painted there?
I don't know. It doesn't look like it was, but
or maybe along the way.
Along the way, yeah. Locke wouldn't quite look that way, but it's...
no, but the road out there would.
Yeah, true,
yeah,
true.
Yeah, it's definitely pretty. Tranquility Lane, Ning Ho. And let's check in with Dee in the phone bank. Dee's got some action going on over there, it looks like, with the Peter Max piece.
I am here with Colleen Heck, who has been helping us out all night, and I've got Balloon Man. Balloon Man is at $2,100. It had a $1,500 value. This is Peter Max, folks, and you can get him right here at the KVIE Art Auction. You can't do it if you don't call, though. We're going to close this out soon. So call us soon. We're going to go back out to Ed Goldman.
All righty, thank you so much. And so we're back here on Tranquility Lane. And this piece, if we could just really come in tight on this and show the beauty and the thickness of the paint. I love the way Ning paints.
I like the way you said the thickness of the paint, Rob, too, because there's a chunkiness you can achieve with oil. You can do it sometimes with acrylics now if you use certain kinds of base paints to it, or medium. But it's just very, very nice. It has texture. It's one of those great oil paintings that, as they're zooming in on it, you also realize that if you step back from it, it has just magnificent power.
Yeah, and I like that word chunkiness. That's why I like oil paint, because it can be so thick and chunky. And when you look at it from the side, you see the texture. And I love the simple frame.
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, so we're at $700. We're going to leave this one open because we know that it's going to go higher. It's worth $2,100, and Ning is a treasure in the region. We have an exciting one coming up next, is Beach Days, and this is by the lovely Abigail Van Cannon. And I happen to know her, and she is just one of the loveliest people. I mean, she is remarkable.
It certainly shows in the work that there's a great deal of love and affection here. This is from Abigail's Reminisce 1950s series. Mm-hmm. And so you can tell that it has a sense of nostalgia. I believe, if I read this correctly earlier, that this is her own family, or her aunt and nieces.
Well, this actually looks like her. I don't know if it is, but it does look like Abigail.
I could have that wrong. Okay.
I want to point out this is a juror award for figurative. And if you've ever met her in person, if you've ever seen Sandra Bullock, like on the red carpet when she's all done up and just stunning, that's what Abigail looks like. They look exactly alike. They really do.
This is Lake Superior, by the way. I looked that up and I found it fascinating. It's reminiscent to me of my late wife's childhood, where she came from the Midwest and used to spend summers on the lakes around the whole area. And I used to see pictures of them from that, and they looked so happy. And it was just like you can see that the little kids are discovering things right here, which is very sweet.
What I also love about Abigail is, and right now, this is great. We have a bid for $840 on this piece, and the value is $2,800. It is beautifully framed, this framed by Choice Framing. I also want to point out that Abigail is a teacher. So she's always teaching to give back. She teaches a lot at Patrice's studio in Oak Park. I've been to a class there where she's been teaching before. She's phenomenal.
Terrific.
And this captures her.
By the way, I was right almost. That is one of her nieces.
Is it?
The little girl, yeah.
Okay.
So, she wrote in her notes about the fun of trying to get her to put on the little cap. So it was it's very sweet, and the sweetness of the scene itself really shows through.
Beach Days 23E by Abigail Van Cannon, and this is an oil on canvas.
Right.
It's measured large, 24 by 36. It's a big piece. Juror award for figurative, $888. We're looking to take this up to $900. As people soak this in, I really can see this being the focal point of a room when you walk into a house. We saw it from across the studio.
Mm-hmm.
This is a big place, and it jumped out to us.
Let me tell you one of the reasons why.
Why?
Because she's been experimenting with texture in her painting, and it's notable in the swim caps, where it has like many different layers, many different colors, and it's chunky again, and you can see it across the room. It just pops at you.
Pops right out.
Yeah.
Okay, let's check in with Dee Neath right now, across over in the phone bank. Dee?
That Tranquility Lane is beautiful. What a great gift for somebody who has 3 daughters. What a beautiful Mother's Day gift. But I am standing here in front of Ning Ho's Tranquility Lane. He is an artist in Locke. He is one of this area's best landscape artists. It's a joy to have a small piece of his because he does monumental works, 12-foot canvases. We've got this little gem that can go anywhere in your house. It's been framed in a nice maple frame. It's got a value of $2,100. I have a bid right now of $1,200, but let's go back and take another little trip to the beach with Rob.
Okay, so we were just talking about what a beautiful piece of art this is, and Dee was just saying it would make a great gift for someone with a family, and I love that you said she's experimenting with textures. Blues are difficult, I hear, and blues are weaved all the way through here. And then look, if you look up at the top here of this beautiful painting, you can see how the water weaves around, and there are people here under these umbrellas and everything. It's just, the piece is huge and it's beautiful.
The sense of composition is just amazing. Right where her hair just interrupts this dune or the shrubbery back here, the little kid with the pail, and again, that bathing cap is really something. That is really notable.
Yeah, I'm so touched when artists give such huge gestures to KVIE. Someone just jumped up to $950. Now there's a battle. Now it's up to $1,000. So there are at least 3 people on now for beach days. That's fantastic. And Tranquility Lane is up to $1,400. We know these are expensive pieces. That's why they're their investment hour, but they're worth it. And it takes time for people to decide on spending that much money. We know it's an investment. I promise you, it's well worth it. We are going to move on to the next piece, which I love. Sometimes my friends would describe me this way.
That's right.
And I'm talking about the expression, not the name. How do you get out of this one?
Well, let me give the name and maybe.
Okay.
This is Hillary saying, "I did not get the nomination." No, I'm sorry. This is called "An Orgy of Looting and Lust" by William Mall. And what's so wonderful about the piece is that he actually, a long time ago, decided he was going to do screen captures of famous, iconic, screaming movie stars, and or horror films, shock shows, and
she's screaming.
Yeah, she's screaming. It's just wonderful. It actually is reminiscent of the famous picture of Janet Leigh screaming in the Psycho posters.
Yeah,
but it does look.
But isn't that what it is?
No, I thought it was Mrs. Clinton. I actually did, but I was.
Stop.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was mistaken. She had a solo show. He had a solo show in 1997 of the series, and he's revisited them all with this new 2012 portrait, which is part of the series. His techniques are an old master's technique, which is true. You can see it. It's a very very polished, masterly painting.
It's really old Hollywood.
Well, yeah, but it's also old masters because he actually does underpainting and a lot of techniques that you don't see in a lot of painters using anymore. So it's
what's underpainting?
Well, it's you have a background. Sometimes start with a gesso that's of a different color. A lot of people just think if they
What's a gesso?
Gesso is it's a substance you put on.
Break it down.
It's a substance. Gesso is my daughter's nickname because her name is it's a substance you put on a painting, and usually a lot of artists put it on white. But when you put it on a different color, it means that every time as you're painting, you have any kind of gap come in, the other color shows through.
Okay.
So this has been painted
it's the
and
background.
Well, yeah, background. Okay. That works.
It's a gesso.
Yeah, it's a gesso, yeah.
All right. And so this piece just cracks me up. I would love to have this when you walk into my house, just to see this person just screaming, cutting loose. Oh, look at Beach Days, up to $1,500. That's fantastic. Let's toss to Dee and find out more about it.
I'm standing here in front of Beach Days. Again, this is an investment quality piece. This is a piece that your grandchildren are going to fight over. What a beautiful gift for a husband to give a wife. I love the 3 little girls in here. It's got, if you have a beach house, this would be the serene, wonderful piece that you love to see every time you came up to that house to visit. You have a chance to get it. It's at $1,700. It's a $2,800 piece. It's in a beautiful frame by Choice Framing, and now we're going to go back and look at that little jewel by Bill Mall.
Little jewel with a big bang. You have more information.
There was one other thing I was going to mention, and Bill mentions this in his notes. They used to hand color photos from the movies in the 40s and 50s and even in the 60s. Sometimes you'd see a poster out front and it'd be in color, and then you go in and you'd find out, hey, that's a black and white movie. Well, they did this to enhance it, and they would actually hand color the pictures, and so it gives it a whole interesting dimension, because you think that you brought something up from black and white and then you turned it into a color piece. It's pretty interesting.
It is pretty interesting. Beach Days up to $1,800. This is an orgy of looting and lust, up to $450 right now. Call 1-844-KVIE Art, and you can just take this screaming woman home right to your house, and she can be screaming at you every time you walk in the door. I just think it's fantastic.
I think it should come with sound effects. I really do. It's just if you just open the door and just be, I think it'd be interesting.
So this artist, highly collectible?
Oh, I think so, very much so. In fact, I was going to see how the bidding went, because I would buy that in a heartbeat. I really would.
Okay, awesome. Well, $450. We're looking to take this. I have to just stare at it because it's just so cool to look at. And we are going to stay tuned. We're going to keep this one open, by the way. Stay tuned, because there's much more art coming up. Ed's going to stay with me for the next half hour in the KVIE art auction.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven dots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Galleries, offering handmade carpets and in-office and in-home consultation in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
Picking up your purchased art is quick and easy to do. Visit KVIE Studios Saturday through Tuesday during these posted hours to claim your art. Or if you need your art shipped, be sure to tell our accounting staff when they call to confirm payment on your item. All purchased art must be claimed within 30 days of auction closure. For questions, location, and hours, visit kvie.org/art-auction.
Stay tuned for the investment collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. This category features works by internationally known and up-and-coming artists whose work is included in many important public collections.
All righty, hello again. I'm Rob Stewart. We're back across the studio as we keep moving right along for another half hour of live auction entertainment featuring our investment collection. Give you an overview of what's coming up in this half hour. It's exciting. Narcissus is the first piece that you see right here. It's by Terry Pappas, and it is just beautiful. It's pastels, measuring 26 by 26. We've been talking about how tough pastels are. The next one is Dolly's Lament by Robert Bowen. This is acrylic on canvas, measuring at 12 by 24. All right, the next one is 24C Reflecting Table by Patricia Altschul. Love this artist. acrylic on canvas measuring 24 by 30. Also, we have 24D, Sacramento River number 3. Look at that. It's just exquisite. By Timothy Mulligan. Item 24E is Bellum Pass by D.L. Tamal. Thomas, I am so sorry. That is saying that D.L. is a male. So forgive, that's what the note is there. And I just said to male. Okay, get it? And 24F is Tethered by the beloved Kim Squalia, who I just adore. This is mixed media measuring 24 by 24. Let's get started in this category. By the way, the Peter Max, what was that, $3,000?
Last time I checked.
Yeah, it's all going up. That's
terrific.
Great stuff. Okay, Terry Pappas, Narcissus, take us away.
Well, the first thing I got to tell you is that beside it being an absolutely beautiful pastel work and being very cute, a little duckling looking at its own image. That's the part of it that's whimsical, because Narcissus, as you know, looked at his own mirror image in the water, and I believe drowned is the mythology, because he found himself so compelling. And this is a little duck just looking and saying, I wonder who that other duck is, and in the water there. Terry Pappas was born in San Francisco. She's a 5th generation San Franciscan, and still considered one of the most beautiful cities in the world, but she's been very active here in Sacramento for a long time.
Thank you for the correction on the name. It's Pappas, right? Terry
Pappas, I believe so, yeah. Well, I could be wrong, too.
No, they just said it in my ear, too.
Oh, okay.
Yep. And this is a little killdeer, by the way.
Killdeer, right. Yeah, and it's what was interesting to me is that the original title that was on my notes was Duckling. So it's cute, it's beautifully done. You were absolutely right about pastel being difficult to do. That and watercolor are among the most unforgiving media for painting. And,
well, this looks tough. I mean, you can, sometimes the paintings that you look at and you think, my goodness, that looks so difficult to do. And it is. Just a quick update on the Screaming Woman, an orgy of looting and lust. That's up to $900 now. And Narcissus here by Terry Pappas is up to $400 now, with a retail of $1,700. This is 24A. If you are online following on kvie.org/art auction, feel free to call anywhere in the country or the world and have them watch this auction. We will ship these items to you, but you do have to pay for shipping. Okay, tell us more about this.
Well, Terry has this wonderful view that your reaction and your relationship to the painting is based on your reaction to the painter and what you see in the painting of yourself. And I think while this is a little duckling, and most of us might not think of ourselves as being little ducklings, we all have those moments when we're fascinated by ourselves or fascinated by an image that catches our eye. I just love it. I think it's very sweet, it's kind, but mainly it's forget everything that goes into these things. It's just a great thing to have in your home.
Yeah, it also could reflect a time where maybe you need to take a good look at yourself.
Sure.
And see what's going on there.
Right.
You know what I mean?
You mean that personally?
No, I don't mean that personally at all. Hey, I did it in my life.
I tried. I got so bored with when I saw myself. Terry took adult art classes at the Young Museum in San Francisco as a young woman. Numerous art classes at Sac City, and she's been under the tutelage of people like Fred Dahlke, Patrick Delante, Patricia Wall, Bob Leach, Gary Pruner, Pam Maddock, and Daryl Forney, whom we all missed and loved. So really had some very serious mentors.
So this killdeer, this shorebird is looking into its reflection, and it's just so impeccably done.
Yeah.
You can see how beautifully it's done there. It's at $400. We're looking to take Narcissus up to $500 from Terry Pappas. It is a donation to KVIE, and it could be in your home as soon as tomorrow. This is one that, honestly, I could just stare at.
Yeah.
Some of them, they're so easy just to flow and talk about, but this one just is so tranquil.
If it doesn't diminish the quality of the work by my saying this would be an ideal thing to put in a child's room.
Yeah.
And also, it would not only be a tranquil thing for the child to look at, and also, and just fun because it's a little duck, but also it would expose the child at a very, very early age to original art, which is just a wonderful thing to do.
And to reflection.
Ah, very good.
All right, let's go back over to the phone bank and check in there.
I want to remind everybody, this is the investment hour. These are the pieces that you want to buy to leave your children. These are the pieces that you've got that piece at grandma's house. Nobody wants the dishes, but everybody wants the painting over the fireplace. Right now, the Terry Pappas is at $400. It's a $1,700 piece. It's framed under non-glare glass, and it's been museum quality framed. Again, this was donated by a KVIE art supporter, and we're proud to have the piece in the collection. So this next hour is the time to call and get that piece, because they go fast and then they're gone. So let's go out and look at that beautiful Robert Bowen piece.
Isn't this beautiful by Robert Bowen? Dolly's Lament. I love that title, valued at $1,200, and we have a starting bid now at $250, as Narcissus just jumped up to $600. This one is at $250, Dolly's Lament. Tell me what you think about this.
Well, I love the painting. There's something you really need to pay attention to, folks. This inner frame that is just magnificent. This is bright, 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 bright red, and it just captures the whole thing. This is Salvador Dali, of course, and he seems to be on flame. Because he going to hell? Is he there already? It's kind of hard to tell, but it was
always hard to tell with Dali.
That's right, with Dali himself. Yeah, but it's a wonderful, wonderful piece. Its horizontal structure should appeal to everybody who is really into letterboxing now of TV. But I wanted to tell you something, Rob, about Robert Bowen. Just this year alone, I have a list of some of the places he's been in more shows in Brooklyn, in Portland, in San Francisco, in Sacramento, in Long Beach, in San Francisco again, in Santa Ana, in Oakland, in the Spoke Art Gallery in San Francisco, the 1 a.m. Gallery in San Francisco. So this is, when you talk about a working artist, this artist is working.
He's working.
He's working. He's getting the stuff out there. And
guess what? He gave this piece to KVIE.
Which is just amazing. We're very grateful because, and his first solo exhibition was at the Tower Gallery, if you remember that, a number of years ago, about a decade ago. And he's just continued to just amaze. So
I'm fascinated after the list you just read that you know what, actually, I'm not fascinated that he gave this to us, because that's the quality of work that Dee is able to curate for this collection. And I frankly don't know how she does it, but she has a skill of getting wonderful art donated to us. We're at $250 right now. We want to get this up to $300. It's worth $1,200. And you just heard all the places that Robert Bowen has showed, and it's quite an impressive list.
And I have an answer to your question about how Dee gets artists to do it, because her enthusiasm, her absolute love of art, and her unflinching eye, which are just amazing. You can't fake those things. And Dee already had her own eye, but she trained with Michael Himovitz. She was his assistant for many years, and he was a legendary art dealer here in Sacramento. Started the careers of a lot of people, or else kept them moving. And so, really
that's
terrific
wonderful.
guy.
Awesome. Well, then maybe that's a fitting time that we should check in with Dee, as Dee's standing over there with the beautiful Narcissus piece. Let's turn things over to Dee.
I'm standing here with this beautiful Terry Pappas. It was gifted to the station from somebody who loved this piece in their collection, was downsizing their home, and didn't have a place to display it. They gave it to the station because they wanted us to get that $1,700 retail price. Right now it's at $950. Please remember that all of these are original artworks. We are not selling any reproductions. This is a beautiful pastel. It's item number 24A. I've got it at $950. We also have Robert Bowen's Dolly's Lament. That's a $1,200 oil painting. Right now it's got a bid of $300. He is a hot commodity in San Francisco and a Sacramento favorite. So think about those. You're going to need to call in and get your bids in. We've got people waiting on the phone because we've got an auction going on. Let's look at that beautiful Patricia Atchell piece.
Yes, this piece moves me for so many reasons. And I just want to jump right into this beautiful piece, Reflecting Table, and it's by Patricia Altschul, and just take it away.
Well, let me tell you something. I just talked to Patricia yesterday.
And she was here Monday night.
Oh, okay, and I was thrilled to do it because I started looking through all her past work, and it's just amazing. And her work changed quite a bit. Before, she had a very traumatic brain injury, back in 2000. She would paint small, and I believe they were mainly birds, and they were beautiful. And when she taught herself to repaint, or she relearned how to paint. And if you look at her website, some of her stuff is just magnificent. It's poignant. It looks like a woman deep in thought here, and I just think it's great. And you talk about Renaissance paintings. The artists themselves are not usually examples of Renaissance, but if Renaissance means rebirth, this woman has done it.
She has done it in many ways, and I spoke to her Monday night, and you can just see how moved she is and overwhelmed that she has been able to overcome such a traumatic experience in her life. And then look.
Yeah, it's just terrific. This is, if you look at the colors of this, you look at the composition of it, and again, her other paintings as well, although this is the one we're fortunate to have at KVIE this year, they're just, when she went into narrative figurative work, it just became so interesting and so full of life.
Yeah, I know that when she did her first showing, when she had come back, if you will, to painting, it sold out just like that.
Oh yeah, actually it sold out, I believe Dee told me, in like minutes. Minutes, yeah.
Minutes.
So,
which is that now we actually have a $250 bid on here for this, as we're looking to take this up to $300. It's at retail at $950, but the bids are now coming in for this. I'm sorry, that's at $250, and the value is at $950. What else comes to mind?
Well, I'm always, there's a D.H. Lawrence once said, never trust the author, only trust the tale. In other words, the backstory should not matter at all. But when the backstory is as compelling as Patricia's, and then what she's done with it, I would look at this painting without knowing anything about what she went through, and I think, who is this painter and what did she go through? There's so much poignancy and sadness and resolve.
And bravery.
And bravery, right, that's the resolve, you bet.
Yeah. Absolutely. I love that it almost resembles her.
Well, I haven't met her, so I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
It almost resembles her, and it is called Reflecting Table. So we have $250 on this, and as we mentioned, when she had her first coming back show, it sold out within minutes. Her pieces are collectible, and they are worth, as we said on this one, $950. We have another caller on the line for this one. It's now up to $275. We're calling for $300, and we're now going to toss it over to the phone bank and check in with Dee.
Again, this is the investment hour. These are either well-established artists or these are the up-and-coming. Right here I have Robert Bowen's Dolly's Lament. I got a bid of $550. It's a $1,200 piece. He shows at the White Walls in San Francisco. He just had a successful show in Portland. He's a Sacramento favorite. He loves PBS. It was a favor to get this piece in here, and we're so proud to have it. Choice Framing put a beautiful frame on it. It's ready to go home. Why invest in stocks and they stay in a drawer? Invest in artwork and enjoy it. Right now I got a bid of $525. Again, it's number 24, or it's 24B, and we're up to $600. So now let's go back out and see another piece on the floor.
So Patricia's piece is climbing big time. It just jumped from 5 to 6 to 7. So we knew that would happen, and it's just fantastic to watch. This is Sacramento River number 3 by Timothy Mulligan, valued at $1450. We already have a $750 bid on this. That is fantastic, and just look at the beautiful Sacramento River.
I like it very, very much.
And actually up here too, the beautiful pictures up here, or the colors up here.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. This is the Sacramento River from, I think, the Elkhorn Overpass.
Okay.
I'm thinking, but I can check my notes and see if I'm right. Elkhorn Bridge Overpass. Okay,
Look at you.
very good.
Okay.
Well, that's good. That's right. Without cue cards.
Look how pretty.
It's a wonderful piece. It actually looks like a panning shot from a movie about the river.
If this doesn't represent Sacramento right there, I don't know what else does.
You know, Tim Mulligan uses very broad strokes in his paintings, and he's very much about the texture of the paint. And it's very obvious here that he does it. And you know, we have a lot of painters who paint the river and scapes like this in Sacramento, and obviously Gregory Condos comes to mind. But it's so interesting that every painter takes it to another dimension, and I just love this. I think it's you can see the reflection in the water.
I love it, and I love major pops of color. And as you see them right there unveil, We just are unveiling a new level. It's at $800. We're looking to take this up to $850. This is this is 2015. This is done this year. Brand spanking new and given to KVIE for the art auction, which is fantastic. It's at $800.
You know, Rob, you mentioned that you like how you like bright colors.
Love.
And Tim Mulligan actually makes it a point to work in hypercolors. And I'm assuming what he means when he says that is the same thing as when I paint acrylics, I use ultracolors that you buy, which just makes things really pop, and you can diminish them and you can change them. But this is wonderful. These colors are very, very vibrant.
$800. Now let's try to get $850 on this. Sacramento River number 3. I love the distinct colors there, and this is just there are a few things that you know are Sacramento when you see them in a painting.
Absolutely.
And it's the Sacramento River.
You know, it's funny because this is reminiscent too of Buster Keaton made a film, Steamboat Bill Jr. He shot it on the Sacramento River in like the 1920s. This actually looks like one of the setups from the film.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's absolutely beautiful. I do see some Condos influence in here.
Could be.
Could be. I shouldn't assume that. It reminds me of some Condos influence. But it's more than that. It's representative of Sacramento.
Yeah, and I think it takes it further. I think it takes it in a new direction. This is, with all due respect to Greg's work, this is almost like you're in a close-up or you're in a shot that's coming in. And I like it. I feel like you're part of it.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Actually, what you just said is true. It does take it further. It puts you on the river.
Yeah.
You're not at it. You're in it.
Right.
I like that. I like that a lot. $850. Let's call for 9 and head back over to Dee Neath.
In 1968, you could buy a small Wayne Thiebaud painting for $450, and that same painting would cost you $800,000. And that's a Sacramento artist. We're talking about investment art. I'm standing here in front of Reflecting Table by Patricia Altschul. There is currently a waiting list for her work at my gallery. She was kind enough to give us one of her newest pieces. It's only at $750 right now. It has a retail of $950. This is a Sacramento up-and-coming artist. But you got to call now to get in. There's already people bidding on it. Timothy Mulligan's piece right now, Sacramento River, is at $950. It's a $1,450 value. Now we're at $1,000. So get in there fast. Remember, this is the time to buy, folks. You got to call us at 1-844-KVIE Art. Now we're going to look at a piece by D.L. Thomas.
All right, thank you. You just heard Dee also say it. There is a waiting list for Patricia's pieces, and we have one right here, Reflecting Table at $750 at the high bid, worth $950. Okay, so this piece right here by D.L. Thomas is fantastic. It is Bell and Pass, and it is beautiful, and it is acrylic on paper. It's 13 by 18, done by Choice Framing. Mm-hmm. Tell me about it.
Well, Bell and Pass means woman's problem, and I'm told earlier that he had a more colorful name for the painting. It's a wonderful piece, and I have to say...
Are you allowed to say what it was?
No.
Okay.
No. Because I asked beforehand. But what's interesting about this artist is that you talk about somebody living the dream of artists. He has a studio here, and he has one in the south of France. And when
Really?
when I tried to catch up with him and ask him a few questions about his career, he wrote back this lovely note, and I just wanted to share it with you. Sorry, we're in France on the 15th, and we'll be here till the end of October, I think. But it's a lot of people who mock Sacramento or mock its appeal, they forget that small towns or cities hold things for people. William Saroyan had a home in Fresno and in Paris. Mm-hmm. So anyway, I think it's a wonderful piece. He's had major shows all over the world, and I think this would be a hell of a bargain.
Well, I'll go back to someone else. Gregory Condos told me that he went to Greece 47 times to learn how to paint blue on the Sacramento River. I mean, it's amazing what local artists have done here to have international flair to bring home to paint our area.
It's frightening to think if you'd gone 48 times.
Who knows what would have happened?
I don't know.
What strikes you the most about the composition of this work?
It's segmented, and I think that's very bold. You have different things going on, and it's almost like, whoops, sorry.
It's okay.
It's almost like there's a what you would call a triptych if it was 3 pieces. There's more like a multi-tick. There's just a lot of different sections of the painting. It actually looks like they've been painted on wood, but that's not the case. But just really beautiful, really compelling, and you know exactly where to look in the painting, which is half the battle.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking for a starting bid of $150 on D.L. Thomas's Bell and Pass. It's a beautiful painting, and we're looking at a starting bid at $150 by calling 1-844-KVIE-ART or log online at kvie.org/art auction. That can be anywhere in the country or in the world. I love the. Is this layered on top of there, or is this one painting?
It's hard for me to tell. I just had Cadillacs removed from my eyes.
Cadillacs.
I thought they were saying Cadillacs anyway. But it's so I have glasses now. Yeah, that's very densely textured, beautiful work.
It's gorgeous, awesome. We're looking for a starting bid of $150. Reflecting table, wonderful. Okay, so Patricia's piece. Is that right? Went up to $12.50. So that's a bell ringer, which is wonderful. Congratulations, Patricia, for Reflecting Table. Wonderful news. That one's still open. Sacramento River still jumped up to $1,200, worth $14.50. And Bell and Pass right now, we're looking for a starting bid of $150. And remember, this is in the investment hour. Let's go over to Dee.
I know there's people out there that watch Antiques Roadshow, and one of the hottest collectibles is early California landscapes. For some reason, the foreign buyers cannot get enough of California landscapes, and the best California landscapes come from Sacramento. And I've got one right here, 24D, Sacramento River number 3. It's currently at $1,200. We're looking for $1,450. Again, welcome to the investment hour. Things are going fast. We've already got Patricia Auchel's piece at $1,250. If you're interested in a piece, you need to call now. Let's go back out and see this great piece by Kim Squalia. I love her.
I know, and I love that Kim gave this to us. First of all, I adore Kim Squalia. She's a wonderful person, a phenomenal artist, and she created this type of art, which I think is just so cool. She calls this Tethered. It's valued at $2,800. She has been commissioned all across this country, New York City, to do major works for major department stores. I think it was Neiman Marcus that she did a huge display for, and she's right here doing art here in our area as well. I've watched her paint, and it's layer after layer after layer, and then she blasts it and coats it with all of these coatings. And
she uses a torch, I believe.
It's a torch.
I think
and
it's
a helmet.
And it's a technique called torch acrylic, which is fascinating. You know, what I love about the piece, too, is that you can see Kim's abstract roots.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Because she's taken abstract to a whole different place, because this actually feels like abstract you can touch and peel away, which I wouldn't advise anybody to do, but it just has a real density to it.
It's incredibly thick. Kim's pieces are incredibly heavy. This may not look like it, but this is a heavy piece of art. They hang beautifully on your wall, however. And I just tell you, these are the types of pieces that make a room.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the nice thing about it, as silly as it sounds to make the point, when you have a painting with this many colors in it, you can put it into almost any room.
Anywhere.
I shouldn't say that because my house is a riot of color. And you can put anything in there and it'll go. But this is just great. I mean, you've got this wonderful blue, this yellow-green, you've got the orange, white, of course, almost looks like a gunmetal gray. And that goes with a lot of things. And I don't mean to sell art just as decoration, but you think about it, it's going to really bring a room together.
And it also has a very retro feel to it, yet a very modern feel to it. We're only looking for a starting bid of $500 on what in a gallery would go for $2,800 or more. For a Kim Squalia piece, this is a large piece. And to watch her do these layers and layers, each of these layers are painted with a small small brush.
And you know what? It gives the impression of a classical collage or montage. These look like strips of cardboard that have been put on there, but no, this is all paint, so it's great.
That's right. They're all strips of paint that she's done individually with a paintbrush, and then she lets it dry, and then it's layer after layer. And standing here next to her, you can see how layered it is, and it's just a remarkable piece for a remarkable value. Let's turn things over to Dee.
I got a bell ringer here for D.L. Thomas's piece. It is still available. It's currently at $9.50. It's got an $8.50 retail on it. We're going to keep it open for a few more minutes. It's 24E. We also have a bell ringer on Patricia Atchell's piece, number 24C. We are keeping the bidding open for that one. So remember, it goes really fast. Once you see one of these, you got to call us up at 844 KVIE Art and bid high and bid often. Now we're going to go back out and we're going to look at that fabulous piece by Kim Squalia.
So, Dee, come here for a minute. Dee and I had the privilege.
All the way across the studio.
The reason is because you and I had the privilege of plundering through her studio that day. Do you remember?
She is an amazing lady, and she's this petite, beautiful lady, and then she puts on that big mask and gets out her welder thing, and
it's fascinating to me.
She is hot, 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 hot. They just did that big piece. Was it Nordstrom's that bought a big giant piece of hers?
I think it was Neiman Marcus. But
Neiman Marcus.
Yes.
I know it's one of those places where I can't afford to shop. But anyway, they bought one of her pieces, and it's on permanent display. She was one of our art showcase artists.
She's at the Crocker.
She's at the Crocker. Again, this is the investment hour. Did you want to buy the Wayne Thiebaud for $450 back in 1968? Because now's your chance to buy this piece and leave it to your children, because it's a great piece.
And can I just ask you one thing about that?
Yeah.
You can also enjoy it without dying.
Yeah.
And I just got to make that
That's
point.
a very good
We've been
point.
talking about everybody dying, and I just think, stay alive and enjoy this piece. It's really great.
The auction has started, and we have a $500 bid on Kim's piece. We're looking now for a $600 bid. And the other thing is, I remember when she let us come through her studio, she let you pick out what you wanted.
I have a little tiny pink. Well,
No,
I picked the pink one.
I mean for the
art auction. Yes, a lot of these artists, they're not giving us the piece that didn't sell at their last show.
No, that's important.
I walked into their studio and they let me walk out with the piece that I thought best fit the collection. They let me pick larger pieces. They let me pick more important pieces.
Yeah.
So now we're going to go to Jessica in the phone bank.
The phones are ringing right now. It's really good energy, but we want to get more callers. So if you see something you like, don't hesitate. Make sure you pick up the phone and bid. We got a full phone bank here ready to take your call, and now we are going to head back to Rob.
Okay, all right. So we're going to keep the bidding going as good. There's people on the phone for Kim's piece. Stay tuned, because there's much more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE art auction. Thank you so much, Ed.
Welcome to the 34th annual KVIE Art Auction. Join us all weekend for a celebration of local and regional visual arts. Over 250 pieces will be auctioned off to the highest bidder, and you can be part of the action by watching and bidding on your favorite pieces. View the entire collection online at kvie.org/art auction. Then when your favorite item appears, call 1-844-KVIE-ART to place your bid. 100% of the auction proceeds benefit the programs and services of your local PBS station, KVIE. So thank you for watching and bidding. And now, let the auction begin.
Stay tuned for the California Masters Collection coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Selected by curator D. Oldham Neath, this category recognizes the works of this region's amazing artists.
Talk about how to use it in interiors.
Great. Wonderful. Oh, and look at there in the control room. Hey, everybody in there. Also, I want to say that Kim Squalia's piece is taking off. Wow, that's fantastic. It's now up to $900. We're calling for $1,000. Hello and welcome to the 2015 KVIE Art Auction. I'm Rob Stewart. Again, over the next half hour, you will have the opportunity to bid on and buy original works of art in our California Masters Collection. This portion of art is sponsored by the Mansour's Oriental Rug Gallery, and we of course thank them for their commitment to supporting the arts on KVIE. And now let's take a look at the art that's up for bid in this next half hour. It's fantastic. The Pearl by Kim Scott. Kim's just an all-around cool person. This is oil on board, measuring at 18 by 26, artist framed, retail value at $2,500. And I love this piece of art. The next item, 25B, is Cigar Bunny by the Eric Dolan. We've got some surprise reveals of that when we get over to that one. It's a ceramic measuring 20 by 12 by 9. Retail value on this one is at $700. Item 25C, check it out. We have a Gregory Kondos. This is a lithograph measuring 28 by 32, Skyline 1 framing. Retail value, $3,000. Look at this next one. It takes my breath away. David Lobenberg, Capital Morning. This is a watercolor measuring 30 by 22, choice framing. Retail values, $2,200. I believe he did this one this year and gave it to us. Item 25E is Rotunda Interior, Palace of Fine Arts by the one and only Martin Christian, who is a beloved family member here at KVIE. He's our director of videography, but he's also a professional photographer in his own life. And we have his piece coming up as well. This piece is by Choice Framing, retail value at $900. And this won the best frame design. So Martin, congratulations on that. Item 25F is Sunflower Faces by Beth Winfield. Stunning piece in oil on canvas measuring 18 by 24. Retail value is $1,800. All right, so during this break, we are pleased to be joined by Nikki Sosnick, one of Sacramento's leading interior designers for more than 25 years, an avid art collector, and a member of the American Society of Interior Designers. Welcome, Nikki.
Thank you.
Good
nice
to see
be here.
you. Got to meet you the other night, so it's great to chat a little bit before we come on air. So, you being an interior designer, tell me what you see.
I see a very wonderful traditional painting. Somehow has, to me, a Russian influence in all of this beautiful flowering and the detail in the frame. And I think it would be lovely if it were used in, where you could actually change it up. You could actually take a blue that's not unlike the blue that you see here in the figure. And you could do a whole wall, and then you could do, warmer tones in the sofa or chairs and create a very traditional feeling, but you'd kick it up a notch just by using that blue on the wall. Sort of unexpected and make this painting really, really pop.
It's fantastic. We have a $500 bid for this piece. Kim Scott's value as $2,500 on this piece, The Pearl. This is quintessential Kim Scott. And she picked out this piece and let us have it for the KVIE art auction. Her work is highly collected across Northern California, and we have $500. We're looking for $600. What else strikes you about this piece?
Well, I like the pattern on pattern. I love how she has this. It's very lacy in here, and it's metallic. And then there's these beautiful flowers that look like they have little jewels in the center of them.
You know what they really do in there?
Don't they?
It's paint, but they're not.
It's paint. They have tremendous dimension to them.
Wow.
It's really quite lovely.
Kim is also a former juror for the KVIE art auction, and we're going to talk to Dee Neath in the phone bank about that.
We are still continuing in the investment theme here with our California Masters. That's a piece by Kim Scott. Kim teaches at the Short Center. She's been an on-air art expert here. She used to show at the Michael Hemovitz Gallery. She is quintessential Sacramento area artist. And again, I was lucky to get a big, important piece. The piece is called The Pearl. The high bid is currently $500. It's number 25A, and you can't buy it if you don't call 1-844-KVIE-ART. Let's go back to Nikki and Rob and learn some more.
Okay.
So if you know Kim Scott, you know that she's this really fun, amazing looking person, and this is an amazing looking painting. I saw her the other night, and she had blue hair this time, and the last time I saw her, and she had red hair, and she's just a fascinating person.
And this is a self-portrait.
And yes, and it has some blue and red, and it has a lot of beauty to it. What else strikes you about this piece? You know, you being an interior designer, and I know that's what you wanted to talk about this hour with the investment art.
Sure.
Where would you put it?
This would also be wonderful in a like a library den, you know, paneled room. And it's so rich that it could hold its own in a paneled room.
In a paneled room.
It would be beautiful.
Okay, so we're at $500. We're looking for $600 as you see this beautiful quintessential Kim Scott original that she herself gave to KVIE for the art auction. We are going to keep this one open because it takes time for people to start to look and decide, do I want to spend that much money? And yes, they decide they want to start to do it. So we're going to keep this one open, and we're going to start to move on to the next piece, which is going to be just absolutely beautiful. And there it is. It's Eric Dahlin, ceramic, measuring 20 by 12 by 9. And why did you just gasp?
Because I love to work with Eric.
I heard you go, oh. So talk about it.
Oh, all of Eric's pieces are so much fun. I mean, first of all, I love the rabbits, but I love all the pieces that he does because they're all very, very much fun. This, you could actually use, you see these cigars right here, and there are cigars in this box, and so they've taken some of them out so you could see them.
See, the box is full of cigars.
Cigars, yes.
So there's like there's 4 in there that you can take out, and there's 2 more here. So those are 6 pieces right there that you could actually give away, you know, as a Dahlin.
As a Dahlin,
piece,
absolutely.
and then just keep this and put something else in it, you know, or whatever you want to. Oh, the pearl just jumped up to $1,000.
Oh, good.
For Kim Scott's piece, Get Down, Kim. Cigar Bunny here, right here, with Eric Dahlin is now at $225. So we have a bidder online for this one as well. And I still go back to your gasp.
I love it. I mean, it's so much fun. I mean, why wouldn't you want to have a piece like this in your house? I mean, it's a joy. Just little animals are so happy, but his are just so wonderful. I have a friend who opened a cigar bar in Miami, and I sent him one of Eric's pieces was a crow that had a little stogie, just the tip of the stogie, and he absolutely loves it. You know, so imagine if you had a man cave, and you know you wanted to have a piece to greet your guest to your man cave. Would this be perfect or not? Because you could maybe, hopefully, smoke in the man cave.
Can this go indoors and outdoors?
Well, I think the box can't go outdoors.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, but but you can remove this box. The box is removable, and so you just have this little bunny. You could put something else in his paws, but he is adorable, and he's so classy in his top hat.
Yeah, put it right in the entrance of your home, put candy in it, and there you go.
Oh, sure.
Perfect piece. $225 right there for an Eric Dahlin. It's valued at $700, and these pieces are incredibly popular. I see them in homes across Sacramento, and I tell you, when you walk in, especially in homes where there's a lot of art, when you see a Dahlin, you know you see a Dahlin.
That's right.
It's an amazing thing. Dee has so much that she can say about this. Right now, I think she's going to talk more about Kim.
I have a big, giant Eric Dahlin bunny in my front yard. I would love to have that to put my business cards in on my desk. What a great way to open a conversation with a new client. Meanwhile, I'm in front of number 25A, the Pearl. We're currently at $1,100. This is Sacramento artist Kim Scott, again, an icon in our area. She gave us a big, beautiful piece. She is really well known for her self-portraits. There is so much going on in this piece. It's a nice meditative piece. It's a good size for anywhere in $1,100. It's a steal right now. We want to see that get up to $2,500. Piece number 25A. Let's go back and look at that bunny rabbit again.
25B, there we see it at $225. Eric Dahlin, the cigar bunny. This little box that you see here right under the nose of the little bunny right here is filled with cigars. Hang on. There they are right there. Little sandbox filled with cigars. All in there. And these pieces, I've seen them, I've seen Dahlin pieces used in any room in any home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Any room, any home, contemporary, traditional, it doesn't make any difference. It works everywhere. They're lovely.
This is the investment hour, as we're saying, and that's because we know these pieces are going to grow in value. We think that this is a perfect opportunity not only to get this piece, but to multi-purpose this piece, because you, like I said, you can separate the cigars and give them away as maybe as a bachelor gift.
Sure.
You know? Okay, let's move on over here to this piece, and you look at this and you immediately know who it is.
We know who this is, yes.
Gregory Kondos, what a man. And he gave this to us. He wanted us to have this for the auction. This is valued at $3,000. We already have a bid of $1,200 on it. I had the privilege of spending not 1 but 2 days with him in his studio over the past 7 years. He has been so remarkable to us. And he talks about how he paints his blues. Tell me what you see here as an interior designer.
Well, the first thing that catches my eye, of course, is the color. Color is wonderful. All of his pieces have just this beautiful blue sky. It's a unique color, and I like the touches of color through the foreground here. But I love that he took something that's so typical of this region, which is ag, and did this just stacks of hay. I mean, so simple, but just, I don't know, elegant in its simplicity.
Elegance and simplicity, and that's what he is a pro at.
Oh, he is.
This is where we need you to call. We need you to call 1-844-KVIE Art. Show your dedication to the arts in a way that you keep the programming coming into your home, and you also get to bring this art into your home. This is the California Masters category. And Gregory Kondos is a California master. Absolutely. You can't put it any other way. And his pieces are iconic. This is a beautiful lithograph that was done back in 1999. And there's only
it's limited. Yes.
Oh, there's only 10 of them.
10.
And this is number 5. So this is definitely a piece that is well worth the investment. Let's check in with Dee.
I ain't got no bunny. Oh, wait, I do have a bunny, and here he is. This is the Cigar Bunny by Eric Dahlin. He has this great little cigar box. He's at $425 right now. He has a retail value of $700. What a classy piece. What a fun way to get a conversation going in your house. Right now, if you're interested in any of the pieces, particularly that Kondos that's up, my phone lines are getting full. So if you want to bid, you better call now. The number's 1-844-584-3278. If you don't call now, you're not going to get your bid in, and you won't have no bunny. Anyway, let's go back out and see that Kondos.
Love it.
She gets crazy as the night goes on.
As the night goes on. Crazier.
Crazier. Line of the night.
Yeah.
Okay, so this beautiful Gregory Kondos, we've got $1,200. That's fantastic. We're looking for $1,300. The beautiful iconic haystacks that say so much about California. You're an interior designer. I mean, this is California's gold right there.
Absolutely, it is. Absolutely. I've often wondered if the gold wasn't the gold on the ground, I mean, on top of the ground, rather than what's in the ground.
You never know.
I mean, it could be both.
It could be both.
Both, yeah, exactly.
Now,
but that could go anywhere. It can go in traditional, it can go into a contemporary, it doesn't matter. This is a classic piece that will go in any interior.
And Gregory Kondos has been so good to us, so has his wife, Monty Van Camp. They always make sure that we have something here to show their dedication to KVIE and to the arts. But this can be in your home as soon as tomorrow. This is, right now, we have a bid that is less than half its value.
Yeah.
It is a limited edition lithograph. There's only 10 in the world. This is the 5th one. He gave this to us so that we could bring on to you. It is quite a statement that he did that for us.
Yes. And you guys, it's a win-win situation.
Why?
You're going to have an original piece. It's much better than going out and buying mass-produced things. I mean, they might be a little bit less expensive, but you won't have something that's as lasting as this. And it's better to buy good things and less things than it is to buy a whole bunch of stuff that's mass produced.
Okay, I get it. I love that. I love that explanation. Okay, and there it goes. It just jumped up to $1,400.
Oh, right.
So that one, when they start to go up, we move on. That's how it works. We're going to let that auction continue off air as we move on to this. Check this thing out.
Oh, yeah.
Capitol Morning by David Lobenberg. And this piece, he has, in the past few years, this man has gotten a hold of watercolor and just torn it up. I mean, he has a skill with watercolor. It's amazing what he's done. And we have a $600 bid right now. The value is $2,200. He's highly commissioned, but and I know he's just doing these pieces right now. I think he did this one this year.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Well, and also you did it very quickly. And I think what is so amazing, and it blows me away like it did you, this approach to looking at the Capitol is just beautiful because it's like you are sitting on a park bench around the Capitol grounds, and all of a sudden you look up and you see this wonderful structure. I mean, it's a classic structure. Most of the time when you're seeing, the Capitol, it's kind of, it could be a little too geometric, a little too stilted. It's almost standoffish. But this way it adds such a lovely, living, human element. It's beautiful, and the colors.
You know what it does to me? It adds a timelessness to the Capitol.
Yes.
Because this could be the Capitol, many, many years ago, or it could be the Capitol today. I'd also like to say we have a lobby that has a lot of art in it by David Lobenberg. He did Huell Hauser's painting. He did mine. He did Gwen Eiffel. He did lots of people, and we're so glad to have so many of his pieces. But this one he has given us to pass on to you. $600, a value for $2,200. And his commissions are going through the roof. Haystacks, by the way, over to the condos piece is up to $2,000 right now, and we're going to send it over to Dee for a quick update on that.
We closed out the bunny rabbit. That was a bell ringer. That's what we like to hear. Let's make this into a bell ringer. We're at 25C Gregory Condos. Do I need to see anything else? Gregory Condos, Haystacks. It's now at 2,000. Let's get it up to 3,000. There's only 10 of these. It was so nice of him to give us this piece. He gives us a piece every year, and he's been a juror before, so he believes in PBS. Show us that you believe in PBS. Give us a call, 844-KVIE Art, and bid, bid, bid. Let's go back out and look at that beautiful David Lobenberg.
Yes, this beautiful David Lobenberg, Capitol Morning, and it is absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's so nice to get up in the morning and walk around the Capitol.
It's beautiful.
And this really is what you see. And the California skies that we've been seeing lately, the bright skies. You as an interior designer, this just must really get you going.
Oh, it explodes. The colors just explode. And I love the lavender tones that he's used in the arches. And actually, this coloration of the dome is so beautiful.
Isn't it?
It's hard to capture that.
It is.
Very, very difficult.
Call 1-844-KVIE Art. Get involved in this art auction right now. This is well below retail value right now at $600. The way it is framed, it is floating inside of the frame. And it is exquisite. Back to the dome, what you were saying?
Oh, the color, because I mean, this is metal that he's painting. It's very, very difficult to get the effect of metal in any kind of a painting. I don't care what medium you're using, but that is exquisite. I love the way he's done it.
Yeah, I really love the way he paints. And I sat in his studio and watched him paint, and it was just phenomenal. Such large strokes and just fascinating. Okay, this one I've been so excited about for a long time.
Oh.
And this is our very own Martin Christian.
Yay,
Yes,
Martin.
I know, right? We're gonna just do it. Martin's over there on camera. So Martin is director of videography for KVIE Public Television. So when you see a local program, Martin is the one that has been the man behind the camera, the artist behind the camera. He's also in his own life a professional still photographer outside of his work here. And look what he did.
Oh, it's
so
wonderful.
Martin is the man behind Arts Showcase, behind Rob on the Road, behind Viewfinder series. But look at what he did here. This is the Palace of Fine Arts. Now, his pieces are really, really, really being collected. He is getting ready. He has just been selected to show at the Tim Collum Gallery in November.
Wonderful.
His star is blowing up. This is best frame design out of the entire competition. We are looking for a starting bid of $250 on this piece. It is valued at $900. Tell me about this as an interior designer.
Well, I am very drawn to this
I
because
see that.
I love architecture, and I have in my own home. I have fragments of architectures, pilasters, which is what this would be right here is a pilaster. And I also have, you know, capitals and things like that. But I think what's so wonderful about this, what a great beginning for a collection of black and whites. I mean, and they don't have to be the same medium. They could all be photographs, and they don't all have to be architecture, but they could be. So you could have, you know, black and white ink sketches, pencil sketches, but photographs. I mean, and you could have an entire wall of it. It would be stunning. And you could do it in a very, I mean, really striking, you know, black and white interior, which would just reinforce what we're seeing here, this high contrast here and here. And, or you could actually use, I mean, you could use a red, I mean, like a fire engine red wall would be stunning to display these. But there's so many things that you can do with black and white, and it works everywhere.
Well, Martin is known for his landscapes as well. He has photographed California landscapes, and here he has photographed the interior of the Palace of Fine Arts, honestly, in a way that I've never seen it captured. Yeah. Look at the lighting there, right there. He's a master at lighting and making the lighting show in a way that, frankly, I've never seen in a photograph. And I just know that this is one of those pieces that when you walk into a home, and you would know this as a designer, that this is something as a conversation piece.
Oh, absolutely. And really the detail, the way that he's photographed it, the detail of the architecture, I honestly believe that you can see it better in this photograph and appreciate it more than you probably would if you were standing in that space.
Say that again.
Okay. I think that you can appreciate this much better, the architecture better, in this photograph than you could if you were standing in the actual space.
So basically, she just said Martin's picture is better than the Palace of the Fine Arts.
I did.
Y'all hear that? Okay. All right. Best frame design, choice framing. We've got a bid on it for $250, and we're going to send it over to Dee.
Okay, if I didn't own a frame shop, I would go to Choice Framing. And they did this piece right here. They did a beautiful job. This is classic David Lobenberg. He's well known for his own fresh California style of watercolor. He is a master in the category. What a beautiful gift if you know somebody that works for the legislature. If you know somebody that's from the Sacramento area, right now it's at $1,800. I need $2,200 for it. Item number 25D, Capital Morning by David Lobenberg. And now we're going to go back out and look at some sunflowers.
And here we see Beth Winfield's Sunflower Faces. This is absolutely beautiful. It's so bright and beautifully framed. This piece right here is 18 by 24, retail value at $1,800, and we've already got an opening bid of $1,350. So this is a hot piece right here. Take it away.
Yes. Well, of course, and I can relate to this too. One of my favorite flowers. In fact, my favorite flower is sunflowers. I don't know if you've ever been out. You know, if you go out 5 and you go over towards the river, there are acres and acres and acres of sunflowers.
Same with going 80 down towards San Francisco.
Yeah, and they're so fun because as they grow, they're like little. They actually their heads turn as the sun, you know, moves.
They do.
And so they're like, I mean, they're not only are they they almost feel like little people, you know. it's a fabulous thing. It always makes me happy when I see sunflowers. I love her combination of things. One of the things that's really important, let's point out something here about accessorizing.
I love that, by the way.
This composition is so lovely because when you're accessorizing tables or whatever, you want to work in groups of 3.
Mm-hmm.
And here's a vertical, lovely vertical, very tall, large piece. We have another vertical here, and we have the bowl here. So you have this beautiful triangulation. This could also be, you know, like when we're doing accessories, we could be doing a box over here and then a bowl or a box and the figurine over here. But the triangulation is absolutely beautiful. I love this composition.
Absolutely gorgeous. We've already got $15.50, and also the auction is now kicking up on Martin Christian's piece as well, because it's now jumped from $250 to $350, and Martin is with Dee now. Woo!
I'm standing here in front of item number 25E. I got a current bid of $350, and I've also got the artist here. Martin, tell me about this day.
Hey, Dee, you know, actually I have an alternate title for this. It's called Date Night, because Karen, who's in the studio, my wife and I were on a date night, and I said, well, I'll just take my camera, Karen, after we go to the show at Palace of Fine Arts. And so we walked through here at 11 o'clock at night, and I'm lying on the ground, actually. My camera's on the ground.
Oh, you're a fun date.
Yeah, and so Karen is actually doing security for me at 11 o'clock at night in San Francisco to kind of make sure that nothing happens to me while I'm on the ground. So I have in my head an alternate title, which is Date Night. It reminds me of a night out with my wife, Karen.
Well, I like that. What a perfect gift. What a nice romantic story. 25E, call now and bid. Let's go back to Rob and Nikki.
And guess what? Martin gave it to us, not Karen. So, Date Night, that's how much he loves KVIE. He took that picture on Date Night, and now it's up to $400. We're looking for $450. There are multiple people on the phone bidding for Martin's piece, and I know that's going to go higher. Right now, we have a bell ringer on Sunflower Faces. We're up to $1,800, and it's at the value. There goes our little cute little thing saying that we have the bell ringer. Fantastic, but the bidding is still going, and you can still keep calling on this piece, as well as the Rotunda Interior Palace of Fine Arts, otherwise known as Date Night. Why don't you buy that picture, Date Night, and then say, okay, give that to someone and say, we're going to have our own date night there. And like, good, then that just jumped up to $450. Let's take it up to $500. And write a nice little card with it saying, guess where we're going. Open up. You know, wrap it up, wrap up the photograph, and then boom, you go there on a date night.
Great idea.
Okay, so back to this piece. Tell me more.
Okay, this is beautifully framed. I mean, truly beautifully framed. You'll see a little bit of metallic right here, right around this edge, and you see that this is not just a flat black. There's gold underneath
I see
this.
That, yeah,
it's quite lovely, and it really is perfect for this. It brings the the black centers of the sunflowers out to the edge. It's a beautiful frame.
Wonderful,
Truly.
Absolutely lovely. And I like what you said about the total package with things in threes and the sunflowers popping. This is at $1,800 right now. The Beth Winfield Sunflower Faces. Martin's piece, the Palace of Fine Arts, is at $450. We're looking for $500 on that as well. We have a lot of action going on in the phone bank, which is great. We hope that the bidding continues on those, and stay tuned because there's more art coming up in the next half hour in the KVIE art auction. It's been fun. Stay with us.
How many people see what I see? In the symbolic patterns, I see the flowing water of the Tigris. In the hand-woven dots, I see an artist's fingers play a loom like a harp.
Mansour's Oriental Rug Galleries, offering handmade carpets and in-office and in-home consultation in Roseville and Sacramento.
For a beautiful home in a beautiful world.
KVIE is committed to the visual and performing arts through more than 500 hours of arts programming each year. From Downton Abbey to Poldark and Bob Ross to Art in the 21st Century, KVIE's commitment to the arts stays strong through your participation as a donor and an art buyer. Thank you for being part of the KVIE Art Auction and for making art a part of your home today.
Stay tuned for Sculpture, coming up next on the KVIE Art Auction. Juried by Stephanie Taylor, this category features three-dimensional works in all media, including functional art.
That's Jim Callahan in there in the studio you just saw go like that. Hello again, I'm Rob Stewart, and we are back for today's final half hour of live art auction excitement. And now let's take a look at the art that's up for bid in this next half hour. It is an exciting one, and we are going to start off with Flora by this wonderful artist, Anka Stakstui, and it's a ceramic measuring 15 by 7 by 7. Fascinating piece, retail value at $200. Wait till you see when we move this thing around how cool it is. 26B Picasso vase by Thomas Sellis. This is clay measuring 20 by 10 by 10. 26C, there you see it. It is a green end table with faux Indian inlay. It's by Jennifer Keller. This is a sculpture measuring 16 by 20 by 20. Valued at $250. All right, and then we're going to move on to 26D, Herding Cats by Leslie Thompson. This is a ceramic measuring 15 inches round. There you see it. It's hanging in our studio right now. Item 26E is a stone bowl by Jack Richardson. This is a stone measuring 5 by 6, okay? Retailed at $250. Item 26F is Tic-Tac-Toe by Carolyn Moyer. This is a ceramic measuring 24 by 4 by 4. Retails at $350 or anything above. During this break, we are pleased to be joined again by interior designer and art collector Nikki Sosnick. Thanks again for being here, Nikki.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah, you liked this piece when we walked up.
It's charming. It's just charming. It's very different than any of the other pieces that we've talked about.
And we have a bid already for $100 on it.
That's wonderful. I actually could see this, in a Craftsman. We have a lot of wonderful bungalow style houses, Craftsman houses, and they generally have center fireplace with, bookcases built in on either side. And this would be a lovely piece in that type of a setting. So if you have one of those houses, you might want to consider this. Also, there's a bowl-like
All right, so
top.
I'm going
You're
to
going to do this. I'm glad
and
you're
I have a
doing
little
it.
glove here.
Yeah.
So there's a bowl on the top of it. If I drop this thing, I'm going to lose my job. Okay.
Okay, Rob. It's good.
Oh, there's a glove
It's good.
here.
It's good.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's a bowl on the top that can be
yes.
used for anything. Wanted
Yes.
to make sure you could see that.
Right.
So what else?
Well, and you could use this as an entry, and you could actually use it on a pedestal as we have it here. And it would be nice to have this little wonderful person greet you when you come in.
I know. I think it's lovely.
Yeah, and you could actually also put seasonal things in it, like you could put citrus in it, or pomegranates. You could just change it for the seasons. Also, I think it would be fun if you had for a buffet table. Instead of using flowers always, I like to use art pieces. So you could actually use, like some branches on either side of it, maybe some, pebbles that you've collected, maybe on your hike or something. But that would be really fun to use to one side of the table.
Absolutely.
Okay? Be fun.
Okay, so call 1-844-KVIE Art, and let's get the phones ringing because we have a half hour of beautiful sculptures here to show you, and we're going to turn things over to Dee Neath in the phone bank. Dee?
That's a beautiful piece by Anka. It's a really nice size. It makes a good centerpiece. Right now I've got an opening bid of $100 on it. I'm looking for $200. It's piece number 26A. These are functional works. That means they're fun and functional. They serve two purposes, but you can only bring them home to your house if you call us at 1-844-KVIE Art. Again, that's number 26A, Flora. Let's go back and take another look at it with Nikki.
All right, we want to keep this auction going. We've got about 25 more minutes left in the auction today, and it's the perfect chance for you to take something home and get it into your home today from our beautiful collection. What else do you feel about this piece?
Well, I like her name, Flora.
Yeah.
But you'll see there's a lot of floral pieces here. So there's a little flower here with the leaf. Her little buttons are really flowers, and then here on the top she has a flower and leaves, and we have some detail over here on the side on her arms.
And then with the bowl in the top, it could hold flowers as well.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Right now we have a $100 bid for Flora for Anka's piece, and we're looking for $150. The retail is $200, and the number to call is on your screen at 1-844-KVIE/art. Or if you like this and you want someone online to see it, have them go online at kvie.org/art auction, and they can see this anywhere in the world, really. And we ship. All right, so let's move on to this next piece. This is beautiful. I love this piece.
That's so fun.
And there you go gasping again. I love
Yeah,
it
I
when you
know.
gasp because I know you're going to talk.
exciting.
This is Thomas Sellis Picasso vase, valued at $400, and right now we are looking for an opening bid, Nikki, at $120. Tell me what you think.
Oh, this is a real statement piece. You know, if you can't afford a Picasso, I mean, this is a wonderful thing to have because it just has the essence of Picasso.
Well, this is Megan back here. There's not just a little head. There is a human back there.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay,
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
That's okay.
Yes.
Okay, it's Megan, and you're going to turn that.
So turn and talk.
Yes. This piece, I mean, you know, you could put this on a coffee table and you need nothing else. The beauty of this vase is you do not have to do a floral arrangement in this vase. Not at all. I actually have, this would look quite nice in one of my clients' houses. She has a very large entry with a round table, and the table is, you know, has basically a dark top, and this would be stunning on it because once again, you do not have to put flowers in this.
Yeah, you just said it. You don't even have to fill this vase up with anything.
No.
And the vase alone, in and of itself, with maybe a couple of beautiful books, and that's it on a coffee table.
It would
maybe
be
a silver
perfect.
tray.
That couldn't hurt either.
That wouldn't hurt either. So good. So we have a starting bid of $130 on Picasso vase by Thomas Sellis. And what else strikes you the most about this, Nikki?
Oh, the colors.
The colors.
Oh, the colors.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So will they go with any colored room?
I don't see why they wouldn't.
Okay.
Of course. I think oftentimes we're fearful of using colors other than what exists in the room, but art doesn't have to reflect any of the colors in the room whatsoever. It can stand on its own.
You know.
In fact, it's best that it does.
It really certainly can. Good. The bid's up to $250 on this, so we have a full-fledged auction going. Let's turn it over to Dee in the phone bank for a little more information. Dee.
I am looking at the Thomas Sellis vase or vase, depending. You can say it either way. I just had somebody ask me that question. It's a beautiful piece. It's got the bright poppy colors that artist is really well known for. Right now we have a bid of $275. It's got a $400 value. Don't be the man that buys her the flowers. Be the man that buys her the vase. This is the time to do it. It's item number 26B, and you can get that right now if you call us. Let's take another view at that magnificent vessel.
All right, thank you so much. And so let's just keep zooming in and look at the beautiful, beautiful different things, because every time I look at this, I see something different.
Look at the overglaze. We can turn that back just a little bit here.
Actually, wait a minute. Right here. That's what we call a knuckle knocker. And if you want to donate that to the art auction. All right, back to the art. Sorry, I couldn't help it.
That's okay. I know. Look, there's this beautiful, like a blue it's overlaid on the yellow, which I really, really love. So you're seeing the yellow coming through the blue.
Oh, good. $350. It's going up.
Then you've got this, very clear yellow. I love the white, the crisp white, everything about that. I mean, if that doesn't make you happy when you look at it, I don't know what's going to make you happy.
Yeah, I love it. It's at $350. I know we can get this up to a bell ringer. Thomas Sellis, Picasso vase. What a beautiful donation that Thomas has given to KVIE for $350 now. We're trying to get it up to $400. And I love that the vase is not perfect.
Yes, good point. Excellent. I love it too. It's outstanding.
And really I also love that you don't have to do anything with it.
Not a thing.
Just let it sit where it is.
Actually, vases that are this beautifully decorated, and actually in feng shui, it's best not to put anything in it because it's This creates calm in the house.
Well, we did our job. It got a bell ringer.
Okay,
So
good.
congratulations on that one. Big bell ringer on the last piece, Picasso vase, $400, and that's fantastic. Yay, 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 yay. Look what Jennifer Keller did. Okay, this is fantastic. And thank you for holding it up for us here. This is, I'm sorry? Hello, Edgar. Thank you so much. This is 26C green end table with faux Indian inlay by Jennifer Keller, who we know. The sculpture is measuring 16 by 20 by 20. Retail value is $250. First, is it heavy?
Not very.
Not very?
He's numb. It's been a long night.
Okay. All right. So tell me what you think.
I love this. I really do. This is all hand painted.
Yes.
And there's little butterflies in the four corners, and I like this continuation of this the floral around the edge with the center medallion of floral. There's so many ways that you could use this table. It's amazing. If you had a room where you had a lot of neutral colors and you needed a pop, not only do you get the color in the table, but you also get the pattern. It adds an extra layer of texture and interest to the room. It would also be pretty in an all-white room with, greens.
Oh, yeah.
You could just do that, greens and yellows, things like that would be lovely.
And it's functional art.
Art, yes.
And Dee knows a lot about this artist. Let's go over to Dee to hear more about Jennifer.
I had the pleasure of working with Jennifer Keller at the Solomon Dubnik Gallery for years. She has her degree in art. She has a beautiful shop called Harmony Rogue Interiors that she just opened. She specializes in this sort of finish. She also does really nice oil paintings. But in her shop, she takes these really nice vintage pieces and reinvents them. And again, she let me pick something out from her shop, and I really love this little green table. So let's take another look at Jenny Keller's table.
Yeah.
I'm sure you do whatever you want. Okay. Edgar, you were saying you wanted to show something.
Just the front of it and how.
Yes, she did some nice detail here where she's actually put the color on and then she's pulled it off. So here, see here at the edge here and here, which is a lovely, lovely way to do this table.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And so we've got now the auction is going. We have $75, a starting bid on this. Jennifer has put a $250 retail value on this. I love functional art.
Oh.
Just like the last piece we had, the Picasso vase that was a bell ringer. This piece, the end table, it really could be, depending on the size of the room, it could be a coffee table.
Oh, sure. And if you needed, more space, you could actually add another piece. You could add a round piece, like a drum table next to it.
Ooh.
So you could have actually two. But this is wonderful. It has a.
Cool, we've got 125, so there's two people on the line for this. Let's take it up to 150, and let's check back in with Dee.
Wow, what's?
This is a bell ringer, but I want to give you one last chance. This is Thomas Sellis. He has a master's degree from CSUS. He has been showing in the area for 25 years. Right now, it's at retail $400. It's a great vase, 26B. Last chance to bid on it. We're getting down to last chance to bid on that little green table too, but you gotta call now. So let's go see that great little yellow plate out there.
Real quick, you wanted to say something about the last piece.
I did. I wanted to tell you that table is that is an extraordinary table for that price.
Oh, for the price, got it.
For the price.
Yeah, well, it's at 150 right now. It'll get to 250.
A hand-painted table.
Trust me. Okay, this is Herding Cats. Is this not beautiful or what? This is by Leslie Thompson. And it's a ceramic, and it's hanging here. It's measuring 15 inches round. There you see it. And its retail value is at $250. But look at there, it's already at $350. Good. Fantastic. Oh, and the table just jumped up to $225.
Good, let's go.
Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that.
So even just this, because it's at $350, we're not stopping. We're just gonna keep on going and taking it higher. We're calling for $400 because we all know what it's like to herd cats.
It's impossible.
You can't do it.
You can't do it. No,
but we will
cannot.
try to do it tonight with the auction.
Right.
What would you do with this? Would you hang it, or would you put it down? How would you do this?
Well, you could use it. The nice thing about this piece is you could use it flat, or you could use it on a wall. I'd love to see it, maybe in a bookcase, because it's always nice to interrupt the books with beautiful art pieces. And you can actually hang it so it won't fall down. You can hang it from the back of the bookcase. And it add a little color, and I think it's fun because it also draws your eye to it once it's framed within the bookcase.
Yeah, I love hanging stuff in a bookcase.
I do. I think
and
it's
breaking
great.
up the books and putting other things in there, and
Yes.
it's just so now we're up to $375 on this one. That's fantastic. It is a beautiful, beautiful ceramic plate by Leslie Thompson, Herding Cats. This is 26D. Going back really quickly to Jennifer's piece, Jennifer Keller, that's at $225. If we get $25 more, that's a bell ringer as well. Tell me more about this.
Oh, I like the subtlety of the color.
You do?
Yes, I do. I think it's quite wonderful. The outside edge is sort of a celadon, which is another favorite of mine. That was in the trade porcelains. They use this celadon color a lot. And I like these look like, shooting stars up here. I love this little detail. It's fun. And then there's some wonderful texture that she has in the background here of the cats.
Yeah, and it looks like the back is done too.
Yeah?
Yeah, so this is a beautiful piece of ceramic art, and it's at $375 right now, and it's now up to $400.
Okay, good.
So they're duking it out for that.
Okay.
Dee knows more about the artist, huh?
I love the humor
You love
of
the
this.
humor.
The humor of this. I mean, we all need that in our lives.
Amen. All right, Dee.
Leslie Thompson has been exhibiting publicly here in Sacramento for about 40 years. Probably one of the reasons why we've got a bid of $425 on her piece right now. She shows with Panama Arts. It's 26D. We're not going to close it out yet because there's a lot of interest in it. But that means you need to call now. We've still got, nope. Jennifer's piece is gone. So it moves fast. If you don't call, you can't win. Herding Cats, number 26D. Let's take another look.
All right, another look at Herding Cats, $425. And as Nikki just said, she said, wow, we're finishing this day up with a bang, but we're not done. $425. This has almost doubled its value. And as Dee just said, she's been showing for, did you say 40 years? 40 years. My goodness, that's fantastic. And there goes the bell ringer for this one as well.
All right.
Fantastic.
Oh, good, good, good.
You said it has humor to you.
Yes, it does. Absolutely.
Elaborate.
Well, as we said in the beginning there, you said you cannot herd cats. And that in itself is just so funny that she would be herding cats.
She found a place to do it, and that
Yeah,
was on a ceramic
yeah.
plate. I love the blues.
And the irregular shape to the edge.
Yeah, and
That's
I
quite
like
nice.
the irregular shapes.
Yeah.
We've seen several things of that.
Yeah.
The Picasso vase, and
Exactly.
I love that. It shows that it's a one of a kind original piece.
Exactly.
All right, that piece is doing great. Herding Cats. We're going to move on over here. Now, are y'all for sale? You'll see who we're talking to and what we're talking about in a minute. Okay, this is Stone Bowl by Jack Richardson. This is a stone measuring 5 by 6. Retail value is $250. Megan and Edgar here. I guess this is the box for it? Okay, wonderful. And Edgar, you're going to spin this for us while Nikki tells us all about it. We have a bid of $75 and the value is $250. So take it away.
Oh, I would just love to touch this. I mean, it is so smooth. It is just
Panchy?
The shape of it. I mean the shape of it. I mean, does that fit your hand or what? It really does, and the touch must be wonderful because it's stone, so it would be cool, and it's a beautiful shade. It actually, the stone looks like.
If touching will help you sell it, touch it. No, don't. Just said, okay, sorry.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay.
It actually it reminds me of once again of a celadon, but it also reminds me of jade.
That's what I thought.
Oh my God! It looks so much like jade, and I love jade, so there it is, right there.
Oh.
Yeah, more jade. There's something that's very, I don't know.
I'm being told.
What?
It's Sierra soapstone.
It is Sierra soap.
Yeah,
yes.
it's Sierra
yeah, no,
soapstone.
I know it's not jade, but it has that look, and it's quite beautiful. And you could actually put a small candle in that, and you would get you would get the light through this because it's translucent. It's beautiful.
He's also a California master. And can I tell you what I also thought you could put in it?
Go ahead.
Don't think I'm morbid.
No.
Pet's ashes.
Well, you could.
Because it has a nice box to it.
It does have a nice box. Well, actually, you know, you could use this box as a pedestal for this
Exactly.
piece.
That's a much better way to look at it.
Beautiful.
Okay,
Beautiful.
let's go to D.
Jack Richardson is one of our California masters. He has been participating in the KVIE art auction for decades. One of the things that I love about his work is it comes in the very traditional Japanese gift box with the little muslin bag. He is one of those artists that is admired by other artists. He has a technique with that lathe to get that bowl finish so thin that's really admired by other artisans that do what he does. And I'm sure some of that ringing is for that bowl. It's got a value of $250. I've got a high bid of $100. 26E. Let's take one more look at that bowl.
Yes, let's do that because Nikki was just saying I've got a lot more to say about this piece. So take it away.
Well, if you were watching earlier and we were talking about the painting with the sunflowers in it, and I was telling you about the composition of 3.
Uh-huh.
So this could be one of the 3.
Uh-huh.
And if you remember, there was a bowl in that, and then there was a vertical of the flowers, and then there was a statue. So there's a lot of things. So you could actually have the bowl, you could have a box. The box could be wood, you know, or this box, as we talked about, as I mentioned earlier, could actually be used as a pedestal for this piece. This is a stunning piece.
And you know how cool it would be if someone could have gotten that last Herding Cats and hung that in a bookshelf and then had this in a different spot on a bookshelf.
Absolutely.
And then the Picasso vase on the coffee table.
Oh, well, yes,
I mean,
there you go.
there you go.
Just furnished the whole house.
Yeah, I mean, and honestly, you can really have sculpture everywhere in your house.
There's no reason why you can't.
I don't see why you can't either.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, so is it the color that you love so much about this?
I think it's the classic simplicity. I think understatement is so difficult to do. You know, I mean,
Understatement is difficult
yes.
to do.
It is very, very difficult. Simplicity.
Okay.
It's like knowing when to stop.
Yeah, that's...
Don't put one more piece in, and you know, knowing when not to do any more ornamentation. It's so subtle.
It's
an amazing piece.
That was a brilliant design technique and tip. Thank you for that.
You're welcome.
All right, Dee.
So we've got one more day coming up tomorrow. Jessica, what's the best thing to do if you want to bid?
So we are on again tomorrow from noon to 10 p.m. And if you want to preview what's coming up, be sure to go to kvie.org/art auction. Click the Sunday Gallery button, and you can view all of the pieces that are going to be up for bid tomorrow.
Because you see how fast this goes, so you want to preview them, you want to write them down, and you want to be ready to call and bid when your piece comes up. So now we're going to take a look at a sweet little executive sort of tic-tac-toe, number 26F, and we need an opening bid of $100, and Rob and Nikki are going to tell us about that one.
Sturdy.
Okay, cool. This one's $350. This is Carolyn Moyer, Tic-Tac-Toe, as Dee was just telling us. It's the final piece of tonight, but we have a full day tomorrow, and I mean, it's packed tomorrow from noon to 10, but right now we're going to sell this piece. We're looking for a starting bid. This is functional art, okay? And Nikki and I are going to show you why. I promise you I can beat you at tic-tac-toe.
I'm sure you can.
I know a trick. So this is really a tic-tac-toe set. Okay, so like the pieces move. You can put this on your coffee table. You can play tic-tac-toe. And there's magnets there. And I think that would be really fun for a kid to have art and a toy. Start them young.
Yes. Well, and aren't we all children?
We're supposed to be. We're supposed to see things with childlike eyes.
Yes.
So tell me, just talk to me about, as your interior expertise, what you would do with this.
Okay. Well, I think that this could look quite wonderful in a family room. Like if you had a black leather sofa, and you had a black and white, you could have a black and white area rug, or you could go to see Mansour, and I'm sure he could find a beautiful Baccara rug in red and black that would look stunning. This should also be like it's seen here on a pedestal. It would be great. You could do it just at, you know, coffee table height, and you could put it between two chairs or next to the sofa. It would be a lot of fun.
It would be a lot of fun.
Yes, a
All
lot
right,
of
let's
fun.
head back over to Dee in the phone bank.
26E, Jack Stemball. We love Jack. He always gives us a great piece. Is at 320, and here comes Cowbell Kenny. It's at 320. It's 26E. Thank you again, Jack. So we're going to take this off air. The tic-tac-toe, I wanted to talk a little bit about that. That's Carolyn Moyer. And I want to thank her. She is also an artist that is with Blue Line Gallery that we had earlier tonight. But we had so many Blue Line artists, I put her in our functional category. So if you're interested in her work, you can see it at the gallery. She's been with Blue Line for about 8 years. We have Blue Line is one of our many galleries. We have the Artery was earlier today, the Short Center. The galleries have supported the art auction through the past 10 or 15 years. We've had them as a category. So please look online and check the galleries. And let's go back to Rob and look at Carolyn's piece again.
Yeah, I love this piece, and I love functional art. And I mean, immediately it draws you into something to do. If you're sitting there and you don't have anything to say to somebody and you're sitting there and having to talk to them, you can play tic-tac-toe with them.
Exactly. Now, this piece could also be used outside.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay,
well,
good.
Yes, it's all metal, so you can use it outside. So if you have a covered patio, you know, you could get one of the black and white indoor-outdoor rugs, a pattern rug, a geometric rug, and you could have two Adirondack chairs, red ones on either side of it, where you could just, you know, you could sit in the chair, you can relax, but if you really wanted to engage in a game, you could move to the edge of that seat and you could play tit-tat-toe.
Yeah, I like how you're designing around the art. I think that's really cool. You find a nice piece of art that you want and you design a room around it. Oh, we now have a bid for $100 on it. The value is at $350, but we do have a $100 bid. And we apologize, the screen's not showing you right there, but we do have a bid of $100. And I'm so glad that this stopped working on the very last thing of the night. Let's check back in with Dee.
Okay, when you win a piece, you can pick it up here at the station, 2030 West El Camino. We're open tomorrow, Monday, and Tuesday. If you live out of the area, shipping can be arranged, so there's no excuse not to bid. And the way to bid is to call in tomorrow between 12 and 10. Get online, pick out your piece. There's been an awful lot of people today that called 2 or 3 minutes too late and missed that special piece that they loved. I want to thank some people that came out today. Mahogany, you're gone, but she did my makeup today, and she does great eyebrows. She works at MAC. We've got S. Benson and Company, who make sure that Rob looks really, really sharp. We're going to go, speaking of sharp, let's go back to Rob, because we still have one more piece left to sell.
We do?
We do?
The piece we're on. Okay, good. I'm looking over here. So we have a bid of $100, and this is the piece 26F, tic-tac-toe. This is art that is functional, that you can use indoors or outdoors.
Absolutely.
And we're just going to take us right out, and thank you so much, by the way.
Oh, thank you,
You've been
Rob.
remarkable. That's all for the second day of the KVIE art auction. Tune in tomorrow starting at noon. For 10 live hours of auction featuring works from Town Hall Arts and Gallery, Copper, Viewpoint Gallery, award winners, auction jurors, you name it. Thanks for watching KVIE Public Television, the Art Auction 2015. Good night.